Sorting through his fingers, his hands trembled, it seemed from excitement. The young man looked at his interlocutor, trying to understand him. It was his younger brother. The teenager was too worried and spoke with caution. The excitement was not in vain. The younger brother was worried about the terrible news that his brother would be sent to war. He never stopped thinking that war is certain death for most soldiers. And the fact that his brother could be there simply took the ground from under his feet. A young man named Hyuk Musang could not even imagine that his younger brother was thinking such terrible things. He looked at him and understood how excited he was. Hyuk Musang said things that he himself believed. He believed that moments that would threaten his life would not happen to him. Without thinking, he swore to the younger man that he would definitely return to him alive and unharmed, and who has hope that he will patiently wait for him and be brave. The younger looked at Hyuk carefully and pondered the words he said. Finally calmed down, a joyful smile appeared on his face. He is ready to wait as long as he wants. As an oath that cemented everything that had been said before, they crossed their fingers. The face of a young guy with dark hair was covered in blood. He was shouting something very loudly. Wounded and exhausted, he stood next to the dead bodies. His clothes were torn, and the crimson blood of the young man was visible through it. It seemed that he might not keep his promise to his younger brother who was waiting for him. An old man with long gray hair, dressed in red and yellow clothes, stood in the center of the depressing picture. 100 dead and mutilated warriors lay around the old man. The young man watched it. Many years ago, this old man destroyed the southern Shaolin in Fuzan, wiped off the face of the earth, as if there was nothing, leaving behind only debris and rivers of blood. It was there that he found a strange object. It was a wooden casket covered with gold patterns with a strong lock that could not be tamed. At this time, Hyuk Musang looked at the old man as he stood among the dead. In the young man's eyes, there was despair, grief, and boundless anger. The white-haired old man tried to solve the mystery of the found casket. She was not afraid of any blows. She remained without a single scratch. He stood in his thoughts. His clothes were covered with drops of crimson blood of those who lay lifeless on the cold ground. It was the head of the Demon Alliance, the invincible and all-powerful Blood Emperor. The young man looked at the Emperor and was filled with indignation, irritation, and hatred towards him. Suddenly, the old man raised his hand, and something very strange and magical began to happen. The young man felt his power on his body. The Emperor noticed him, and it seems that he possessed telekinesis. The boy could not understand how this was possible and how to resist it. He tried to resist, but in vain. While above the ground, Hyuk Musang slowly approached the old man's strong hand. During the fatal blow, the boy was with the soldiers, but miraculously he managed to survive. It was as if he found some loophole in the Emperor's blows, his weak spot. Holding the boy in the air, the old man's eyes glowed with fire. He carefully looked at the young man and tried to subjugate his will to himself, making him an offer to be his property. Hyuk Musang was outraged to hear this. At that moment, the old man tightened his grip on the young man. At the same moment, he felt excruciating pain throughout his mutilated body. A scream escaped his lips. He hung in the air, twisted from the pain and wounds he had received on the battlefield. His legs went numb, and he could not move. At the moment when the young man was choking on his own blood, the old man offered him new opportunities if he joined him, and if he refused, he would face an inevitable terrible death. Instead of an answer or any comment, the boy choked on blood and tried to hold on. Still, he managed to say a word, and that word was master. The old general looked at him and did not understand what he meant. His patience was gone, and Hyuk Musang shouted that he would never betray his master for anything, so the old man could just kill him. In response, the emperor laughed at the boy's words, and he immediately began to carry out his previous threat, while holding a mysterious wooden casket in his hand. The boy did not have the strength to endure it. Gritting his teeth, he tried to hold on. The old man kept his hand raised, but for no known reason, his power suddenly ended. Hyuk Musang fell to the ground with a thud, while his opponent stood stunned. He carefully examined his hand, which had lost strength, and tried to understand why it happened. The boy thought that it was time for him to strike and use the moment for his salvation. He confidently said that it is not only a matter of a warrior's fighting skills, his spirit is also important. This again greatly pleased the emperor. He looked intently at his young, brave opponent. Hyuk Musang suddenly sprang from his seat and charged at the old man, leaving nothing but dust on the ground in his wake. The emperor reacted instantly and delivered the hardest blow the young man could imagine. "It's all over." The boy looked at the old man, and in his eyes life was slowly leaving him. The emperor stroked his frail body with his bare hand and looked him straight in the eyes in the last minutes of his young life. Having taken away his hand, which served as a weapon from the victim, the boy fell heavily to the ground. The old man was looking at his wooden find at that moment. The casket was all stained with the boy's blood. The emperor was outraged by Hyokmusang's refusal. Looking at his mutilated body lying on the ground, the old man made him understand that death by his hand was quite an honor for him. The boy lay on the ground and thought about his miserable defeat. He regretted that with such a death he would go to another world. He closed his eyes and would never open them again. His story in this war ended forever. The promise he made to his younger brother will never be fulfilled. With these difficult thoughts, the life of the young warrior ended. The soul left his lifeless body. His pale face no longer showed any emotion. Events in this life no longer mattered. Hyokmusang opened his eyes again in confusion. His body seemed to come back to life. It was impossible to comprehend. His terrible cry betrayed his fear and lack of understanding of what was happening to him. He sat all alone, and all around him was an endless emptiness. He examined his body, which was completely intact. A huge pile of questions took over his mind. A voice rang out from behind, saying that Hyokmusang is the chosen one. The boy turned to see who it was, and saw a person dressed in white, shining clothes. The stranger said he would give him everything he had. The boy did not understand what exactly he was talking about, and who this mysterious man was. The emperor at that moment was holding a stained wooden box in his hand. Suddenly, a bright light began to shine from the golden patterns. The glowing casket left the emperor's hand and rose into the air. Hyokmusang's lifeless body, still lying on the ground, shone with the same light as the old man's mysterious object. The shining wooden casket quickly headed towards the boy's body. At this time, the emperor tried with all his might to hold her in his hand. A glow appeared on the chest of the lifeless body, to which the casket was rapidly approaching. At this time, the old man felt powerless and could not do anything about it. The glow from the chest attracted the object with an insane force that the mighty emperor could not resist. His face showed an unknown fear, unknown to him before. The old man did not want to let go of the valuable thing he had found, and the desire to destroy the boy filled his thoughts. He tried with all his might to hold the casket, but she dragged him right to the boy's body. When the glowing object reached its goal, namely the glow from the chest of the deceased, everything around seemed to explode and blinded the eyes of the greedy killer. Bright light flooded everything around and spread far beyond the horizon. Years passed, and the fierce war continued. Mountains of dead bodies grew everywhere. Their blood flowed like a river. But suddenly something unexpected happened. The dead man's hand lay in a crimson frozen puddle. It belonged to the great head of the Demon Union. The undefeated Blood Emperor who knew no fear was killed. The identity of the old man's killer remained unknown. Eventually, when the war ended, the Demon Alliance disbanded. 2 years have passed since the end of the fierce war. Yangzhou County, Gansu Province lived his usual quiet life. It was there that the martial arts academy called Dragon and Tiger was located. There, a boy was lying on the floor, beaten by his opponent. Another boy was held by the hair by an adult man. He was holding Dragon and Tiger Academy's 5th student, Young Taiho, the second son of the academy head, Young Jiwoon. The student was very afraid not only for himself, but also for his brother. In front of the boy lying on the floor sat a healthy, unpleasant man, Hyongnim, who was part of a gang of thugs headed by someone named Donggukmyeon. Hyongnim demanded an unpaid debt from the boy. It was the second student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, Kang Wonyun. He got up from the floor with pain. Khan tried to talk to the thug and find justice, because the debt was returned. But in response he heard that the deadline for paying the debt had already passed, and so he has to do whatever the thug tells him. Kang Wonhyun was upset because he knew that until they got everything, or even more, they would continue their bullying. His hands were shaking. He understood that he had to come up with something urgently, and that's why I asked for another week, in order to find funds. It was very humiliating for him, but he had no other option. Zdorwan Hongnim looked at him and considered his request. He knew that the student had no money, so he behaved confidently and defiantly. He ordered his assistant to bring Jung Tai-ho to him and lay him on the ground. He began to carry out the order. The boy who was being held by the hair was at that moment shouting something to his brother. In response, Kang Won-hyun began to plead with the thugs to stop because he was very afraid for Jung Tai-ho. Instead, he received a severe blow to the face. It was clear that coming to an agreement with the bandits is not an easy matter, and everything could end very badly for both of them. John Tae-ho kept shouting at his brother at the moment when one of the thugs was putting him on the ground. Hyungnim cheekily announced that he agreed to comply with Kang Won-hyun's request, but as it turned out, it came at a price. He was about to take the hand of Young Tae-ho's brother, who was lying on the ground and couldn't believe what he just heard. Kang Won-hyun, raising his head, looked at the bandit and tried to urgently think of something to save his brother. He again began to plead with the men not to do this. Instead, he is willing to pay the debt early. Hyungnim was puzzled by the young man's behavior. The beggar desperately offered to give his hand instead of Young Tae-ho. The man did not care about his persuasion. All he was interested in was money. Hyungnim ordered the assistants to start carrying out the order. Jung Tae-ho screamed in terror without stopping, and now one of the bandits raised his weapon up to cut off the boy's hand. Jung Tae-ho looked at his executioner with tears in his eyes. His fear knew no bounds. The students of the academy screamed in pleas to stop, and the bloodthirsty man enjoyed this moment. The blade almost touched the young man's hand. His brother, Kang Won-hyun, was sobbing with helplessness. He really wanted to stop all this and help his friend, but suddenly someone unknown appeared. He held a sword in his hands that flashed in all directions. The stranger threw a weapon at the bandits, which stopped their actions. All the men present turned to see who had the audacity to interfere in their affairs. They saw a young man with long black hair and a hat on his head. Kang Won-hyun, hearing his voice, recognized who it was. He was the elder brother of the students of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. The boys were happy for their brother. They no longer believed that anything could save them. The bandits looked at the young man and wondered who it could be. They recognized him as a senior student of the academy who disappeared 7 years ago during a terrible war. Everyone thought he was dead. Hyungnim was stunned and not very happy to see the young man. Bandits, approaching the senior student of the academy, saw that he had magically disappeared. At that time, he sat next to Tae-ho and asked for his forgiveness. The older brother stroked Tae-ho's head to calm him down, while the bandits tried to understand how he could move so suddenly. Not a trace of Hyungnim's audacity remained. He looked confused. Parubak continued to examine his brother Tae-ho, and the bandits were already approaching him. Hyungnim was furious and questioned the young man's abilities, and he was voicing his concern about the academy and what a mess they had made here. The old man was especially angry because of his brothers. His evil eyes shot lightning, and his whole body shone with light, which made quite an impression on the gang. Hyungnim could no longer tolerate the presence of the boy and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. He started yelling at his assistants to deal with this scum, and they, having obeyed, began to run towards the enemy with weapons in their hands. The 4 men, raising their weapons aloft, were ready to strike the first blow. The old man looked at the criminals and was ready to fight back with dignity. It was a difficult moment for the younger brothers. They were very worried about his fate. The bandits struck, only to realize that their target had disappeared. The senior student of the academy calmly followed behind them. Remaining in their places, the men were still trying to understand what had just happened. A minute later, each of them felt a beating from no one knows where because the boy was not around. They received severe blows on the face, and even if they wanted to answer, they did not see the enemy in front of them. Hyungnim watched what was happening in a panic. The brothers stood aside and could not utter a word, shocked by what they saw. When the bandits were already lying on the ground, their weapons were scattered everywhere. The young man calmly walked forward without turning around. He approached Hyungnim in the shelter. His hands were shaking from fear. Sweat rolled down his body, horror frozen on his face. It seemed that he was no longer in control of his body. The old man said that he could easily kill him here and now, but he does not want to pollute such a holy place. The brothers were still standing, watching the events unfolding incredibly quickly. The old man looked at Hyungnim with a cold, scary look that made his blood run cold. He looked at the thug's hand, which was still shaking. A moment later, the hand was already in the air. Thus the young man took his hand as he wanted to take from Tae-ho. Crazy screams were heard. The senior student's sword stuck into the academy building. The bandits' blood spilled over the dry ground. Returning to the brothers, the young man tried to bring one of them to consciousness. He was concerned that they had witnessed such terrible acts for them. He began to shake Tae-ho's head to wake him up. Everyone was scared. When they regained consciousness, they were glad that they were unharmed. Kang Won-hyun was reminded of past events only by a large bruise under his eye. And what's more, his older brother didn't even notice. Senior disciple Hyuk Musung held the old man's pale hand. He tried to feel something in that place. He thought with horror that it might be internal damage. The old man the young man was sitting next to was the head of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Young Ji-woon. Parabak wondered who could do such a thing to the old teacher. He came to the academy thinking, There, he met his younger brothers and other students. A joyful Yang Sokjin ran to meet him. Yang could not believe that he saw him alive. He was the third student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. He pounced on the boy with a hug that nearly knocked him to the ground. Ian's tears flowed from the happiness of seeing him next to him. Hyukmusanga finished the hug and looked at the others. Among the students, he did not see the fourth comrade, which alarmed him enough. The brothers were confused and did not immediately give him an answer. Hyukmusang didn't like it very much. He saw doubts in the eyes of the brothers. The old man asked Taeho, because he was Tarian's younger brother, who was missing among those present. Taeho was frightened and did not know what to answer him. But he still said that his brother had joined the guards to earn money for his father's treatment. All three looked away. They were very ashamed. As it turned out, Taeho had lost contact with his brother Theron 6 months ago. Hyukmusang listened carefully to the brothers. He also learned that they were sending people to find his brother, but it did not give any results. It had been 7 years since Hyukmusang had last been home. First, he met bandits hanging around the academy, and their teacher is lying with internal injuries for unknown reasons, and now the fourth brother has also disappeared. He couldn't understand what had happened here all these 7 years until he was around. The brothers, seeing him angry, were frightened and could not utter a single word. They had already seen their brother in a bad mood. That's why, pulling themselves together, they told how a strange man came to the academy 3 years ago. It was an unknown man. He demanded a duel with the academy teacher, why he refused. The stranger was sitting under the main gate of the academy and was bothering the students, starting fights. It turned out that the victims of the stranger were not only students of the academy, but also heads of other schools. As a result, the martial arts academies were closed one by one, after which there were more bandits in the city. The brothers said that they needed medicine for the teacher and therefore they had to borrow from the gangs. Listening to the brothers, it was clear that Hyukmusang did not like this story, and the brothers fell silent again. They were scared because of the older brother's reaction to their actions. Parubok thought about what the student said. He was interested in the story about the stranger. He was interested in why a stranger walking around the academies demanded a duel. And immediately after the stranger, swindlers appear, who are under the protection of bandits. And then, at the right moment, they offer to borrow money. Hyukmusang concluded that the bastards only had one goal, and that goal was Yangzhou County. The elder student ordered his brothers to be ready to help him in an important matter. He had enough determination to take revenge for everything the bandits had done. A lively discussion could be heard in the building where the gang was staying. Inside were thugs, one of whom looked like a commander-in-chief, and in front of him was Hyeonim kneeling without one arm. He tried to explain why he was left without money and without a hand. Gang leader Bangi was furious. He worried that after that their reputation was worthless. Hyeonim apologized for what happened. The commander-in-chief urgently wanted to know who did it, and who had the audacity to contact them. The man told him that he was the first student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Bangi was surprised by this answer. He thought it sounded familiar enough, he thought. Bangi tried to remember because he knew for sure that he knew something about it. And finally he remembered. In his memory, the young man looked courageous, with a sword in his hand, in tattered clothes. His eyes were wild, like those of a beast, and his face expressed confidence and determination. Fear caught his breath. The next moment there was a loud knock on the door. The guest walked confidently into the room. In front of him, Hyukmusang saw a bunch of bandits trembling with fear. In the middle of the room sat the commander-in-chief, whom the young man recognized. He greeted his old friend politely. Bangji looked at the boy with wide eyes and could not utter a word due to surprise and fear. Hyukmusang stood in the middle of the room with his frightened brothers and kept his eyes on Bangji. The old man reminded the bandit of his promise, which he made to him 10 years ago, that if he steps on his land again, the boy will make a eunuch out of him. The bandit alarmedly began to cover his body with his hands. And again he could not say a word because of fear. And the bandits who were next to the leader were incredibly surprised. They still didn't know who they were dealing with and why their commander-in-chief was behaving like that. So they decided to quickly deal with the young men. Hyukmusang ordered the brothers not to interfere, but to stand aside. He stood all alone with a sword in his hand against a whole bloodthirsty gang. The brothers supported the young man as best they could. The first blow from Musang landed directly in the groin of one of the bandits. Parabok did not make the next 2 criminals wait for long. He skillfully dealt with the bandits one by one, while his eyes burned with lightning. And the 3 brothers again witnessed their brother's extraordinary skills. It was difficult for them to look at the bandits, who changed from menacing to helpless. They were even sorry. The bandits were lying on the floor next to each other. One-armed Hyungnim watched this in the corner and trembled at what he saw. He was glad that it was his fate to remain without one arm, but alive. Musanga held a sword in his hands, from which the blood of the slain flowed. He looked at the survivors with a call to battle, but they were already too scared and slowly stepped back. Bangui sat in his chair with his teeth clenched and trembling with fear. He ordered everyone to go back. The commander-in-chief realized that his assistants would not be able to cope with the boy, so he decided to go into battle himself. He noted that during the times they had not seen each other, the young man had become stronger. Bangui hid his fear and calmly began to knead his hands. Behind stood other bandits who lowered their heads in shame. Rubbing his neck, he remembered the last meeting with the old man. Musang listened intently, while the three brothers stood tensely behind him. Bangui told the man about the humiliation and fear he remembers from the last meeting, which was 10 years ago. It seemed as if the young man's eyes began to shine brighter, and this meant only one thing. His patience was running out. Looking into the young man's eyes, Bangui was once again bound by incredible fear. This was not visible to others, which is why the young man's brothers were afraid for him, and the gang members supported their leader. Bangui clenched his fists, not sure if it was anger or worry. The next moment he fell to his knees and asked for forgiveness from Musang for all that he had done in the past. The three brothers did not yet understand what this meant. Their emotions changed very rapidly. Just a moment ago, they were very worried about their older brother. The team members stood in silence and could not believe their eyes. Standing on his knees, the bandit continued to pray for forgiveness. Musang appreciated the efforts of his opponent. Ban anxiously awaited his future fate, while the young man was thinking about what to do with him. He threw the sword on the floor and promised Ban one more chance. Why did he react with a wide smile and wide open eyes? In addition to the eunuch option, the young man offered him another option with a beating, which Ban chose with great pleasure. The first student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, Hwayeok Musang, put the letter on the table and asked him to sign it. Half-ghost gang leader Bang Ji couldn't open his eyes, which were swollen from being beaten. Parabok said that he should return to him the money that he had previously misappropriated. The bandit's eyes widened in indignation. In his opinion, the young man had asked for too much money. At the same moment, Bangui regretted it, because the young man hit his head with a sword so hard that blood poured from his nose. Hyeok Musang politely explained to him what the price was for. It wouldn't hurt him to pay a lot more for the fact that the gang was messing with students in other schools. The leader of the half-ghost gang meekly agreed with what the boy said and thanked him. Musang didn't understand what Ban was thanking him for, because he hadn't had time to do anything yet. The bandit was unable to contain his anger. Ban's behavior was incomprehensible to Parabkov. He looked at him carefully. Parubok asked what exactly caused such behavior. Bangui waved it off and turned his face away. Not understanding the interlocutor, Musang decided to urgently take his money and leave, for which he received indignation again. Ban didn't want to give up the money, at least not now. The old man raised his hand up and made a fist. His eyes lit up and he raised his fist to the bandit's face. After that, he immediately agreed to the boy's request. From the building where the half-ghost gang lived, the commander-in-chief could be heard giving orders to his charges. Teko admired his older brother. He looked up to him as his teacher. The four brothers stood and discussed Musang's achievements. They never tired of admiring him, to which the young man replied that there were people outside their district who were much stronger than the local bandits. But Jong Tai-ho did not stop. Turning around, Hyuk Musang looked at the brothers. He turned to Brother Khan and asked if nothing was bothering him. Khan was surprised by his address. He did not answer immediately, but thought about his brother's question. Musang waited patiently for an answer. Kang hesitantly replied to his brother about his concerns about talking to the half-ghost gang. After all, behind them is a huge group called Great Power. His elder brother advised him not to worry about it because he has a great plan. Hearing this, the brothers rejoiced. Musang began to tell his brothers exactly what he had come up with. The young men were very interested, so they tried not to miss any of his words. Parubok announced that he was going to become stronger than his enemy. Khan didn't like it because even their strong brother couldn't stand against such a majestic group. Musang realized that the brothers did not understand that he meant all of them together. Khan was standing all red, sweat was running down his face. His teeth were clenched. He was shaking all over, holding a huge stone together with his brothers, and the older brother sat on a stone and told why they should become strong. With Musang absent from the academy, they should be able to protect her without his help. The legs of all three brothers were shaking. They tried with all their might to hold on. Next, the young men learned to use weapons and developed combat skills. Training was like bullying the young men. Musang knocked the swords out of their hands with ease, and it all started over. The older brother swung his sword and brought him almost close to Khan's face. The young man was scared to death. After that, the young man stuck a wooden sword into the building, very close to his brother's face. After that, Musang kindly invited the next young man. It was clear that there was a lot of work. The young men stood exhausted and begged their brother for rest. But in this case, Musang is adamant, because in front of the enemy, they will not have the opportunity to rest. The boys wanted it to be over as soon as possible, because it was not like training at all, more like torture. After saying that the last young man would get extra training, they ran ahead of each other. Evening fell. The sun was already setting, painting the celestial body in a red-yellow color. Only now the unbearable training of the young men was finally finished. Musang didn't want to make the first training difficult, so he advised the boys to rest well, because the next one would be more serious. The older brother left them, and the hand lay on the ground and trembled from fatigue. The young men were not able to answer Musang, because at that moment they could not do anything at all. They lay motionless on the earth without strength. After resting a little, a young man named Yang was puzzled by the power of his older brother and wanted to share his thoughts with others. The brothers listened to him attentively and seemed to agree with him. Khan also began to ponder this question. He remembered how 10 years ago their elder brother had defeated about 20 warriors, but it was not easy for him and he almost did not die from his injuries. Yang supported his opinion, saying that their brother wasn't even tired today. There wasn't even a drop of sweat. Khan wondered what exactly could have caused his older brother's growing strength. While they pondered the question of strength, Musang tried diligently to help the teacher. He understood that the old man's body was very weak due to the long absence of treatment, but he intended to correct the situation, because their teacher was a strong enough man. He gratefully remembered the brothers who had taken care of the old man all this time. But a lot of time has passed. Musang was very worried about this. It was necessary to urgently fight for his health and start his urgent real treatment. Musang tried to pump energy into the old man, and the teacher's body responded to his efforts. Radiant energy absorbed the entire space of the room. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and coughed. Blood came out of it and fell on the floor. The old man was happy about this because it was the beginning of real treatment. Hyuk Musang worked carefully with the chi energy so as not to harm the patient. There was too much energy, which could be dangerous for the teacher's sick body. Parubok tried his best not to lose control over the situation. The old man coughed again and again. This scared Musang, and he thought it was time to finish. The whole process looked quite dangerous. Everything around glowed with a white energy glow. It was a quiet, peaceful evening. A huge moon hung over the sleeping district. The dark blue sky sparkled with stars. The old teacher was resting after treating Musang. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Parubok was puzzled. He did not expect that it would happen so quickly. His next emotion was joy and tears in his eyes. The teacher said his name. It was a miracle. The old man looked at the young man and could not believe that in front of him was his student, who had not been around for a very long time. Musang felt guilty before him. He fell to his knees and began to bow to his teacher. He regretfully begged forgiveness for being absent for so long. The teacher extended a weak hand to him and called him to him. The young man approached him cautiously. The old man reached for his face and thanked him for the fact that he returned unharmed. Musang's tears flowed like a river. After the teacher woke up, his student sat by his bed for a long time. The man's hand slammed the glass on the table. The concerned man with black hair was unpleasantly surprised. It was the commander-in-chief of the great power group, Huban. He was displeased to learn that the half-ghost gang had been robbed. Huban glared at the local commander named Chisholm. He did not understand why the Dragon and Tiger Academy still existed. It was a surprise to the commander-in-chief that Hyuk Musang had returned to the academy. The news that Ochisama told did not bring any joy at all. Huban had a desire to immediately fix everything. He clearly gave the order to destroy those who robbed them, and to send there the commander of the Iron Demons Gokchi Gol, so that he immediately fixes everything. First, Hawk had to destroy the teacher and then the academy itself. After giving the order, Huban was absolutely sure that there should be no obstacles with this task. The door closed, and Ochisama left to do his work. In an empty room, left alone with his own thoughts, Huban craved revenge. Parubok stood half naked. His back was covered with numerous wounds after a terrible war. He was standing lost in his own thoughts when he heard an unknown voice behind him. Turning around, he heard words he did not like. Allegedly returning after a difficult war, he sentenced himself to a worthless death. and again the young man's eyes shone with anger. The dagger fell heavily on the floor from the enemy's blow. The weapon's owner sat nearby, holding a bloody shoulder. Hyuk Musang approached the enemy. Behind the young man stood his brothers. Yan was holding a blood-stained sword in his hands. He was proud of his work. The wounded man looked menacingly at the boy, and he said that the offenders will have to answer for their audacity. Instead, Musang politely asked to relay a message from him to the other members of the gang. That Yangzhou County is now protected by the Dragon and Tiger Academy, and if the bandits venture into this land even one more time, they will regret it bitterly. In the meantime, gossip was spreading through houses and institutions with great speed. Having lunch, two local men were sitting at the table. They discussed the events of the previous night animatedly. Allegedly, the Dragon and Tiger Academy once again defeated another gang. Despite the small number of martial masters in the academy, she was powerful. It seemed to be all thanks to Hyoku Musang, who possessed remarkable fighting skills. One of the locals smiled curiously before saying what was probably the most important thing in this conversation, about the fact that the academy gave money to the victims of extortion, which the fraudsters took from them. The second local resident was too surprised by what he heard. It turned out that he is also one of the victims of those bandits. He was very annoyed that his friend didn't tell him about it right away. Without wasting another minute, the man ran to the academy to get the money that the gang had taken earlier. His interlocutor, remaining in place, observed the behavior of his friend. The thought flashed through my mind that finally there would be peace in Yangzhou County. At that time, a large number of local residents gathered under the academy, waiting for the return of their lost fortunes. The three brothers did not expect that there would be so many deceived people. There was an incredible uproar, and the young men did not know how to cope with it. They seemed to be losing control of the situation. Local residents did not stop their complaints. All of a sudden, Taeho felt a touch on his shoulder. It was their older brother, Hyuk Musang. He looked calm and determined. He urged everyone present to calm down. While the other brothers tried to create a commotion, nothing came of it. The elder brother's words instantly affected the locals, and they immediately fell silent. Teko was surprised by such silence. After all, Musang's voice was too calm to be heard. Parubak began his address to local residents. He knew how many people suffered from bloodthirsty bandits. Intimidation and extortion kept people in incredible fear for a long time. Listening to Musang's words, the locals remembered all the suffering they had to go through. Parubak promised everyone present that he would never allow such lawlessness again. Another promise was that he would protect the district and bring back the times when all people lived in peace and harmony. Deceived people did not hold back their tears. Musang urged everyone to rely on his loyal assistance and take turns to deal with everyone's issues. In this dead silence, someone's words were suddenly heard, which shamed those present for their behavior. Yerba parted, and a little old man came out of the crowd. He expressed his gratitude for the fact that the students of the academy had helped the poor people from the bottom of their hearts when they had raised such a terrible commotion in return. He took Musang's hands and apologized for his behavior. The old man once again thanked the old man, saying that without him, the inhabitants would have faced a difficult fate. And he replied that they are doing their job with great pleasure. Yerba stood quietly and listened attentively to the conversation between the man and the young man. In their eyes, hope was born for a peaceful life, which was once. The old man wanted to add something very important. Musang was ready to listen to him and help if needed. Unexpectedly, the joyful old man announced that he was the first in line to be deceived. The old man was stunned. Most of the people certainly did not expect this from the old man. Suddenly, a voice was heard among the people asking about the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Musang informed the stranger that this was exactly the academy he was looking for. The little old man was furious that his first place in line was now in jeopardy. The stranger was happy to hear and said that he was looking for Hyuk Musang. The old man was perplexed. He did not understand who was in front of him and what he needed. He introduced himself as an ordinary traveler, and who was very eager for a match with the senior student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. The brothers carefully looked at the stranger, and it seemed to them that they had already heard this voice somewhere. And Teko realized that it was he who had wounded his teacher. He recognized him. He quickly told this to his elder brother. Musang stood in front of the enemy and thought that it was not for nothing that an unknown traveler was standing in front of him, right after he dealt with the two bandits. He noted that this tactic is already known to him and is very obvious. The old man kindly invited the traveler to enter the room. It was a quiet, calm, and sunny day. The academy lived, it seemed, its usual life. Local residents began to whisper. Some discussed the strange and threatening stranger, while others pondered what would happen next. The traveler stood, waiting for the match, and examined the academy. She was inconspicuous and not at all threatening. He didn't understand why he had to travel such a long way to get here. Standing in front of his opponent, Musang recommended himself and bowed as a sign of respect. The stranger did the same and gave his name. It was Hokchigol. Unexpectedly, the young man called his brother Yan and ordered him to deal with the traveler. The brother was frightened by this order. Hokchigol took it as a joke and challenged the academy's senior student to a duel again, to which Musang replied that he was not going to engage in a duel with a simple traveler. Chigol took this as an insult, saying that he was a worthy opponent. The old man asked the stranger who was actually standing before him and what he was worth. Called a simple traveler, Hokchigol hesitated and did not know what to answer the student. He was driven into a dead end. Musang then asked about his achievements. Maybe a high status or something. Why exactly should the senior student of the academy enter into a duel with him? To which Chigol had to answer that he was an ordinary traveler. He was beside himself with anger. The older brother openly mocked the stranger, who became even more angry because of that. Younger brother Yan was not pleased with this picture. He was overcome with fear. Musang calmly announced that the issue was resolved and the match could begin. He ordered his brother to take up arms. For Hokchigol, this situation was humiliating, but there was nothing he could do. He turned to the older student and said that he would kill his younger brother, and then he would get to him as well. From what he heard, Jan began hysterically begging for mercy. The place where the traveler was emptied in an instant, leaving only dust there. The next moment the traveler was already in the air with a sword in his hand. Having dealt the first blow to the student, the battle was begun. Ian could barely stay on his feet. Out of fear, his legs unconsciously retreated back. The other brothers stood aside and watched their brother. They were very worried about him. Holding the sword, Jan's hands trembled with the realization of the inevitable failure. It was only the beginning of the fight, but the student was already exhausted and very frightened by the strength of the opponent. Hokchigol was ready to deliver the next blow, hoping that the student could no longer withstand it. He was sure that in front of him was too easy a prey, which he would handle very quickly. The student, allegedly, had already accepted his fate and was ready for inevitable death. His brother supported him, seeing how it was not easy for him. At this time, Musang was also busy with equally important things, watching from the side. Hokchigol and a disciple named Yang stood facing each other, holding weapons in their hands. Kang Won-hyun walked up to his older brother and said that Yang might not be able to handle such a strong opponent. Khan was very concerned about this. Musang turned to Yang's disciple and asked him if he wanted to leave the fight. Yan clenched his sword tightly in his hands as he pondered the question. After that, he clearly decided that he would not leave the battlefield and would fight to the end. Musang felt quite proud of his younger brother. Rivals stood opposite each other. Yang, sword raised, and Hokchigol, burning with rage. The traveler was greatly angered by the student's self-confidence. The desire to kill him became even stronger. He rushed at the student with all his might. The thought that the opponent was much stronger than him did not leave Ian. Their swords crossed in a brutal duel. Even though the opponent was very powerful, Yan had a weapon that his older brother had given him. It was much stronger and sharper. That is why it was enough for a student of the academy to make only one blow, while for a traveler, 3 times more. Local residents who came earlier to the academy watched the match. They wanted to stop it as soon as possible, thereby saving the student. It was obvious that Hokchigol had to exert a lot of effort, which was a surprise for him, because the academy student easily repelled all his attacks. The traveler was furious. He looked at the young opponent with interest and noted that he must be much weaker than him. Chigol firmly grasped his sword with both hands. He rushed with hatred to strike a decisive blow. The student, looking at this, understood that his end had come. Hyuk Musang watched intently what was happening. He then began to remind his brother of what he had learned in training. Yang listened carefully to his older brother. After that, he took 2 steps to the left, as Musang instructed him. As a result, the student avoided a terrible, fatal blow, and before the opponent came to his senses, he hit him with his sword in response. It was like Yang remembered everything he had learned from his older brother's training. And it brought results. All 3 brothers watched the 4th. The smaller ones were alarmed, while Musang calmly noted the skills that Yang possessed. The local residents did not want to stop the duel, but stood and waited until the student finished with the insolent traveler. The stranger was irritated by the skills of his opponent. His confidence in his victory left him little by little. The student was surprised and happy at the same time that he finally managed to catch such a strong warrior with his sword. He couldn't tell if it was the traveler's weakness or perhaps the advice his older brother had given him. Musang stood with his arms crossed over his chest with a slight smile. He was satisfied with his brother's work, a little more, and it seemed that the traveler's patience would come to an end. He yelled at the student for stabbing him with the sword, but in reality, he was yelling because of his weakness, but he didn't want to admit it. He shouted very loudly, promising to give the student a difficult death. Musang turned to his brother again, reminding him of what they had been taught. The match continued with renewed vigor. While competing with the traveler, the student was quietly talking to himself all the time about the rules and skills he had learned in training. Such behavior helped the young man a lot. He felt more confident. And at the moment when Chigol almost reached the young man's body with his sword, and Musang continued to help his brother, Yan, following his brother's instructions exactly, delivered a powerful blow to the enemy. The elder brother continued to shout out his instructions, and Ian tried to fulfill them exactly. And finally the first blood spilled on the ground. It was Hok Chigol's blood. The student plunged his sword into the enemy's body. After that, Musang approached them. Watching the stranger's defeat, the young man told him that the decision to fight the senior student of the academy was a mistake, because that match would be much more difficult. Hok Chigol was beside himself with anger, for it all looked as if the young youth had defeated a mighty warrior. Musang patiently watched his cries. The old man was furious, his eyes shining with rage. Holding his hands behind his back, he approached the traveler. Seeing his rage, Hok froze. Musang gave the traveler a sharp blow, after which he fell to the ground. Parubka was outraged by the superior attitude towards the academy and its students. He rose into the air and approached the traveler lying on the ground. Lightning flew from the senior student. This quite frightened Chigol. Looking at the student, sweat dripped from his forehead. The young man's eyes burned with red fire. He did not take his eyes off his victim. The hand of the uninvited guest touched the ground. He trembled with fear and understood that his death was very close. Therefore, bowing his head in front of the senior student, he asked for forgiveness. He fell on his knees before him and begged for mercy. Musang glanced at the crowd of locals and decided not to take the lives of the brats so that it would serve as a reminder, for him and everyone else, of the rules in Yangzhou County. After that, the young man ordered him to get away. Hok Chigol could hardly contain his joy. The brothers, together with the local residents, rejoiced at the brotherly victory. The traveler quickly kicked his heels. Musang and his men, watching this, rejoiced that good had won after all. Chigol fled, dreaming of only one thing, that when he got to his gang, they would easily find a way to destroy the academy along with its followers. Musang understood this, but did not want to end the case in front of the civilians. Therefore, he quickly caught up with the scoundrel and dealt a heavy blow. An incredible force threw Chigol and hit the ground. He sat with his elbow resting on a fallen tree. Blood poured from his mouth. Approaching the scoundrel, Musang apologized to him and said he couldn't let him go. He gripped the sword tighter in his hand before the next strike. It seemed to Chigol that nothing could help him. His eyes were filled with suffering and inevitability. Having come close to him, the young man looked at him with his red, shining eyes. He promised to kill him painlessly if he answered just one of his questions. A red-hot metal object was raised to the man's naked torso. The young man's face expressed unbearable pain. The metal object was again raised to the heat to deliver the next painful blow. A man with a burnt body sat chained to a chair. In front of him were two more people. Their faces were hidden by a cloth, and weapons were hanging from their belts. The executioners tried to find out who exactly sent this man to spy on them. It seems that the young man did not understand what he was being asked about. He came to Uni County to earn some money, and now he is sitting on the torture chair. There was another man who watched silently and did not interfere in the conversation. The young man's answer did not satisfy the man, and he reached for his sword. Unexpectedly, the young man became angry while sitting in a chair. The man, who already wanted to deal with the victim, became worried after hearing something about his brother. He looked menacingly at his executioners, his eyes red with anger. It was the fourth student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Zhong Taeryung. He was the first child of Chairman Jung Ji-woon. The man became curious about his older brother, but continued. He slowly took his sword out of its sheath to end this conversation. Having promised that he would certainly send his brother after him, he raised his sword above the victim's head. The executioner was the scoundrel Hok Chigol. Hyuk Musang, the first student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, stood in the middle of the dark forest, holding a sword that had just been tucked into his belt. And on the ground lay the bloody body of Gok Chigol, whose head had been cut off. Musang thought about the Blood Emperor. It was one of the top 10 masters, known as one of the 4 great devil emperors, the late head of the Demon Union. Parabak mused, perhaps the people who obeyed the head of the Demon Union had conquered the great power. Perhaps these people are going to conquer not only Yangzhou County, but also the entire Gansu province. In addition, they left behind the Kongtong sect, which closed down after the Great War. Protecting Yangzhou County is becoming more and more difficult. Musang rose into the air high above the trees and headed towards the academy. It was a quiet evening. The academy teacher was standing by a large tree. He was talking to someone invisible, calling him his master. It seemed that he was talking to his teacher, who is no longer in the world of the living. He asked for forgiveness for staying on the ground for a while. It so happened that Musang brought him back to life and cured him. The teacher remembered the boy as still very small and frail when he and the woman took the boy to their family, and now he is very proud of him. After the duel with Gokchigol, the academy received about 20 requests for training. The academy and all the locals seem to have perked up with the return of Hyok Musang. His achievements may lead to the return of the old days. The teacher bent his head to the tree and began to scratch its crown with his nails. He trembled as he spoke of the fact that one boy had disappeared after all. It was his eldest son who left to earn some money and save his father. Tears fell from the teacher's eyes. He did not know if his son Therion was alive, wounded, or hungry. At this time, Musang was standing around the corner with his arms folded across his chest and his head down. He understood his teacher's pain, but he didn't know how to help him. He remembered their sick mother lying on the bed before her death. Everyone stood by the mother's bed and cried bitterly, realizing that they were saying goodbye to her. Except for Musang, he had no tears. It was a depressing picture, a father with children and a mother in bed who leaves them forever. Before her death, she called Musang to her. He slowly approached her excitedly. She asked him to fulfill her last request. Parabak listened attentively and was ready to do anything. She said that she tried to love all 3 students as her own children. His only dying request was that Musang take care of Taiho and Therion as his own younger brothers. It was a very difficult time, and for the young man as well. Musang agreed. Bitter tears fell from his eyes, and the mother could go to another world with relief, leaving her sons behind. Sitting in his room, the young man took out paper to write a letter. In his thoughts was the fact that after the great brutal war, he promised himself many times not to associate with scum. He dipped the brush in ink and began to write a letter. The only things in his mind were the rogues who want to take over the county and the missing 4th brother. He could not control his emotions. He was angry because he did not know how to solve these issues. He put down his brush abruptly, finishing his letter. It was written on the paper that it was a request, and the young man asked to keep it a secret. The signature was White Tiger. A drunken homeless man sang his terrible songs in some institution. People around tried to stay away because he was emitting a miserable stench. He continued to dance and sing, until suddenly Musang appeared behind him with a letter in his hand. He slapped the tramp across the face to finally shut him up. The owner of the establishment was outraged by the presence of a drunken homeless man. She thought that he would destroy her business with his antics. The owner's husband tried to calm her down, saying that the tramp might be part of a gang, and then there might be trouble, at which the woman just laughed. Bezhatko seemed a little crazy. He approached the owner of the establishment, opening his mouth wide, and asked her to pour a little wine there. The stench from there was unbearable. It was at this moment that Musang passed by. He threw the vagabond to the ground. He did not understand what happened and who did it. He suddenly rose from the ground, made several revolutions in the air and landed on the ground. People around could not believe that the tramp was capable of such tricks, and he just turned his head in different directions. Bezhatko could not find his offender. He began to ask people if they had seen someone suspicious. The hobo didn't notice anyone until someone touched his back. And this meant that his abuser must be a great master of martial arts. The vagabond looked at his hand, where he saw an unknown piece of paper that came from an unknown source. There was a special sign in the corner of the paper, and this meant that the perpetrator was a mysterious master who knew a secret code. This angered the tramp, and he immediately decided to tell the elder about it. He jumped sharply on one building, then on another, higher and higher, until he completely disappeared from human eyes. This shocked the owner of the establishment. It became clear to them and their husband that, after all, he is a master of a gang of beggars. They were scared. The strong hand of the angry man crushed the glass. In the middle of the room stood the commander-in-chief of the great power group, Myonghuban. Behind him was a local commander named O Chizuma. The local commander said that they had been defeated again, but the fame of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy was only growing. It also became known that Gokchigol suddenly disappeared or ran away immediately after the match. Myonghuban ordered to immediately find him and bring him to him. Ochisama inquired about the fate of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. The commander-in-chief called Jan Sotha to him. He was instantly on the spot. He was called the Ghost Killer, and his stealth techniques were incredibly impressive. Jan Sotha suggested that Gok Chigul was defeated. The commander-in-chief did not want to believe it. According to Sotha, they were dealing with a powerful master, even if the rumors about him were a little embellished. His face became quite hideous. He planned to set up an ambush to defeat the enemy. Myung Huben thought about the best way to get exactly what he wanted. He ordered the Dragon and Tiger Academy to be crushed in Hyuk Musang's absence. Jan Sotha began to worry that he would remain unharmed. But Myung Huban planned something more cruel. He wanted to destroy the academy and its students so that he could have enough of Musang's tears. And when he has no one to protect him, strike him from behind. Huben was determined. At this time, the Dragon and Tiger Academy had a peaceful everyday life. A gentleman called Ham visited there. After seeing that the students were cleaning, he noticed that they needed an assistant for this. To which Musang smiled and replied that this was a common thing for the students of the academy. Mr. Huck began to touch the young man on the shoulder and shower him with compliments. And nearby in the house sat a young lady with brown long hair and watched them. The girl was sitting in the room with her grandmother, who kept telling her not to delay. Grandmother's name was Papa. She was alarmed by something. The young lady looked out the window and thought about whether she was changing people's lives. She watched Musang, who was having a friendly conversation with Mr. Gak. Grandmother Papach did not understand what the lady was talking about. She suggested that perhaps people change in the face of death, to which the lady reacted with a strange look, as if the old woman was carrying some nonsense. Papa continued to develop her opinion because many people think the same. Musang heard something and lifted his head up. They were afraid that they would be seen, and sharply lowered their heads with a thud on the table. Musang saw a red flying snake in the sky. It flew very high and was quite beautiful. The old man had other things to do, so they kindly said goodbye to Mr. Hook and wished each other a good day. The grandmother in the window felt her forehead, which she had damaged while hiding from the boy. The young lady and Papach kept a close eye on the Dragon and Tiger Academy and were very afraid that they would be noticed. Grandma was surprised that Musang was a simple academy student, and at the same time he is followed by a man named Mujun from the noble Muram family. The young lady with long hair did not understand what the old woman was mumbling about. Suddenly she was worried. She abruptly got up from the table and looked out the window. The lady noticed a man hanging around the academy. She didn't like it. She hadn't seen him before. An unfamiliar man approached the students with a confident gait. He approached Kang Won-hyun, who was sweeping the academy yard at the time. The stranger looked at the academy and almost laughed at its simplicity. Khan didn't understand what this man needed, or why he was here right after Musang left the academy. The stranger began to insult Khan, not understanding how he could defeat Gok Chigul. The student looked of insufficient rank. Kang Won-hyun asked the stranger to leave, as their academy does not hold any duels. Hearing this, the brat laughed again. As it turned out, he came for another. The stranger suddenly pounced on Khan. He came close and punched him in the stomach with all his might. As a result, the student flew away from the stranger with insane force. The brothers and the teacher were alarmed when they heard strange sounds. They quickly ran outside and saw Kang Won-hyun slumped to the ground. The expression on his face betrayed pain and incomprehension, and blood flowed from his mouth. A huge pool of the academy student's blood formed on the ground. The stranger dragged his sword across the ground, sparks flying from it. It seemed that he was not going to engage in a duel with this boy. His behavior was arrogant and arrogant. He laughed at the powerlessness of the academy and its students. The enraged brothers pounced on the uninvited scoundrel to protect their brother. But at that moment, a teacher came out of the building and ordered to stop. Although the brothers were ready for battle, the teacher urged the Kaaba to respect them, because they are still part of the Muram alliance. The stranger couldn't hold back his laughter again. He decided to act accordingly if they were part of an alliance. The phantom killer Jan Sotha rose into the air and disappeared before the brothers' eyes. Swinging his sword over the teacher's head, he was about to finish him off, and with all others, of course, too. His face showed great satisfaction. It was a calm, beautiful, sunny day. In the middle of the forest grew a huge tree, on the leaves of which bright rays of the sun played. In addition to the ray, someone else was resting on the tree, someone disgusting and unpleasant. That did not really fit into the overall picture of beautiful nature. His snoring spoiled the peace and quiet. Suddenly, the unpleasant man woke up. He saw Musang under the tree. Parabok said that he sent the letter 10 days ago. The unpleasant man immediately jumped from his bed to the ground. Outwardly, he resembled a mad beast and at the same time a vagabond. He was the head of a gang of beggars nicknamed Ghost Mask. The head of the beggar gang, Ghost Mask, approached Hyuk Musang, asking where he had been hiding for the past 2 years. Parubak was interested in the reason for his question, because they no longer had any business in common. From the expression on the face of the leader of the gang of beggars, it seemed that he was insulted to hear this. Musang suddenly noticed another man in the forest, to which the ghostly mask replied that the man had received the letter from the boy earlier than he had. Someone's heavy, strong foot stepped on the ground. He was a member of a gang of beggars of a special purpose unit. A stocky man stood in front of the sledgehammer, calling him the White Tiger. The man's body was covered with numerous scars. Musang called the man Number 8. It seems that they were previously acquainted. Number 8 clenched his fist and prepared to attack. He wondered if the young man had improved his skills or if everything remained the same. The burly man sprang from his seat, and his massive fist flew straight at Musang. The old man stood calmly and looked at his old acquaintance, and at the moment when the fist almost touched the boy's body, there was a bright light, and the ground shook from the impact of considerable force. This was due to Musang stopping his opponent's powerful fist, which was approaching at breakneck speed, with his hand. They stayed in this position for a few seconds, looking into each other's eyes. The stocky man looked at the boy with curiosity in his eyes. Musang's eyes, on the other hand, showed irritation. Finally, a smile appeared on the face of the stocky bandit. He couldn't believe that the White Tiger was alive and standing in front of him. He embraced him with his huge arms and could not contain his joy. The next moment, Musang pushed his friend away, explaining that men should not give in to such emotions. This offended the bandit, because at one time he considered himself the closest to the boy. Among the other 4 guards, Musang was overcome with memories. He pondered. He remembered sitting on the cold ground in the dark night, blood pouring from his mouth. Next to him stood 3 guards, 2 young men and 1 frightened girl. The head of the Phantom Mask gang rose sharply into the air, putting his foot forward. He was angry and scolded the stout Number 8. His leg was on his head. He was rapidly approaching 8. The head of the gang and the teacher of the stocky man kicked him on the head with great force. The teacher didn't like that the student used his wind gust skills while covering his teacher with dust. To which Number 8 replied that he was very glad to see the return of an old friend, whom he thought dead. This did not convince the Ghost Mask, and he began to beat his student as hard as he could, while he covered his head with his hands. What he heard surprised Musang. He didn't know that Number 8 was a student of Ghost Mask. The teacher said that he was his only student, but he hoped that Number 8 would become more sensible after a few tasks. Number 8 powerfully snorted blood. He could see that Musang was surprised that he was a beggar. Even so, Number 8 thought he was pretty cute. There was silence in the air. The leader of the gang and the young man kept their eyes on the 8th. After that, Musang turned to the leader of the gang with a question. Number 8 felt invisible at that moment. The old man remembered that 6 years ago, the Ghost Mask made a promise to help him with any request 3 times. The bandit was surprised that he remembered the promise and looked askance at him. But the young man hastened to assure the bandit that he could forget about the promise. Why did he shout angrily that he does not go back on his words and will do anything the young man asks? Musang wanted to be sure of his intentions. Therefore, he repeated his question, whether the bandit is definitely ready for any help. This gave Ghost Mask a bit of a scare. With fear, he began to think about the problems that the young man might have and what he would have to face. Meanwhile, the Dragon and Tiger Academy had its own worries. The stranger was moving from side to side in the air at breakneck speed. The students of the academy had never seen anything like this. The unknown pounced on the old teacher, crossing swords in a duel. He was amused by the old man's skills. Not much at all, but they were better than his students. After that, he decided to speed up his movements, and the old man could not catch his gaze. The teacher assessed the enemy's equipment and noted that it belongs to warriors of almost the highest rank. Circling around like a ghost, the stranger brazenly mocked the old man. The teacher tried to strike the opponent, but he was already behind him. The old man's methods were too slow. Jung Tae-ho grabbed his sword and rushed to the defense of the academy teacher, Jung Ji-woon. He struck the first blow, which did not even touch the enemy. On the stranger's back, with a sword in his hand, another student Yan pounced. He tried to catch the enemy, but he was too fast. He is like a proud fat cat who played with poor mice. The brothers and the teacher decided to stand with their backs to each other in order to strike at any moment. Kang Won-hyun was still lying on the ground with blood running down his face. He remembered the words of his elder brother, who, while training them, said that they must be strong to protect the academy at any moment. Khan looked at his brothers and teacher. He felt sad that they were so weak against the enemy. He was annoyed and angry at himself for not being able to fight back, at a stranger who wanted to destroy everything Kang Won-hyun had. Suddenly he felt a touch and incredible warmth on his back. His fear knew no bounds. Heavy unknown hung over him. Overpowering himself, he turned and saw an unknown figure. It was a young, beautiful lady who informed him not to worry. She only improved his chi circulation. Khan looked at her and did not understand who she was and why she was here. At this time, the strange stranger continued to torture his victims. He mockingly chose whose life to end first. The old man's eyes showed fear of the inevitable. Teko seems to have been prepared for any development. Brother Yan gritted his teeth and prepared for a tough battle. Nahaba suggested that the victims choose with their own hands who will die first. Teko could not stand such humiliation and made it clear that he was not afraid of him and was ready for his attack. The old man tried to stop the student. The abomination was pleased that the victim had chosen herself, and pounced on the student to kill him. Teko stood in anticipation, trying to catch the enemy's gaze. The teacher understood that these could be the last minutes when his son remained alive. The unbearable pain of powerlessness was visible on his face. Suddenly, the blade of the attacker's sword was stopped by 2 fingers of an unfamiliar figure, which saved Taeho from imminent death. It was a pretty lady who had helped Khan with his chi before. The stranger did not expect such a turn of events. The self-confident lady turned to the ghostly killer Jan Soth, with a clarification about his bravery or stupidity. She twisted the blade with 2 fingers with ease. After that, she started twisting the killer's hand itself. Due to the tremendous force, the blade of Sotha's sword crumbled into pieces, and he himself was thrown into the air. The lady was outraged that he dared to attack an academy that was part of the Murim Alliance right in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were red with rage. The phantom killer Jan Sotha cried out in excruciating pain. He lost his arm. The academy was smeared everywhere with his blood. The beautiful lady put her foot on his chest insolently, and she turned to him almost in a whisper, stopping his pitiful cries. She knew well who was in front of her. As she slowly drew her sword, she waited for Jan Sotha to give at least one reason why he should stay alive. He was outraged, and despite his defeat, continued to express his insolence. The lady with long hair did not appreciate such a reckless gesture on the part of the enemy. She prepared to deliver the last blow for her husband, gripping the sword tightly. She raised it to the man's head, who was screaming in fear. Suddenly, the teacher of the academy, Jung Ji-woon, called to stop. The blade of the girl's sword barely managed to touch Yang Sote's body. Taeho did not understand what his father was going to do. Everyone froze. Jung Ji-woon asked the lady to spare the scoundrel. She looked at him, a look of incomprehension on her face. John Taeho started shouting to his father that this stranger deserved to die because he broke into the academy and wanted to kill everyone. The old man was not going to explain his intention. The lady began to assure the teacher that they would easily deal with the consequences. Even if he is not alone, it will be possible for them. Despite persuasion and a lot of arguments, the teacher did not change his decision and left without explanation. Jan Sotha coughed, drawing attention to himself. He suggested that the old man's decision was a valid reason for staying alive, and a cheeky smile appeared on his face again. Hiding her sword, the long-haired lady agreed to let the scoundrel live. The phantom killer, Jan Sotha, watched the lady back away from him with a look of victory, but suddenly, looking at him, she decided to find out who sent him to the academy, and therefore an interrogation was necessary. The brat did not like this thought very much. The lady once again, but with more force, stepped on his chest. So much so that blood poured from his mouth, and his eyes became rounder. It seemed that he was somewhere between worlds, because his gaze was empty. The teacher and his brothers approached the lady and the stranger. She told them her name. It was Heavenly Sword Goddess Mujin Gomhwa, the head patrol of the Northern Command of the Murim Alliance. Old Master Jong Ji-woon was stunned by this news. The brothers behind him couldn't hold back their surprise either. Meanwhile, far from the academy, in a dense green forest, the leader of the beggar gang was listening to his first assignment from Musang, and the task was to find the 4th brother, Taeyong, the first son of the head of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, Jung Ji-woon. Musang could see the bandits' concern and therefore said that even a small hint, at least something, would be enough. Number 8 was indignant that the lad would ask for such a trifle as looking for a certain person, to which Musang said that this is not just a person, and it is very important. Number 8 again received from his teacher on the head, and the leader of the gang agreed to fulfill the request, leaving behind the right to 2 more. Musang, hoping for his help, was about to leave the forest. But the head of the gang of beggars, Ghost Mask, called the boy again. He asked if the terrible war was really over according to the young man. Number 8 at this time begged for attention from his teacher in the form of another blow to the head. Musang thought about his words, and he replied that it no longer concerns him, and he does not want to interfere in the affairs of the Murim alliance. After a second, only his dust remained on the place where the young man was standing, and he disappeared from the eyes of the bandits. It was unclear to the head of the beggar gang if the white tiger had always been this powerful. Ghost Mask turned to number 8 and instructed him to find the boy Musang was talking about. Number 8, without saying anything, looked mysteriously into the distance. After that, he turned to the head of the gang and said that it does not concern him anymore, and he does not want to interfere in this matter. After these words, number 8 was hit in the face with terrible force. At this time, Musang had already opened the gates to the Dragon and Tiger Academy. What he saw scared him. In the middle of the yard, he saw Brother Teho, who was washing pools of blood from the floor. He immediately ran up to Teho and began to ask what happened here. The younger brother informed Musang that as soon as he left, a young lady came to the academy. The old man, losing control, grabbed Teko's face and started asking a bunch of questions. He was worried that no one had been hurt. Musang scolded himself for allowing his loved ones to remain in danger. Teho told his brother about everything that had happened, and that everyone was alive and unharmed thanks to Murim, the main patrol of the Alliance's northern command. It was unclear to Parubkov why the chief patrolman needed a simple village academy. Musang believed that there must be some other reason why the lady ended up in their academy. The old man was going to thank Mrs. Mujun Gomkvi for her help. Therefore, he went to the building where the lady and the teacher were having tea, and ordered his brother to finish his business. Meanwhile, the teacher of the academy graciously treated his guests. With the young lady was a grandmother named Papa Somimi, a dragon wand warrior, one of the best Murim masters. The teacher of the academy was incredibly happy to receive such honored guests. He thanked them again for their help. Papa Somimi said that only Miss Mujun deserves credit because she herself offered to help the academy. After these words, Grandmother Popok's face changed. It expressed unbearable pain, because at that moment Miss Mujun's leg hit Pope's leg hard, while Papa writhed in pain. The young lady insisted that she was just doing her job as a patrolman and ended up near the academy completely by accident. Teacher John Jiwoon got up from the table and expressed his desire to thank the patrol lady for her help. Folding his hands in front of him and closing his eyes, he turned to Mrs. Mujun Gomkwi in gratitude for their salvation. The guests were embarrassed to receive thanks from the head of the academy. Suddenly, Hyuk Musang's voice was heard. The teacher invited him to the room. The old man entered the room and immediately remembered the saviors. Seeing them, Musang's eyes widened in surprise and his hands trembled. The guests also kept their eyes on him. He continued to stand and tremble without saying a word. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Mujun got up from the table. Papa looked at her, not understanding what she was going to do. The young lady approached Musang. Just like Papa, the academy teacher watched this and could not imagine what would happen in the next minute. The old man and the young lady stood very close to each other, and then she named him White Tiger. Musang did not expect to hear this and was very surprised. Mrs. Mujun looked at the young man with tear-filled eyes. The senior student of the academy did not understand how to react to the words and behavior of the young lady patrolman. She grabbed him in her arms and was happy that they had finally met. It was a warm, sunny day. The sun's rays fell and shimmered on thin green blades of grass. A light breeze played with the girl's long hair. A hand touched a hand on a green lawn. The young girl was smiling and the wind was combing her hair. There was joy in her eyes. She looked at the white tiger with a slight smile and warmth. Something incomprehensible was happening in one of the rooms of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. A young lady with long hair was hugging a young man who seemed eager to stop it. He gently took her by the shoulders and pulled her away from him. Mrs. Mujun Gomhwa did not understand such a gesture from Hyuk Musang. Taking the young girl away from him, he informed her that she was mistaken and that he was not who she thought he was. There was incomprehension in the eyes of the young lady. It seemed impossible to her. She looked at him in silence, and he said that he was seeing her for the first time. Calling him the White Tiger, she did not understand his behavior. She thought it was a joke. Hyuk Musang folded his hands in front of him as a sign of respect for the interlocutor. He thanked the girl for her help and her kind heart. Believing this to be a very bad joke from the White Tiger, she couldn't stand it, grabbed his arm and started yelling at him. She shouted very loudly that she was number 5, and he couldn't help but remember her after 5 terrible years in hell. Musang closed his eyes with a pain in his heart to catch his breath. Then he raised his left hand up. The girl repeated after him. He came closer to her again and ordered to stop this nonsense. He looked at the girl with his hellish gaze and tried to end this performance. At this time, the girl looked at him in confusion and could not believe his words, her eyes filled with tears. He came even closer and, looking into her eyes, said that he did not know her. She did not understand how this was possible. She looked at him with a request to confess. Grandmother Papa demanded Hyuk Musang to stop. The teacher of the academy was also outraged by the boy's behavior. He believed that this attitude towards the person who saved their academy was unacceptable. He was ashamed of the boy. His hands were shaking with anger. The academy teacher demanded that he apologize to their saviors and leave as soon as possible. Musang approached the young lady again, and he apologized for giving free rein to his emotions. He bowed and apologized for his rudeness to the senior patrolman. Parubak had great hope and a request to forget the trouble he had caused, to which the young lady replied that, of course, it is better to forget about everything. Musang, without raising his head, thanked for understanding. But the lady felt only abuse from the young man. She was very angry and called him a scumbag. Hyuk Musang was shocked to hear, and he saw how a girl with tears in her eyes was pointing her fist at him. The impact was so strong that Musang flew into the courtyard, destroying the wall of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. He fell to the ground with great force. Sitting on the ground, he regained consciousness, wiping the blood from his face. Papach and the young lady, together with the teacher of the academy, went out into the courtyard. The lady was indignant that after disappearing without a trace 2 years ago, the young man met her so humiliatingly. She was beside herself with anger, and she didn't believe a single word of the girl. She changed her emotion dramatically and apologized to Musang for being careless and confusing him with the white tiger. Approaching the boy, she asked him if this was exactly what he wanted to hear from her. Or maybe the white tiger had just gone crazy during the time they hadn't seen each other. Observing the behavior of the young lady, Grandma Papa was ashamed, and the teacher tried to stop her immediately. Musang, sitting on the ground, kept repeating that he did not know who the white tiger was. And he has nothing to do with this name. Mujun Gomwa shouted at the young man that she would not tolerate such a brazen lie. She shouted that she had not forgotten anything. White Tiger's voice, his mannerisms, his behavior and habits. She stood next to the boy with tears in her eyes and could not understand why he was behaving like that. The old man looked at the girl's screams, at her tears and anger. This made him feel confused and guilty before her. Wiping away her tears, the young lady decided to end it. Let everything be as Musang wants it to be. Looking at the teacher, she called him and asked to stay at the academy for a couple of days. The old man, hearing this, was indignant and perplexed. Grandmother Papa did not understand the act of the young lady because they already had a place to stay for which she had paid. Musang was frightened and protested. It was unclear what the young lady was up to, and Mujun Gomhwam advised him not to interfere in her personal affairs. Parabak persistently tried to understand the situation and find the reason why Mujun decided to stay at the academy. The academy teacher kindly agreed to the young lady's request. He said that any member of the Muram Alliance could count on shelter at the Dragon and Tiger Academy, so he offered to stay as long as the lady wished. Mujun was happy to hear. Instead, Musang tried to change the teacher's decision, but he did not even look in the boy's direction. The young lady thanked the teacher, and he kindly invited her to the building. They went inside, and Hyoku Musang could only watch them in silence. He covered his face with his hand and tried to assess his defeat without emotion. He was standing in the middle of the yard, and number 8 was sitting on the roof of the building. Musang understood that he was the one who told number 5 about him. Number 8 apologized to White Tiger for what he had done. The 8th man explained to the girl that number 5 had been relentlessly searching for Musanga for 2 whole years, even when everyone told her that the White Tiger was not alive. For 2 whole years, the young lady looked very unhappy. No one had seen her like this before. They walked around the yard. Number 8 opened the bottle he had brought with him. Pouring the contents of the bottle into his mouth, the 8th was interested in the behavior of the young man, who allegedly did not recognize number 5. Zdrovan thought that perhaps his behavior was connected with meeting the boy. Musang quickly covered his mouth to prevent any words from escaping. He looked at the 8th with reddened eyes and ordered to follow his words. Apart from the 8th, no one else knows about the meeting with the unknown boy. Musang took the bottle of wine from the big man. Continuing to keep the 8th's mouth closed, the young man warned that number 5 should not find out about the meeting, because the big man would have to answer for it. Letting go of the 8th, Musang apologized for getting a little excited. It wouldn't hurt to have a rest. Zdrovan held on to his jaw, which was hurting from his comrade's hand. The 8th member of the beggar gang looked after Musangu and thought that he had got a new chance. Finally, the young man thanked the 8th man for the drink. Zdrovan was just about to express his indignation about this, but there was no one in the place of the young man. Musang left the 8th one-on-one with the evening silence. Meanwhile, in the cold, dark basement, where the ghostly killer was, Jan Sothi sat on the floor, bound and bleeding from a severed arm that had been cut off by a young lady. Bowing his head, in complete silence, he contemplated his fate. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard behind. Jan Sotha looked at the closed door and wondered when the stranger could enter. Through the darkness of the cellar flashed the blade of a dagger fastened to the stranger's wrist. He quietly stood behind the tied Jan Sotha. The prisoner asked to take his life as soon as possible, since he had already lost one arm and the center of chi energy. The unknown person continued to stand still and did not respond to Sotha's words. He raised his sword and prepared to strike. Sote, gritting his teeth, sat waiting for his death. Instead of cutting off the prisoner's head, the unknown person cut his ropes. Jan Sothe was stunned by the behavior of the unknown. He was interested in who saved him and what he would have to pay for his salvation. The rescued man was holding a broken rope in his hands and was looking at the man standing behind him. He was wearing a long robe, a hood covering his head, and a white mask covering his face. There were even more questions. The unknown man silently raised his finger to his mouth, with which he ordered not to make a fuss. The unknown asked the ghostly killer Jan Sotha to sit quietly. Questions swarmed in Zotha's head. He tried to understand who was in front of him. There was hope that the stranger would not take his life, because he had just released him. The masked man pointed at the door. Jan Sotha looked there, but did not understand what he wanted from him. The phantom killer was hysterical. It seemed that a stranger was pointing to the door for him to leave. Sotha was unsure. It occurred to the phantom killer that the masked man might have been sent by his teacher Myung-Huban. He turned around, but it was no longer there. Trying not to make any noise, the ghostly killer Jan Sothe threw the ropes away from him. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened, but he was very glad to be alive and mostly unharmed, except for one missing arm. The heavenly sword goddess Muchun Gomwa, the head patrol of the northern command of the Murim Alliance, lowered her head on the table and bitterly shed tears of resentment and scolded the white tiger. Sobbing, she did not understand how the boy could lie so brazenly, and Grandma Papa was thinking about how to calm the lady down. Going about her business, she complained that the room was too dirty. There was dust everywhere, and young Mrs. Mujun threw her indignant look at her, and after a second, she again fell into her heavy thoughts. It was insulting that 2 long years of searching had come to such a humiliating end. Her eyes did not dry from tears. At that time, Papak's grandmother did not understand the young lady's bitter tears, and said that she did not like this young man at all. She developed her opinion further, and Mujun sat, not leaving the table, far away in her thoughts. Papa said that the young man behaved too tactlessly towards the lady. This is not surprising. What else can be expected from a simple student of the village academy? Mujun Gomwa suddenly got up from the table and shouted at Grandma Papa so loudly that she jumped up in fright. The young lady looked at the grandmother with a menacing look and clearly ordered her to follow her words. Don't underestimate and insult Hyok Musang. Grandmother Papak looked at the lady with a tired look and muttered that she herself had just insulted him 100 times. After that, Mujun became completely wild and almost lashed out at the old woman, who had already realized her mistake, that she should no longer think about this topic. Papa started muttering about another topic. She lamented that earlier the young lady had been kind to her and said that she loved Papa more than anyone else. And now some country boy. In an instant, Mujun was distracted from her suffering and felt something disturbing. She rose sharply and shouted that she did not feel the presence of the phantom killer. The lady quickly went to the dark basement, under which the guard was sleeping. It was a bad omen that the basement door was open, which meant her senses hadn't let her down. The guard disciple who was sitting under the open door was fast asleep and had no idea that something terrible was happening at that moment. After seeing the student, Miss Mujun was very scared because she thought that he was killed or seriously injured. She nervously began to shake the poor man and shout for him to quickly get on his feet. The sleeping student was sleeping very soundly and therefore did not react to the girl's hysteria. Papacha's grandmother also began to believe that the boy was dead. She watched him intently, a terrible fear on her face. As you know, the young lady is too emotional. That is why she no longer followed the boy's reactions, but desperately slapped his face from side to side. And finally, the student barely opened his sleepy eyes, and the first thing he saw in front of him was the palm of a hysterical lady who was rapidly approaching him. Next, he felt a stinging slap. After him, the next, and more and more. At the same time, the lady did not stop screaming for him to come to his senses and wake up. And the boy, in turn, receiving blow after blow, almost lost consciousness from the burning pain. Watching this, Grandmother Papach called out loudly to the young lady, so that she would not accidentally kill the boy for real. The husband responded. Papa said it looked like the boy had been put into deep sleep. The boy's cheeks were red and swollen to unbelievable proportions. Lying on the ground, he continued to sleep. Mujun breathed a sigh of relief that the prisoner did not injure anyone. Otherwise, it would have been terrible for her. Grandmother Papa was anxiously thinking about something. The young lady thought about the fact that the phantom killer could not free himself and neutralize the guard because his chi energy center was damaged. Someone had to help him. The grandmother distracted the girl from her thoughts by calling her. She pointed to a pillar that bore the faint mark of a sharp sword. The young lady examined the pillar and realized that it was exactly the heavenly sword. This puzzled her and her grandmother. It seems that the lady guessed exactly who it belonged to. The same night in the building of the Great Power Group, the man was pouring something into his new glass. It was the commander-in-chief of the Myunghuban group. Nearby stood a local commander named Ochisama, and in the middle of the room on the floor sat the ghostly assassin Jansothe. Myunghuban sipped his drink and listened to the story of the recent prisoner. The phantom assassin was telling his teacher about the heavenly sword goddess Mujun Gomhwa, the head patrol of the Muram Alliance Northern Command. Listening to the killer who didn't kill anyone this time, Commander-in-Chief Myunghuban's rage grew rapidly. Realizing this, Jansothe survived, but he feared not for long. The head of the Great Power Group, with a crazy look and a cry, pounced on the wounded man. With incredible force, he smashed his glass against Suthi's head again. He shouted at him, not realizing that it was Mujun Gomhwa who had forgotten at the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Myunghuban was afraid that through the young lady, the entire Muram Alliance might find out about their actions, which would be like death for them. Local Commander Ochisama intervened in the conversation, offering to get rid of the senior patrolman before things got out of control. The commander-in-chief became enraged again, informing the two jesters that the young lady possessed such power that even he himself could not overcome her. Not only that, she's accompanied all the time by one of the best masters, the Dragon Wand Warrior. And the main thing is that she is related to the god of the sword Mujun Songje. Therefore, it is impossible to remain unscathed after attacking one of the 10 strongest in the world. The phantom killer sat curled up on the floor and historically repeated that everything would be fine. Ochisama and the commander-in-chief looked at him with concern. Jansothe said that not many people knew about his work for the Great Power, but Mujun Gomhwa recognized him. He thanked the commander-in-chief for his timely rescue. The ghost killer's words shocked Myunghuban. He didn't understand what the ghost was talking about. He looked angrily at Sus and informed that he did not save him. Their conversation became more and more interesting. Sus looked at his teacher in confusion, not understanding who else needed his life. At that very moment, he felt that death had followed him. A thin and long needle pierced his head with lightning speed. He was still alive, so he was able to take one last look at his executioner. It was an unknown man in long robes and a white mask on his face, who had earlier freed the ghostly killer from the basement. Everyone present froze and looked at the unfamiliar visitor. Commander-in-Chief Myunghuban was surprised that he appeared completely imperceptibly for him. The unknown took his weapon from the head of the already dead, bloodied body. The needle returned to its owner, coiling around his finger. The phantom killer's dead body fell to the floor with a thud. The members of the group looked at him with fear. The deceased had a frozen expression of horror on his face. The commander-in-chief of the group, Myunghuban, addressed the unknown visitor, assuming it to be an assassin. He was interested in what purpose the stranger was here. The man reached for the mask to take it off. Under the mask was Hyuk Musang, who announced that he was a simple traveler and came with the goal of entering into a duel with the Great Power. Ochisama saw for the first time the scoundrel from whom their group had suffered so much humiliation and trouble. Lately, all the talk has been about him and his academy. Hyuk Musang acted calmly, perhaps even a little defiantly. The commander-in-chief did not let the young man out of his sight. Looking at him, he noted his disobedience, which is not surprising for a simple student. Myunghuban was surprised that Hyuk Musang had stormed in here without help. Huban held his hand behind his back, on which his crimson whip twirled. Crying about the superiority of the young man, the commander-in-chief unleashed his whip on the uninvited visitor. At this time, Musang stood calmly, not a single muscle twitched. Without any effort, he grabbed the crimson whip with his hand, swearing that he was a little tired of empty chatter. Myunghuban was quite impressed by what he saw. He did not expect such a continuation at all. He tried to snatch his whip from the young man's hand, but he couldn't do anything. Holding a crimson object in his hands, Hyuk Musang announced that he would take this as a challenge to battle, and warned that he is in a terrible mood, so he apologizes in advance in case he hurts someone. His beautiful eyes glowed red, as did the whip in his hand. The local commander of the Great Power Group, Ochizama, was annoyed. He raised his hand, preparing to strike his opponent. He demanded that the boy let go of his crimson whip. Hyukmusang looked at him with interest but was calm. Finally, for Ochizama, the opponent let go of the whip as if he was just playing with an angry man. The local commander reached for the object, as if he was terribly afraid that it would slip out of his hands again. He jumped into the air to catch the whip, but it sneakily slipped in front of his nose. Hyukmusang skillfully manipulated the man. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the Great Power Group, Myunghuban, held the other end of the whip in his hand. Ochizama was angry at the young man's behavior. He did not like these humiliating little tricks. Musang showed no emotion at Ochizama's indignation. Without taking his eyes off him, he raised his leg. What followed was a terrible blow. The poor man fell to the floor with a tremendous force, breaking the floor beneath him. Myunghuban mused that Ochizama was defeating high-ranking fighters, and the barb only needed one blow to finish him off. He looked at Musang with round eyes. The impact was so powerful that a crater formed in the floor, and Ochizama's body was not visible at all. The impact site was covered in dust and smeared with fresh blood. Hyukmusang looked at Huban with his reddened eyes and said that he was a little worried that he had not bent half his anger. It was difficult for Huban to withstand the taunts of the young man. Huban admitted that he really looked down on the lad, because he could not believe that a master of such a high level could be found in an ordinary village academy. He took his red harness in his hands and was going to show the real strength and power to the man, to which Musang, looking at him, calmly told him not to delay. Huban was unpleasantly surprised to see such indifference to his words. He shouted to the young man that now he would knock off his crown and destroy his self-confidence. Huban's eyes sparkled with rage. Without further ado, he used his secret dragon blood technique, the demonic Crimson Whip Thunderbolt. The whip was about to reach with its arrow-like tip to the place where Hyukmusang stood calmly and wearily watched the enemy's secret strike. Myunghuban watched the whip with satisfaction and was sure that the whip would not be able to block his blow because no one had been able to do so until now. Musang stared emotionlessly at the Supreme Power Commander, as if his dragon blood technique was too simple and uninteresting for Musang. A sharp dagger appeared from the young man's glove. In a split second, Musang seemed to shred his opponent's most powerful weapon into tiny crimson pieces. Myunghuban stood silently, watching the small whips fall to the floor. There was no emotion on his face. Huban had only one question. Who, after all, was standing before him? The young man's dagger touched Myunghuban's neck. Blood flowed from there. The enemy's head was cut off. Hyukmusang answered Huban's question that he is a senior student at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. The head lay on the floor in a pool of its owner's blood. The eyes were open, and the body was still standing on its feet. It was evening, and a bright yellow light shone in the building of the Great Power Group, which turned into a fire from which black smoke was coming. The smoke grew more and more, and the fire grew into a real fire. People who were in the building were making noise. It became clear that it was the outer hall of the building that was on fire. The head of the Great Power, the Devil Lord, the Iron Leg, Kwak Juyon could not understand where the fire started. Kwak Juyong called the head of Wang Chisan's inner hall to him. Kwak asked where Myunghuban was, to which Wang Chishan replied that the fire was so strong that it was simply impossible to reach the outer hall. The head of the Great Power ordered everyone to follow the fire and call Mayan to him as soon as he was found. He sat in his hall alone and waited for a quick solution to this problem. Kwak Yuyon was very dissatisfied with the work of his subordinates, who allowed a fire in the middle of the night. The next moment, the order of the head of the group was carried out. Myunghuban came to him, but partially. His severed head rolled into the hall. He was looking at the dead head that lay directly at his feet. The sight of the dead Huban was terrible. His bloodshot eyes were staring directly at Kwak Juyon. This picture simply threw the Great Power head off balance. He could not understand what was happening here. He was trying to figure out if anyone else was in the room besides him. And suddenly he heard a voice behind him, which informed him that his savior was next to him. Hyukmusang sat in his bloody suit with a mask over his face. Kwak Juyon also couldn't believe that the unknown person had appeared so imperceptibly. And even his presence is not felt at all. The head of the Great Power came to the conclusion that a professional assassin was sitting in front of him. He asked the unknown man if he was one of the 4 commanders of the Moram Alliance. Musang looked at Juyon with his reddened eyes. Kwak Juyon realized that he was unable to overcome such a powerful opponent. He said that the visit of the secret sword of the Alliance was very unexpected and pleasant. He looked intently at the young man, never taking his eyes off him, and in his sleeve he supported the weapon with his hand. Hyuk Musang informed him that he has nothing to do with the four commanders of the Marine Alliance. Moreover, he hates him. The old man was about to continue his thoughts, but he saw Kwak Ju-yeon preparing to press the button in his hand. He used his sharp dagger again. The next moment, an unknown object with a button fell to the floor. Kwak Ju-yeon held his hands on his neck, which was surprisingly unharmed. He screamed because he did not understand what had just happened, and the young man advised not to do anything behind his back and made him understand that none of his tricks would go unnoticed. He looked at the leader of the group with a careful red gaze and informed him that he was not going to destroy their gang that day. A lot of questions appeared in Kwak Ju-yeon's head. He craved an explanation. Musang made sure no one overheard their conversation and told Ju-yeon about it. The commander-in-chief fearfully asked the young man whether his life would be spared. The senior student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy took out the papers and showed them to Ju-yeon, saying that he received these documents from the head of the outer hall, Myung-hoo-bun. And if the Iron Blood Emperor found out about it, then death would await their group. Kwak Ju-yeon was unpleasantly surprised by what he saw and heard. Thoughts about possible variants of events flashed in his head. Musang said these were the bills he found in the inner hall. He took everything he could find. Kwak Ju-yeon was furious that Myung-hoo-bun had left such important documents within easy reach of his enemies. Hyuk Musang carefully placed the important papers under his belt and pondered the situation that the head of the Great Power faction found himself in. Taking advantage of his position, Musang said he wanted to get Yangzhou County. Kwak Ju-yeon didn't like that. He looked at the impudent young man with a piercing look. Hyuk Musang demanded a promise that the Great Power Group would never deal with Yangzhou County again. Kwak Ju-yeon said that even if their group retreated, the Blood Unicorn Gang would immediately take over the district. To which the young man replied that it would be better if the Great Power would maintain its territories remotely. Parabok warned the commander-in-chief about any of his antics in the future. The old man used his power, causing Kwak Ju-yeon's eyes to bleed and blood to flow through his teeth. He begged for it to stop. Kwak fell to his knees and tried to resist the enemy's powerful thrust, but it was all in vain. Musang stood over the commander-in-chief and informed him that he should avoid not only the great Iron Blood Emperor, but him as well. Kwak Ju-yeon couldn't even raise his head because of the pain. He said he understood everything the young man was talking about. The commander-in-chief was covered in blood and asked to stop this unbearable abuse. Musang reasoned that by retreating from the Great Power faction's district, he could summon the Iron Blood Gang, which he didn't like at all. Watching Kwak Ju-yeon bleed and writhe in pain, Hyuk Musang decided to leave him in charge. He informed Kwak that he would survive and stop the commander-in-chief's suffering. Kwak continued to sit on his knees with his head down. He thought about the fact that he could die at any moment, and that a real monster was standing in front of him. Hyuk Musang finally decided to say something else, everything that was discussed in the room between them. Kwak Ju-yeon listened carefully to the young man and was afraid to hear something terrible. Hyuk Musang was distracted by some sounds. After listening, the young man heard that someone was called a trespasser who was found. Musang could not understand what was happening. The goddess of the heavenly sword. Mujun Gomhwa, the chief patrol officer of the Northern Command of the Murim Alliance, stood on the roof of a tall building and watched as the building of the Great Power faction was engulfed in flames. Watching this picture, she understood that the first student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Hyuk Musang, had already made quite a fuss. She regretted spending too much time hiding from Grandma Papa. She remembered how in the past the White Tiger had very often used this method as a diversionary maneuver to get closer to the main target. It seemed that it was happening now. The commander-in-chief of the Great Power Group is Musang's target, who should be inside the burning building. Mujun Gomhwa mused that 2 years ago, the White Tiger was only a level 1 fighter. But at the same time, he could defeat a top-level master with his planning, keen sense of smell, and critical thinking. She sat on the roof watching the fire and the people desperately trying to put it out. Suddenly something distracted her, which worried the young lady very much. She turned around, but there was no one behind her. She was distracted by her own feelings. Mujun Gomhwa could sense a man who was very determined and fierce at this moment. She felt his strong desire to take someone's life, and tried to understand to whom these emotions could belong. She watched the building and tuned in to her own feelings, filled with a desire for revenge and anger. Finally, she understood that the anger of such a force could not belong to the commander-in-chief of the Great Power Group, because he was not capable of such a thing. It became clear that the sensations were coming from the White Tiger. She thought that he might be in danger, and therefore, grabbing her sword, decided to help him as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, she felt someone's presence nearby. It was an unknown person who tried to take her weapon, which changed her important plans. At that moment, Mujun Gomhwa regretted that she had behaved too safely and had not thought of a shelter that would protect her from this attack. The attacker was a member of the Great Power Group, the head of the Shadow Hall, Chill Jim. Outwardly, he looked like a disgusting, unpleasant rat. Mujun quickly moved to the roof of another building. The man had long, disgusting claws on his hands. He looked at the young girl and thought that it was she who started such a large-scale fire. She denied his assumption. She looked at him and thought angrily that there was no time for idle chatter because she urgently needed to help the White Tiger. The head of the Shadow Hall, Chill Jim, was not going to listen to the girl's words. He behaved arrogantly and did not consider the girl a worthy rival for him. Mujun's anger grew. For a moment she considered killing the scumbag. The man took the pipe in his hands and raised it to his disgusting lips. Suddenly, Mujun Gomhwa heard shouts coming from the building that the thugs had found some trespasser who was in the shadowy hall. She understood that the White Tiger was in danger and needed help. Chill Jim was quickly approaching the girl to deal with her. He gave her the first blow, which she dodged with ease. The girl thought she had to get out of here as soon as possible to help the White Tiger, while the bandit prepared for his next strike. Chill Jim wanted a quick death for the girl and threw another blow, which she dodged again. He was beside himself with rage and shouted at the girl, calling her a damn rat. Mujun Gomhwa was running out of patience and decided to take just one hit at the nasty rat pizza. The strong fist of the girl approached the scumbag with great force, which was not ready for such a thing. She hit him right in the face. The blow was so powerful that it flew very far and hit a nearby building, leaving an imprint of its ugly body on its wall. Looking at the loser, the girl heard a nasty squeak from him. At that time, the bandits noticed the girl on the roof, and were going to catch her as soon as possible. Mujun Gomhwa began to rapidly jump from roof to roof, disappearing before the eyes of the bandits. At this time, Chill Jim came to his senses and shouted angrily at the young lady. His nose was bloody and completely crushed. He shouted with great hatred to his subordinates to catch the impudent girl and bring her to him. They ran headlong to catch up with Mujun Gomhwa, and she mentally scolded herself for not giving the nasty rat a fatal blow with her sword. The group building was full of events that night. The bandits threw all their forces into the search for the girl, intensifying the work of the guards. Mujun Gomhwa was hiding because she couldn't let everyone in her path be killed, being one of the top Murim alliance. This could lead to political problems. Hiding, she pondered how to sneak into the building invisibly to finally help the White Tiger. But unfortunately, the thoughts had to be postponed, as she was found by bandits. The ugly rat Chill Jim, along with other scum, approached the girl. They understood where the girl wanted to go. On the other side stood other bandits, surrounding Mujun Gomhwa from all sides. Chill Jim the rat brazenly offered the girl to fulfill his nasty wish, to make her death quick. At this moment, the young lady forgot about the political problems that may arise after that. She gripped her sword tightly and was ready to kill the hideous monster and everyone with him. And again she felt something unexpected. The White Tiger appeared behind the girl. She was happy to see him. And the bandits were surprised by the sudden appearance of the young man. He angrily glared at the girl with his reddened eyes, reminding her that just one presence in such a place could get her punished. It seemed that Mujun did not listen to the words of the White Tiger. She was happy that the boy was alive and unharmed. All her thoughts were occupied only by this. Musang looked at her and didn't understand how she could let this happen, while standing there with a blissful smile on her face. The ugly rat was enraged and began to shout that this is the building of the powerful Great Power Group, and that not everyone can roam around here. Musang looked at the screeching dirty rat with interest. With just one movement of his hand, on which was a sharp long dagger, the young man struck. Mujun had never seen his weapon before, so she was stunned by what she saw. With a light movement, Musang cut the ugly, noisy rat in half. The husband could not understand the strength of the young man. His blow was subtle and very quick. Bandits at that time called for help from all other members of the group. The old man in the white mask watched the commotion the bandits were making. This is understandable, because in front of him on the ground lay two equal parts of one dirty rat. Musang said that he had no choice but to kill everyone present here. Almost all the guards were ready to engage in a duel, but there were also those who were gripped by fear and shackled their bodies. Mujun Gomhwa again felt an unprecedented desire to kill. It came from the White Tiger. It was scary for her to imagine what had happened in 2 years, that it had led the young man to such a thing. Suddenly, the shout of the commander-in-chief of the Great Power Group, Kwak Ju-yun, was heard, who ordered everyone to stop. The thugs were surprised to see him here. Kwak Ju-yun thought that the young man would destroy his entire gang in an instant, so he appealed to Musang, expressing his respect, asking for mercy, and promised that he would certainly solve the matter and punish the scoundrels. Mujun Gomhwa could not believe what she heard. It was as if everyone was deceiving her and putting on a show for her. The old man gestured with his hand and asked the girl not to interfere in the conversation. The members of the group wanted the young man dead a minute ago and were ready to make it happen. But now they were watching the conversation and did not understand such a cautious attitude from the head of the group. They couldn't figure out who this guy was. After considering Kwak Ju-yun's appeal, Hyuk Musang said that he had already saved one life, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to do it again. He only reminded me to keep my mouth shut in order to save my life. Turning back to his alliance friend Mujun Gomhwa, he gripped her tightly around the waist. Together with her, they disappeared before the eyes of the bandits, leaving only dust behind. All of a sudden, all the gangsters felt a collective message, which said that the boy and the girl were never in the building of the Great Power Group. This quite shocked those present who received the magical message. Group Commander Kwak Ju-yun witnessed such magical abilities for the first time. Musang and Mujun moved to the forest. It was a beautiful night. Moonlight fell on the mountains and trees, and the sky was abundantly strewn with bright stars. The young lady looked at the white tiger with an interested look and wondered what could have changed him so much in 2 years. She was surprised, but thought that there should have been a good chance to fall into the trap, because Musang possessed even universal telepathy. The young man replied to the chief patrolman that he did not understand what she was asking about. He has no idea who the white tiger is and why he keeps talking about him. Mujun Gomhwa was very angry at his words, and she left it without any comments, so as not to pour her insults on the young man again. Heavenly Sword Goddess Mujun Gomhwa, the head patrol of Murim Alliance's Northern Command, looked at the white tiger, calling him number 100, wondering what could have changed him so much in 2 years. She was surprised, but reflected that there should have been a good chance to fall into the trap, because Hyuk Musang possessed even universal telepathy. The old man replied to the chief patrolman, Mujun Gomhwa, that he did not understand what she was talking about. He has no idea who the white tiger is, let alone number 100, and why he keeps talking about him. Mujun Gomhwa was very angry at his words, and she started shouting and indignant that he thought her so stupid. She remembered that the young man called her number 5, which indicated his awareness. Hyuk Musang quickly changed the subject and said that it was time for them to return to the academy, as they were still in the Great Power Group's territory. Turning to number 100, the girl asked if he was worried about her. She asked about the rat, which the boy cut in half. Was it because the ugly rat misbehaved with her? She wondered how much this upset number 100. He silently moved away from the girl, trying not to continue this stupid conversation. The old man asked Mujun Gomhwa not to call him the 100th number anymore, because he had long forgotten about those distant days. The girl was shaking with rage at Musang. Number 100 tried to keep himself in his hands and persuaded himself that he should forget about number 5. These were the times Hyuk Musang tried so hard to forget. The Demon Slayer Order, an elite group of assassins created by the Murim Alliance in response to the merger of the Demon Alliance assassins. It had 99 members divided into 4 levels. Everyone was assigned a number from the 2nd to the 100th depending on their skills. Number 100 was the weakest member of the Demon Slayer Order, which was divided into 2 castes. The first caste included high-ranking members who had the right to command the group during missions. These were masters above 30, talents of prestigious martial arts sects and clans. They learned special techniques from a young age and had access to elixirs. The remaining members of medium and small martial arts sects of clans or academies fell into the second caste. In reality, members of the lower caste were little more than petty pawns in the hands of the privileged. For example, number 97 recently joined the Demon Slayer Order but lost his life first. Number 19 had to take on an impossible mission, and number 97 took the hit. As a result, the target disappeared without looking at victim number 97. That same night, number 19 taunted number 97. Like if it wasn't for him, the mission would have been accomplished. And yes, the mission was a failure because stupid number 97 failed to block the strike. These words greatly infuriated and annoyed number 100. Unable to take this nonsense, number 100 began yelling at the 19th that the problem with the failure of the mission was not only his plan, but also the fact that the 19th had persistently led everyone forward while being ordered to retreat. Number 97 saved 19's life and died because of his selfishness. It was reckless on the part of number 100 because after his shouts and remarks, number 19 struck him in the face. After hitting the 100th, 19 reported that number 97 died solely because he was weak. The 19th did not understand what number 100 was accusing him of. The 19th number was very affected by the supremacy of the 100th. He shouted that he came from nowhere and considered himself on the same level as the 19th, who was the heir of the Jin clan. On the 19th, another blow was delivered. Number 5, Mujin Gomwa, appeared behind the 100th. She strongly advised the 19th not to be exposed. She stood with her arms folded in front of her and glared menacingly at the insolent number 19, to which the 19th spoke about the considerable audacity of a village lad who only has the 100th number. Hyuk Musang listened to the unpleasant words from number 19 and felt very confused as he repeated the word Selyuk. Number 8 appeared behind the 100th, who thought it was him, which again made number 100 feel awkward. Hyuk Musang remembered how weak he was against the other members of the Demon Slayer Order. He was sad to remember it, so he wanted to erase it from his memory forever. Since those times, the 100th number was very often sent on deadly missions. They always put him ahead of everyone else and gave him the most risky tasks. Number 100 has been on the brink of death countless times. Number 5 took care of him, saying that you can't be so close to death so often. She did not understand why she was mocking herself like that, because after each such time, number 100 took a long time to heal her terrible wounds after dangerous tasks. To which number 100 replied that he was doing all this in order to save the members of the order who were weak and could die. That was why Hyuk Musang really wanted to become stronger. Number 8 really liked the answer of number 100. He expressed his respect for him, but number 5 did not quite approve of his thoughts and intentions. She did not understand how else she could influence the thoughts of number 100. So, unable to stand it, she walked away from the tattered Musang. At the same time, she clearly decided that she would be next to number 100 every time he went to a new task. Parobak did not understand why number 5 wanted to help him and was so worried about him, to which she replied that she simply did not want him to die. Hearing the girl's words, number 8 was stunned by this. He also asked about himself. Couldn't she be with him too? After several years, no one below level 70 survived, except for number 100, who was getting more powerful every day. He completed the most tasks of anyone in this organization. And there came a point when people stopped calling him the weakest number 100, and instead, he became the last number 100. And she, number 5, was always there, which is what number 8 also wanted. It was a warm, sunny day. The sun's rays fell and shimmered on thin green blades of grass. A hand touched a hand on a green lawn. A young girl was sitting on a lawn with the wind blowing her hair. There was joy in her eyes. She looked at number 100 with a slight smile and warmth, saying that she liked him very much. Parubak reciprocated. They sat together on the bank of the river and held hands. Their kisses were sincere and loving. Number 8 was engaged in his favorite thing, namely lying on the branch of a huge tree and at the same time contemplating number 5 and 100. He joked with them in a good way. This is how the wonderful life of a member of the order destroying demons passed, filled with many pleasant moments next to the faithful number 5. Until he appeared. Number 100 was sitting at the table, and in front of him lay a document that was a certificate of transfer of service. A man sat opposite Musang and looked at the 100th numbers with his heavy gaze. It was the god of the sword, Mujun Songje, who informed the servant that he could leave the service and return to his hometown. It was a reward for the many successful tasks that the young member of the order had completed. Musang looked worriedly at Mujun Songje. He was interested in the question of the real reason for such a generous offer. The god of the sword liked the boy's behavior. He had heard about the daring nature of number 100 before. Unexpectedly, he said that the offer is really generous precisely because of the number 5. The point was in her. The sword god was number 5's father, Gomhwa's Mujun, and he really disliked their relationship with number 100. This was news to the young man. He did not know that number 5 was the daughter of the sword god. The father of number 5 explained to the boy that a simple peasant could not be near her. In addition, He revealed that she was already engaged to Tai Yong-hoon, who was the grandson of the head of the Murim alliance, Tai Hwang-mu. But considering that number 100 has done a lot for the alliance and has repeatedly risked his life for Gomhwa, the sword god makes such a generous offer to the man, pointing out his predicament to number 100. Sword god Mujun Songjae ordered Hyuk Musang to leave the place immediately and not to approach his daughter under any circumstances. The young man's hands were shaking with rage. He understood that he could not accept the offer. Number 100 told the man that if that was the reason, he would have to give her up. Sonye's husband did not expect such behavior from the boy. He was warily waiting for an explanation from him. Number 100 continued his point. He said that even though he had the father of number 5 in front of him, the sword god could not control his daughter's feelings. If she chooses her fiancé, the young man will retreat. But if this does not happen, he will continue to be with her. Mujun Songjae's sharp sword was directed at the young man's throat. The sword god did not understand why the young man decided that he had the ability to choose. The sword hung in the air, controlled by chi energy, and almost touched the boy's body. Number 100 glared indignantly at the famous sword god threatening the newcomer like a thug. The old man looked at him with challenge in his eyes. Sonye's husband looked at the boy and carefully studied his behavior. It was expected that the last number 100 was different from all the others. The sword god raised 2 fingers up to take his weapon back. He pondered over the solution of the situation so that all its participants remained in the best conditions for them. He appreciated number 100's desire to reckon with Mujun Gomhwa's opinion, but at the same time, in his opinion, it could not affect the girl's future happiness. The old man thought that all his life, number 5 grew up in abundance and harmony, and such an orphan as him, it is difficult to even imagine how it is. The sword god reminded the squire that he had nothing to offer the young lady. Continuing, he said that his daughter would be happy, but not for long. Eventually, she will begin to remember her past life, about the endless source of wealth. Sonye's husband continued to persuade number 100 that he would not forgive himself such a sacrifice from a young girl, that he won't be able to give her what she really deserves. Hyuk Musang sat thinking about what father number 5 had just said. He realized with horror that he agreed with his words. The father recalled the 3 tasks after which his daughter, Mujun Gomhwa, returned with serious injuries. Parabok understood what was being said. He remembered those cases well. The sword god pointed out that all 3 times when she was injured, it was Musanga that number 5 tried to save. Therefore the man asked his question again. According to the young man, will his daughter be happy next to him? Hyuk Musang trembled with indignation and rage, but continued to sit without saying a word in reply. Instead, he thought about the fact that there was always a huge gulf between him and the girl. The sword god Mujun Songjae gave the squire a month to think, leaving a certificate. He advised number 100 to think carefully about what he said. He left the room, leaving number 100 alone with his thoughts and the certificate lying on the table. A month later, the foreman was assigned a new task. After a difficult conversation with number 5's father, Hyuk Musang spent long evenings alone with himself. He trained diligently to get rid of oppressive thoughts. He stubbornly fought with himself. Even before that, he improved his skills. Once, he even managed to teleport with incredible speed. And only when he stopped, he was mercilessly overtaken by thoughts of a difficult conversation and an unbearable decision that he would have to make. Thoughts swirled around in my head one after the other, but none of them brought relief or a good scenario. Following his thoughts about the choice, he remembered the beautiful face of number 5. His own thoughts were driving him crazy. This situation turned out to be too difficult and cruel for him. All he had to do was work out his rage and despair, honing his skills in the quiet, dark, and deserted forest, one-on-one, in a fight with himself. Not far from Yangzhou County was Mount Xiaoyao. Near the mountain, in the dark forest, stood 5 men in yellow clothes with weapons in their hands. They were trying to find someone. One of the men offered to stop the pursuit. He reported that if they went any further, they would end up in Yangzhou County. The Iron Blood Battalion can find out about this, at which the other man became angry, mentioning the conditional agreements on non-aggression. Suddenly, they saw in front of them an unknown man with a weapon in his hands. It was a man in long green clothes who advised not to worry about anything because he'd come to take everyone's life with his own hands. 5 prepared for the match. The unknown with a smile on his face said that if they do not resist, then death will be painless. The 5 men were the best of the Boundless Mansion, so they were sure that it would be so easy for the brat not to handle them. The unknown laughed at their determination and confidence. It was unclear to him why the top 5 of the Infinite Mansion decided that he would fight them alone. The 5 were surprised by what was said, but were still determined and focused on the fight. The next moment, the unknown man jumped up from his seat and rose into the air. He bounced off the tree like a bullet and flew on. While the 5 stood on the ground and tried to follow the unknown with their eyes, 2 warriors in green clothes were rapidly approaching them from the mountain. And immediately after that, the screams of the 5 died down. Everything happened quickly, leaving only pools of crimson blood. Examining the dead, it was clear from their clothing that they were from the Infinite Mansion. Their pupils were still clear, leading to the conclusion that they had been killed about 2 hours ago. A gang of beggars examined the dead. They noticed that there were no signs of a fight, so they were killed quickly and professionally. They wondered who could have killed the 5 men. The bandits mentioned the dead in Yunhei County, who had exactly the same injuries. Looking at the dead, they thought that despite the fact that the bandits immediately rushed to the road, they were still too late. The leader of the gang of beggars, nicknamed Ghost Mask, ordered to gather all the members of the gang and search within a radius of 2 miles. Bring him anything that might look suspicious. Also, don't forget to report everything that happened to the Infinite Mansion. Ghost Mask pondered his next course of action and drank his wine from a pitcher. He's been pursuing a group engaged in illegal trade for 6 months. This time, he was determined to get on their tail. After tasting his wine, he immediately spat it out on the ground. Crushing the jug, he shouted angrily at the one who touched his alcohol again. The next sunny day, the Dragon and Tiger Academy was training. Students studied new combat elements. The first student of the academy, Hyuk Musang, watched the training with his hands folded behind his back. He carefully followed the correct execution of combat elements. Suddenly, he heard the heavenly sword goddess Mujun Gomhwa, the head patrol of the Mirim Alliance Northern Command, behind him. She wondered how things were going at the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Looking at Mujun Gomhwa, Musang noted to himself that she was incredibly attractive and charming that day. He looked at her with wide eyes and could not say anything. He stood as if enchanted by her beauty. Pulling himself together, Musang replied that there used to be many more students, but he hoped that soon everything would be as it once was. His answer brought back distant memories of the place. The husband seemed to want to ask the young man something. Still, she wondered if the young man valued his memories or kept them. Hearing this, Musang tried to understand what the young lady was leading to. He looked at her intently, but then he sharply turned away, trying to answer her difficult question. Without looking at the girl, he replied that they were just ordinary memories and nothing more. But he continued his thoughts in his mind. Remembering them together, those beautiful days, he thought that he should forget about everything. Mujun Gomhwa remembered her conversation with her father, Sword God Mujun Songjae, who must have been hiding something, and was beside himself with irritation. The girl did not believe a single word he said and demanded to hear the truth from him. She was quite indignant and kept her determined gaze on him. Mujun Gomhwa demanded that he tell her everything so that she could understand how she could correct the situation. Hyuk Musang wondered why the young girl was asking him such questions. Looking at her again, he decided to tell her the truth. She looked back at him and asked him not to delay. It was very important for her to find out everything that the young man was hiding. While the Dragon and Tiger Academy students diligently practiced their fighting skills, Musang looked at the girl and chose the right words. He told her that he was suffering terribly and could not do anything about it. She did not understand exactly what Musang meant, so she waited patiently for him to continue his story. The old man said that every time he sees a girl, he is taken back to those long-forgotten days. And the memories don't leave his head no matter how hard he tries to fight them. He spoke about the terrible torment and pain he experienced. After that, he would not want to experience the same thing again, and experience it again. He remembered how Mujun Gomhwa suffered every time because of him. Those memories were unbearable for him. In those distant days, the young girl was sad many times, precisely because of the young man. He also mentioned the conversation with the sword god Mujun Songjae. Those were difficult days of his life. Musang said that he was very worried about making Mujun's life unbearable again, and that he was very afraid of it. The only thought that scared him was that this hell could return again, that he could become her personal hell again. Looking into her eyes with a menacing look, he asked her if his words were convincing enough for her, or if they seemed like lies to her again. She stood in front of him silently, her eyes expressing pain and her eyes filled with tears. For a while, Musang also stared at her without taking his eyes off her. His look expressed everything the young man was talking about. Turning away from the girl, Hyuk Musang, with a heavy heart, asked her to return to her home, exactly where she should be. Mujun Gomwa was perplexed at White Tiger's steadfastness and determination. She raised her hand to call him. She wanted to contradict him and somehow correct their conversation. But her raised hand immediately fell. Realizing the tragedy of the situation, she lowered her head, holding back her pain and tears filled with powerlessness. The old man also tried to hold himself in his hands, covering his face with his hand. He carefully hid his tears. He tried to control his emotions and not to spoil the plan. Hyuk Musang consoled himself that he had kept the young girl from him. Parubok kept repeating that he had done the right thing. In this complicated story, this is the best that can happen. He comforted himself with the thought that only under such conditions, number 5 would be able to live his life. Remembering her tears and the pain in her eyes, he was sure that she would quickly forget about him and finally live happily ever after. He really did not want to return to these thoughts, to heavy, painful memories. It should be the best option for everyone. Unexpectedly, a sword flew at the young man with insane speed. He caught the weapon and looked intently at its owner. This gesture was incomprehensible to him. He waited patiently for an explanation. In front of him stood the senior dragon warrior Papa, scanning the girl with a stern gaze. He asked why, and she threw her sword at him. He still held it in his hand, to which the dragon warrior Papa did not answer, but only ordered him to follow her. Her gaze was very determined. She disappeared instantly, jumping from building to building. The old man looked after her, far away in the green forest, where no one could interfere with important conversations. Hyuk Musang landed, still not understanding why he was here. There was no one around, only the silent dragon warrior stood. In a calm voice, she again called the young man to her, asking him to raise his sword. Musang inquired about the reason for her strange behavior. Papa did not answer again. Instead, she struck the ground with her staff with great force. Parabik could barely stay on his feet from such a powerful force. He looked at her, not understanding why she was doing this. Papa ignored Musang's concern and ordered her sword to be raised again. She was very formidable. Her gaze was filled with determination and inexplicable hatred for the young man. She ordered to fulfill her request immediately. Hyuk Musang stood in front of Dragon Warrior Papa and pondered the possible reason behind her actions. Then, he wondered if this strange behavior was because of Murim Alliance Senior Patrol No. 5, to which Papa advised the young man to prepare for battle right away. After that, she raised her staff up and prepared to attack with a determined look. At the top of the staff was a dragon's head, which she sharply raised up and pointed at the boy. In an instant, the powered weapon appeared directly in front of Hyoku Musang's worried face. Without thinking, Parabok quickly dodged the terrible force of the blow. Papa grabbed her weapon again and aimed it at the enemy. This time she missed the target again. Musang was getting more and more angry. He came close to the old woman, dodging her attacks. The boy blocked the next blow with his hand. He skillfully kept himself unscathed. Papa constantly tried to handle her weapon and deliver a strong blow to the enemy. At this time, the old man was watching the actions of the angry grandmother. She once again used her remarkable skills, but this time she was defeated. Musang deftly and easily deflected all her efforts. Angry, Papa said that she had worried about young Miss Mujun Gomhwa since she could not walk. She devoted her entire life to the safety and happiness of a young girl. She screamed with terrible rage that an unknown village student had the audacity to hurt the young lady so badly. Papa struck again. The blow was powerful. Musang stayed on his feet as best he could. He raised his sword in front of him and said that the young girl was the strongest and bravest of anyone he knew. And every time her father punished and scolded her, Mujun never once showed her fear, to which Papek said that she had never seen her so hurt and sad as now. After these words, the dragon warrior did not restrain her cruelty towards the enemy. She delivered her next blow with even more force. Parabok watched Papa and saw that she was building up her chi energy before striking. As she struck a heavy blow, her eyes glowed with rage and a cry of hatred flew from her lips. It was a No. 3 dragon special technique called Dragon Dance. A bright fire came from the drought, from which the head of a terrible dragon could be seen. Everything around shone with fire and infinite power. The dust stood around so that the enemy was almost invisible. After the blow, the young man remained standing motionless on his feet opposite the Popes. She was very surprised that he managed to survive. So the next moment, without delay, she kissed Musang's chest with the tip of her staff. But he still stood there, staring fixedly at the dragon warrior. Papa was angry that the boy seemed to have learned the Shaolin Vajra body technique, which surprised her unpleasantly. Looking at his attacker, the young man hoped that after what he saw, she would stop her commotion. Pushing the staff away from him, the young man said that this was enough to let off some steam, so it was time for him to go to the academy. He turned and walked away from the attacker, leaving her in unpleasant shock from what she saw. Unable to bear it, she began to shout after him that he was not as powerful as he thought. She did not stop shouting at the boy. Her insolent behavior was terribly unpleasant to her. Again, Papa reminded of the rivers of tears to which this scoundrel brought the young lady. Musang stood and listened to the cries of the grandmother, which did not end. She shouted that she could not believe that such a boy had done such a thing. Cries about just like that stuck in Musangu's head. He wondered if this was the reason. Papa did not understand his question. He turned to the old woman and asked the reason for what is happening. That he is exactly who he is. Grandmother, not understanding, looked at him and waited for some explanation. But the next moment, the young man disappeared before Pope's eyes. It was a surprise for her again. She stood alone in the clearing of the forest and called the missing boy a terrible unknown monster who never used his sword. Hyuk Musang has returned to Dragon and Tiger Academy. He threw his ragged, dirty clothes on the bed. He dressed carefully, examining his body. Drops of the young man's blood fell on the floor. Wiping the blood from his face, the young man reflected that he would have suffered more serious injuries if the dragon warrior Papa had truly wanted him dead. Musang finally collapsed onto his comfortable bed in relief, glad it was over. He was comforted and warmed by the thought that there would be no more reason to meet Mujun Gomhwa. Distracting the boy from his own thoughts, Kang Won-hyun's brother knocked on the door of his room. He entered the room and reported that someone from the Infinite Mansion group had visited the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Hyuk Musang didn't expect to hear that. Boundless Mansion is a martial faction that was founded 80 years ago by Un Jae-hul, a disciple of the Kongtong sect in the eastern Gansu region. They once had a very good position that could be compared to the 9 great sects. They had allies and active support of the Murim Alliance. They were the ones who clashed with the Iron Blood Battalion, one of the 4 armies of the Demon Alliance that ruled the western regions of Gansu. But for now, Hyuk Musang reflected that they had greatly diminished in number and strength. The Kongtong sect is closed, and the Boundless Mansion is going through hard times. Therefore, it was unclear with what business they visited the Dragon and Tiger Academy. At the table, across from the head of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Jeon Ji-woon, sat the chief controller of the Boundless Mansion faction, Song Chan, who was very surprised to learn that right here in the academy was the heavenly sword goddess, Mujun Gomhwa, the patrol chief of the Northern Command, Murim Alliance. The teacher was surprised by such awareness of Commander-in-Chief Song Chan. It was just a rumor that Song Chan didn't believe, but he still decided to come to the academy. The chief warden of the Limitless Mansion bowed to Jeong Ji-woon, asking him to help him. Without raising his head, he persuaded him to arrange a meeting with Patrolman Mujun Gomhwa. He promised that he would never forget the kindness and understanding of the academy teacher and her followers. Hyuk Musang had a look of shock on his face, because only a moment ago he was happy that he would no longer have a reason to meet the young lady. Teacher Jeong Ji-woon was hesitant if he could help. Song Chan was extremely grateful for even trying to help him. He was desperate, but had hope for a miracle. Hyuk Musang expressed his desire to appeal to the head manager of the Limitless Mansion. This surprised Song Chan. Parabok said that Senior Patrolman Mujun Gomhwa is responsible for the Northern Territories, and if she interferes in the affairs of the West, it will be seen as an abuse of power and may cause a number of problems. Musang continued that the Western region has its own Senior Patrolman. Allegedly, he is from a middle clan and is known for his success and justice. Perhaps it would be better to ask him for help. The old man heard footsteps behind him. They belonged to Mujun Gomhwa. She was surprised that Musang cared for her so much. She added that she is the only one to decide whether she will abuse her authority in this case. Dragon warrior, Papa entered the room behind the young girl. Song Chan was overjoyed and very surprised to see the heavenly sword goddess Mujun Gomhwa in front of him. They respectfully and politely greeted each other, folding their hands in front of them. The young lady with interest offered to discuss all the details of the case that bothered him so much. She sat down at the table in the middle of the hall, and the academy teacher Jeong Ji-woon treated her to tea. My husband sincerely thanked me for the delicious drink. Hyuk Musang, watching this picture, was confused and powerless to change anything. The young girl mysteriously looked at the young man with a light, barely noticeable smile, and he looked at her with his frightened eyes. Hyuk Musang was well aware that Mujun Gomhwa was up to something again, and it seemed that he would never get rid of her. A few days ago, There was a difficult conversation between the first student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, Hyuk Musang, and the heavenly sword goddess Mujun Gomhwa, the head patrol of the Murim Alliance Northern Command. The old man, with a pain in his heart, asked her to return to his house, exactly where it should be. Mujun Gomhwa was perplexed at White Tiger's steadfastness and determination. She lowered her head, holding back her pain and tears filled with powerlessness. Musang also tried to hold himself in his hands, covering his face with his hand. He tried hard to hide his tears. A beautiful sunny day at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Mujun Gomhwa and the head of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Jong Ji-woon, were sitting at the table drinking tea. The girl reported that it was time for her to leave the academy and do business in the north. Jung Ji-woon listened carefully to the young lady, and he thought she was upset. This was indeed the case, because it was at this time that Mujun remembered the same unbearable conversation with Hyuk Musang. She talked about her return home, and her face was almost in tears. She added that she is not where she should be. She looked away sadly. The head of the academy noticed that something was bothering the young lady, and that is why she decided to return. He asked Mujun about a small favor. It distracted the girl from her sadness. Jung Ji-woon invited the senior patrolman to walk with him. It was a beautiful, sunny summer day. There was silence in the green, dense forest. Only the birds were flying over the trees, going about their business. The head of the academy walked in front, followed by Mujun on the path. They preserved the silence and peace of the forest, until they came to the place where Jung Ji-woon was purposefully leading her. A huge clearing in the middle of the forest resembled a real battlefield. There were long depressions on the ground, dug into the ground in the form of many circles. The head of the academy reported that these circles were found exactly 5 days ago. It was 5 days ago that Mujun Gomhwa arrived at the academy. Jung Ji-woon looked at the lawn and said that their picnic area was destroyed. The teacher of the academy was looking intently at the deep marks on the ground. He reported that they were left by the sword. It must have been done by someone from Dragon and Tiger Academy. Ji-woon guessed that it was Hyuk Musang. The teacher of the academy added that, in his opinion, the young lady has suffered enough from the young man, to which she immediately hastened to object. Jung Ji-woon continued that Musang had always been like this since childhood. Resisted and hid his intentions, never showed his feelings. Quite often, he behaves thoughtlessly and does not consider the feelings of others. The academy teacher laughed, saying that it was difficult to argue with the young man's logic, so it was not easy for the old man to deal with him. Musang is too narcissistic. To which the young girl replied that the boy sometimes annoys her so much that she wants to kick him. Jung Ji-woon looked at the young girl thoughtfully. Her husband became numb to her emotions, which she allowed to take over her. The academy teacher invited Mujun Gomhwa to watch how he handled his sword. She kindly agreed. He took a wooden stick in his hands and began to work with it. He did not take his eyes off the staff. A blue glow was visible around him. The young lady carefully watched the teacher. She noted his firm, natural posture, his ability to control a sword and understand the nuances of martial arts. Jung Ji-woon folded 2 fingers of one hand into a heap and held a glowing blue object in the other. He raised up a wooden stick, which glowed more and more brightly. He clearly and diligently performed combat elements. The girl noted his restraint, the lack of fluctuations or changes in his chi energy. She noted his dignity as a teacher of the academy. Without stopping, the head of the Dragon and Tiger Academy continued to talk about Musang, that he was stronger and braver than the others. The young girl looked at him and did not understand what he was talking about. The lawn was left with an imprint of the boy's foot as he tried to counter a majestic blow from the dragon warrior Papa. The teacher of the academy, entering the same place, said that the boy was much more cowardly than the others. Mujun Gomhwa watched Jung Ji-woon's movements with fascination. The teacher continued to perform his martial elements, saying that his student Hyuk Musang is always afraid of losing someone. He is always worried that someone important to him will get hurt. The academy teacher followed the footsteps of sword number 100 precisely and in detail. He said that the young man is always worried, which is why he keeps his cool. Echoing the movements of the white tiger, Jung Ji-woon concluded that it was his sword dance, and at the same time, he was filled with fear like no other, because at that moment he was thinking about someone important to him. The young girl was stunned by the words of the academy teacher. Jung Ji-woon slammed his wooden stick on the ground. When he stopped, he realized that he was too old to repeat all the elements. After that, he apologized to the lady for his performance, which was not worthy of the standards of a senior patrolman. The young lady immediately objected to this, and she replied that his sword dance was the best. They set out on the road back along the green and lush trees. The teacher reminded the girl that she would go where she needed to be. Mujun Gomwa confirmed his words and turned her sad gaze away again. Young Ji-woon said he didn't know where the senior patrolman was supposed to be, but he hopes that it coincides with the wishes of the girl. This made Mujun think. Sipping her drink, she firmly set the glass down on the table. The young girl, full of confidence in her decision, said that she chooses where she should be. She approached the commander-in-chief of the boundless mansion Songchan regarding his request. He told about the plight of his group, that he had to come and fall on his knees in the hope of help. Mujun Gomhwa reminded her of her limited opportunities on this earth, but still asked how she could help. He said that he had already approached the senior patrolman in the west, but he refused to meet with him. He said that he has been waiting for his answer for a year. Senior patrolman Mujun Gomhwa was surprised by such deadlines, because usually the answer comes after 3 months, maximum 6, and if it came to this, it should mean that they are either being ignored or that there is some kind of problem. Song Chanu gave the young lady a letter and asked for help to have it processed by the Murim Alliance management. He said that after the war, the Kong Tong sect closed down and the support they received from the Murim Alliance ended. At the same time, the Iron Blood Battalion is expanding its sphere of influence. If nothing is done, they can take over the entire region. He did not stop his speech. He also told how an unknown force that causes concern has recently appeared. This mysterious, powerful group has already destroyed many masters of the Infinite Mansion Group. Song Chan had reported that they couldn't handle it without help, so he hoped the alliance would conduct a thorough investigation in Gansu province. Senior Patrolman Mujun Gomhwa looked at the letter lying in front of her and listened intently to the man. After finishing his story, Song Chan bowed before the heavenly sword goddess. Hyuk Musang was listening to his conversation, and he didn't like it. He reasoned that in the end it was only a part of Gansu, namely the western region, that was the problem. The request of the commander-in-chief of the Limitless Mansion Song Chan is reasonable and important, but the senior patrolman of the northern region will not be able to help him. Moreover, the senior patrolman of the western region suspiciously avoids this problem, so Mujun Gomhwa has to refuse him. But unexpectedly, she gave her consent to her husband. Hyuk Musang did not understand such a gesture from the young lady. He was angry. She replied that his request was very appropriate, because she was just going to visit there, so it would not be a problem to deliver the letter. Song Chan was overjoyed to hear this. Mujun Gomhwa asked about compensation for the hardships of such work. The puzzled man promised to prepare a suitable reward, to which she objected and turned to him as a martial arts master of the Murim Alliance and offered to thank him with a favor. She looked at the confused Hyuk Musang and said that, luckily there is someone suitable here. She said that if Master Hyuk Musang would promise to listen to her request for anything, then she would gladly accept Commander-in-Chief Song Chan's request. She happily looked at the young man and waited for his decision. Mujun Gomhwa looked at her angry grandmother Papa and ignored it. Musang stood in the middle of the room and didn't know what to do. He was driven into a dead end, which pleased the young lady very much. Papa's mood also seemed to improve after watching this picture. Parabik angrily tried to understand the situation. He shouted that if this is a request from a senior patrolman, then it is up to the Blessed Mansion Group to fulfill it, and he is of no use here. Commander-in-Chief Song Chanu appealed to the academy student to help him by fulfilling the condition from Mujun Gomhwa. He promised to help the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy in setting up a chamber of commerce instead. The old man, it seemed, had no right to refuse the man. He recalled that this was the old dream of the academy teacher. The presence of the Chamber of Commerce guarantees the income of the academy and will give impetus to its development. Hyuk Musang felt Young Ji-woon's hand on his shoulder, trying to calm the boy down. The teacher said that only he should make the decision, and also noticed that it would be wonderful to open a Chamber of Commerce. There was hopelessness in Musang's eyes. They looked at each other, realizing that the decision had already been made, and it was known to both of them. But the teacher continued to reassure him, reminding him not to feel obligated. Mujun Gomhwa sat waiting for a decision. The teacher and the boy continued their conversation, while Young Ji-woon made it clear to the girl with his gesture that everything would be fine and her condition would be fulfilled. Mujun Gomhwa couldn't contain her happiness and savored her victory over the confused old man Hyuk Musang. The head of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Jung Ji-woon, was paying his respects as he bid farewell to Heavenly Sword Goddess Mujun Gomhwa, Murim Alliance Northern Command's Chief Patrol Officer, and her Dragon Warrior companion Grandmother Papa. In return, They thanked the teacher for his kindness and hospitality. Having saddled their horses, they set off on the road. The head of the academy, Jung Ji-woon, and the students accompanied them with their looks. Papa was indignant that the first student of the academy, Hyuk Musang, showed his disdain for them by not saying goodbye to the guests. She was surprised that Mujun Gomhwa wasn't upset at all. At this time, Musang was in the building and sensed that the young girl and the grandmother had already left the academy. He sighed in relief that it was finally over. Parabak remembered her request, which he was obliged to fulfill. It scared him a little. But he reassured himself that in the future, they might not have to meet again. He was not sure of his expectations. Mrs. Mujin and Papa were riding horses along a path in a dense forest. The grandmother could not resist and asked the lady why and agreed to accept the letter, because she cannot interfere in other people's affairs. To which the young girl replied that she had an interesting idea about it. The idea was to ask the Murim Alliance to transfer her to the western region. Grandma Papa looked at the girl like she was crazy. She could not believe in the intentions of the young lady. At this time, at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, someone called Hyoku Musang loudly in alarm. Musang was very outraged by this because noise is unacceptable in the Holy Academy, as the young man repeatedly emphasized. Standing in front of Musang was a green-robed boy. It was his best friend. Yangzhou District Administration Senior Inspector Cha Myongjun. He begged for help in fear. Parubak said that he would forgive his behavior this time. But it shouldn't happen again in the future. Cha Myongjun didn't appreciate Musang's playful mood. He was upset that his joke was not appreciated. Accordingly, the desire to save his friend disappeared instantly. Cha Myongjun began to laugh loudly at the entire academy. Stopping, he asked his friend if he appreciated his joke enough. Hyuk Musang replied that he should first tell him about his problem. He began to tell that 3 courtesans had disappeared 2 days ago not far from the perfume house, the best brothel in Yangzhou County. One of them, named Aaron, played the zither beautifully and was special to the district officials. Cha Myongjin had 3 days to return the courtesans, but the deadline was almost up, and the young man begged Hyuk Musang to help him find them. The guy in green said that 3 days ago, from 9 to 11 in the evening, they entertained 3 traders who were too noisy. But suddenly, the rooms became quiet, and even after 2 hours, no one came out. When the manager went to check, at that moment they had already disappeared without a trace. The manager and the guard reported that they had never seen those traders before. They had no evidence that they were actually traders. Cha Myongjun assumed that they were martial artists in disguise. Most likely they used some technique to disappear through the window. Hyuk Musang listened to his friend and looked at him with a tired, disinterested look. He said that his friend talks about ordinary and obvious things as if about some kind of magic. Musang agreed with the boy that they were meant to be martial artists. Looking out the window, the young man noticed the tracks on the roof and showed them to his friend. It became clear that the masters who kidnapped the courtesans must not be local, because they did not know about the yellow sand, which they could not see in the dark. Cha Myongjin didn't understand what his friend was talking about. Hyuk Musang decided to immediately help and find the courtesans as soon as possible. The old man climbed into the window and was about to go searching, but Myongjun grabbed him tightly. He shouted that he would not allow him to do so, even if the order came from county officials. Holding Musang, he shouted that he should be punished. He was very worried that the martial arts masters would kill his friend. Cha Myongjun said that he has a conscience and won't let a worthless ant like Musang get together with mad dogs like those masters. Musang was blushing every second with his rage. There was a terrible commotion in the window. Musang said that he was no longer the man his friend had known him to be. But it didn't help. He shouted that he couldn't risk his friend's life like that. Local residents were curiously watching the cuts in the window. Finally, Hyuk Musang couldn't stand it and hit his friend on the head. Cha Myongjin fell to the floor and trembled in pain, while Musang jumped out of the window and went to find the 3 courtesans. And at this time in the forest, at the crime scene of the Limitless Mansion near Mount Xiaoyao, there was a gang of beggars and their commander-in-chief nicknamed Ghost Mask. The commander-in-chief twirled his ugly mustache as he listened to his subordinates. He was very unhappy. The bandits reported to him that they could not find anything suspicious. They said that even their dogs could not attack the trail, which showed that the strangers were well prepared. Ghost Mask felt crushed because he wanted to find them so badly. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice behind him. They were Mujin Gomhwa and Papa. They greeted each other. The leader of the beggar gang assumed that they had come to Gomuryok and said that he was in Yunhei County and was dealing with asking for number 100. To which the young lady replied that she just wanted to see Grandpa Ghost Mask while she was around. The commander-in-chief did not believe the young girl, and said that she definitely needed something from him. This annoyed Mujun Gomwa, but she gave up and agreed with her grandfather. She asked the thug to write her a letter of recommendation. In return, the girl will thank him for her help with anything. The words about help made the old bandit very happy. The young lady reminded the bandit of the seeker Myriad Wurst. It is a majestic seeker of the Central Plains that will not miss a trail, even if it is ghostly. Ghost Mask was a little annoying. He did not understand why the girl mentioned the old man who does not leave his quarter in the Murim Alliance. Senior Patrolman Mujun Gomhwa spoke about his secret student, whom he trained personally and who surpassed his teacher. For the commander-in-chief of the gang of beggars, it was a surprise. He didn't know about the secret student. The young lady said that there was no way to reveal his location, and he would only appear to people when all of Jianghu was in danger. This upset the bandit. Mujun did not stop surprising the old bandit and said that a secret student had taught her tracking techniques. The Ghost Mask looked at the girl intently after calling out. Grandma Papa also opened her mouth in surprise. She told the girl that such jokes are very dangerous for her. She did not understand when exactly the lady could meet with the secret student. After hearing the grandmother's words, Ghost Mask decided not to continue this idle chatter with the crazy girl. The young lady tried to convince the bandits that she was telling the truth. The commander-in-chief of the gang continued to eavesdrop on the women's conversation. After hearing about Murim's 5 years in the Alliance, Ghost Mask decided to find out something. He inquired that it was during those 5 years that the girl carried out the order to destroy demons. Mrs. Mujun was puzzled after hearing his words. Holding his mustache, the bandit reflected that at that time the seeker was a teacher. And if you think about it, he really valued one young man very much, and he never made a mistake in looking for an enemy in all 5 years. He asked the girl if she could be the secret student number 100. Mrs. Mujun Gomwa stood confused and did not answer anything. She was beside herself with irritation, because it seemed that the bandit and Grandma Papa had already understood everything. At this time, Hyuk Musan raised his finger to his ear, thinking about where the masters could go. After finding this out, he was surprised at their courage to hide so close to Mount Xiaoyao. If it wasn't there, according to the young man, they thought everything through carefully. He reasoned that it was usually much easier to track someone in the mountains or in the woods than in the city. After all, there is almost no one here. It was unclear to him how they could disappear without a trace in such a place. Closing his eyes, he tried to understand their tactics, but suddenly he was alerted by an unknown scream. Musang did not understand who it could belong to. He was looking intently at the place where the voice came from. Wandering through the evening forest, Hyuk Musang heard an unknown voice. It belonged to an old forester named Cha, who was not far from the village. Because of his imprudence, the old man fell and screamed. The old man approached the old man and asked if he was okay. The ranger reassured Musang that everything was fine. He held his muscular knee, wondering if he hadn't been training his legs enough, or if age was showing after all. Lisnichi added that no one on Earth is capable of defeating time. Everyone gets old and weak sooner or later, to which the young man said that the old man is the strongest forester in the whole world. The old man went on about his poor eyesight and frequent falls. It was unexpected for Musang to hear, because the forester looked quite strong and courageous. He asked the old man if he had seen anything unusual in the forest recently, and the forester remembered the house with ghosts. He told about a forgotten building in a forest glade, where a young man brought his students and friends to catch a ghost. The old man added that a few days ago, that old house disappeared in an unknown way. Musang really thought about the ghost. The old man advised the grandfather to go rest a little and throw a pile of firewood to the academy on the way. They shook hands, and at that moment Musang gave the forester money for the job. Looking at the fee, the forester was surprised at such generosity, but the young man explained that the rest is for his help. Musang quickly disappeared into the thicket of the forest. The old forester looked after the woodcutter with gratitude for his generosity. Hyuk Musang climbed a tall tree to look at the place where the abandoned house used to stand, and it really wasn't there, but bushes and grass grew in its place, as if the house had never been there. Parubok thought that it must be an invisible shelter that distorts all the senses. Apparently, it was because of this that the forester lost his way, wandered, and fell in the forest. He understood that these were not ordinary martial arts masters, and that they needed to be found urgently. There were 2 guards under the house, one of whom was sleeping. His partner woke up the sleeping man because he heard some extraneous sounds. They saw Hyuk Musang in front of them walking towards them. The guard who was awakened said that the boy could not see them, so there was nothing to worry about. And even if he manages to get closer, the warp will send him the other way. They were watching the woodpecker, which just happened to hit the shelter. The guards were convinced that the unknown person should turn around and go the other way. Instead, Hyuk Musang stared intently and purposefully at the guards. They couldn't tell if he was really seeing them or if it was just a coincidence. The old man gave the two men a slight, threatening smile, and the next moment he hit the invisible shelter with all his might. The guards were frightened and confused. They did not understand how the stranger managed to see the shelter. One of the men quickly drew his sword to neutralize the uninvited guest. But at this time, Musang was already standing behind him and holding his hands by his head. The guard did not have time to understand and see anything, and his head was already twisted. Everything happened very quickly. The guards lay dead on the ground. Hyuk Musang appreciated their terrible fighting skills, but he decided to take the man's sword for himself. Suddenly, steps were heard behind the young man. Someone came out of the house. It was a friendly man in a long green outfit. Looking at the man, the young man recognized him as the last demon of Annam's ghostly trio. He asked what they needed in Hansa. The friendly man was surprised that the student knew about the three brothers. He was glad that there was no need to spend time getting to know each other. Two more men came out of the building. One of the brothers looked at the young man and wondered how he could get here. But could he be from the Infinite Mansion group? After the brothers killed 5 fighters from the group, they did not expect to see such a loser standing in front of them. They openly laughed at him. It became clear to Musangu that it was they who killed the 5 fighters. This was understandable because in the south of the Murim Alliance, the ghostly trio is known for first-rate assassinations and insidious coordination techniques. Even an expert from the Infinite Mansion group would have a hard time dealing with them. Musang refuted their assumptions about the group and asked about their involvement in the kidnapping of the 3 courtesans. One of the brothers was very surprised to hear this. All 3 men laughed loudly over the bar. The fact that the young man traveled such a long way for the sake of 3 girls made the Phantom Trio laugh. The brothers replied that the girls were really good for village idiots and had nice clothes. Hyuk Musang reported that the trio locked 12 people in the basement. One of the brothers was no longer funny. He did not understand where he got such information. Parubak continued that, if you don't count the brothers, there are 18 more people in the building, 13 of which are on the first floor and 5 on the second. All of them look like masters of only the first level of martial arts. The next question from Hyuk Musang was about the reason for the presence of the brothers in the district. One of the brothers said that the young man had too keen a sense of chi energy, but it was time to show him where he came from and to whom. Musang held his sword behind his back and was ready to fight. He was sure that only one blow would be enough for him. The impudence of the village student made the Phantom Trio quite angry. One of the brothers shouted that the lad must be very famous in the bragging world. All 3 pounced on the student. The Phantom Three's technique could easily destroy even the highest level martial artists, so they were confident in the speed of this match. The 3 brothers possessed very fast weapons that most masters were not used to. 3 men circled in the air, holding their weapons in their hands. One man threw a blow, which the young man skillfully dodged. Immediately 2 brothers approached the boy from behind, while the third stood in front and prepared to strike. He froze in this position with horror in his eyes, because at that moment his body was already torn by a splinter. Hyuk Musang was very quick to deal with the powerful ghostly trinity. Different parts of the 3 men flew in all directions. Having finished with them, the young man reflected that he had received a very useful sword from the slain guard. He calmly headed for the haunted house. Immediately, there was a commotion of the guards who were inside and still did not understand what had happened to their commander-in-chief. Desperate screams followed the commotion. All the walls in the house were covered with blood. An unknown man was lying on the floor who was still alive. Musang grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the wall. Dead bodies lay everywhere on the floor. The young man continued to hold the frightened man with one hand, who did not want to answer Hyuk Musang's questions. He tried to talk to him calmly and give an opportunity to make his death painless. He looked at him with his reddened eyes, and the unknown man trembled with terror. In the dark forest, a gang of beggars, led by their commander-in-chief Ghost Mask, together with the heavenly sword goddess Mujun Gomwa and the dragon warrior Papa, searched for anything that could lead them to the scoundrel's trail. Young Mrs. Mujin carefully looked at every detail on her way. Ghost Mask and Papa whispered to each other about the lady who was looking at something for too long. Hearing this, Mujun was angry that they were doubting her knowledge. However, the gang leader was quick to calm her down and continue her work. The other members of the gang watched the frightened commander-in-chief and were surprised by the power of the young girl. The bandit impatiently asked Mujin Gomkhwa about her progress, to which she replied that, unfortunately, the tracks were cut off, so the search must be continued. The ugly bandit did not like this answer very much. Ms. Mujin could not understand why the tracks ended abruptly, because they had not even tried to hide them. Grandma Papa and Ghost Mask couldn't believe that this was all the girl managed to find. But the next moment, the lady announced that she found something very interesting. The commander-in-chief of the gang felt a bright hope for solving his problems. She called them to come closer and look at the amazing find. Ghost Mask carefully examined the traces, which were not at all similar to those found at the scene of the crime. The girl said that the tracks stretch all the way, but end right here. She assumed that these tracks must belong to the person who was also chasing the three bastards. Grandma Papa and the commander-in-chief of the gang thought about the girl's words. They tried to understand who this person could be. Following the tracks, they realized that the man had shoes like people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. It became clear that the tracks belonged to number 100. Meanwhile, in the haunted house, Hyuk Musang tried to deal with the stubborn man, holding him by the throat. He tried to talk to him calmly and give him the opportunity to make his death painless. The impudent man was smiling, looking into the eyes of the barrister. He called the young man a real monster. But despite this, he said that he was unable to kill him. He continued that it is impossible to kill someone who has been dead for a long time. Musang did not understand what the madman was talking about. This angered him enough to tighten his grip on the brat's throat. After that, the man's neck suddenly changed from red to purple shade. He writhed in pain and lack of air, and then he fell heavily on the floor with a blue face and a dead body. Blood was coming from his mouth. The old man looked at the deceased, and it was obvious that he had drunk poison. He didn't understand what could have made him go so far. Hyuk Musang decided to immediately find and free the prisoners. In the room, he noticed something unknown, which was covered with a rag. Throwing back the cover, he saw the wooden boxes. The old man was very surprised because he found pills there. He looked at them carefully and could not understand why the ghostly trio needed them. Finally, he realized what he was holding in his hands. The pill in Hyuk Musang's hands glowed with yellow light and split into hundreds of tiny particles. Suddenly, the young man heard unknown voices. They were coming from the basement. He understood that the prisoners were there. Opening the cellar, Musang told the captives that they could not worry and leave. An angry girl with a weapon in her hands pounced on the boy. Musang took the girl's hand and immediately got rid of her weapon. She fell to the floor with a thud. He looked calmly at the girl and asked her to calm down. He informed her that he had come to save her, so she could worry no more. He looked at her with his kind eyes, and the frightened girl could not believe that the young man was telling the truth. And the next moment, without thinking, she spat in his face. She started screaming that she didn't believe a word he said. She expected more abuse, so she desperately asked to just kill her. Another girl named Aran, who was in the same basement, recognized Hyuk Musang in the manhole. She asked the young man if it was really him, looking at him with tears in his eyes. Musang was confused. He looked at the girl and did not answer her. Infinitely joyful, Aran pounced on the young man with a hug. She insisted that she believed in salvation from him, and Musang didn't seem to understand what the girl was talking about and who she was. Angry Mrs. Mujin wandered in the night forest. She and the bandits walked in circles all the time and ended up in the same place 3 times already. Papak's grandmother begged the young girl to confess her lies and stop these tortures. Mujin was furious. She shouted that she had found the tracks of number 100 and was following them. The commander-in-chief of the gang of beggars offered words of support to the girl, saying that she was doing everything right, to which Papa objected that they were stuck in one place. Ghostly Mask assumed that a magical, invisible shelter was imposed on this place, which is why the man's tracks suddenly cut off. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Papa suggested that the experts of the Jagal clan be asked for help, to which the commander-in-chief of the gang objected, saying that the gang of beggars should deal with this matter. He said that machinery is not always needed to destroy such a shelter. He raised his hand and set to work. His hand was gathering energy. Ghost Mask said that there is an old saying in the West, "Knock and the door will open. If there is an obstacle in front of you, break it down." He started working with the shelter. Papa and the young lady carefully watched the bandits' actions and words. They noted the powerful inner energy, which was the power of the great master of the beggar gang, one of the 10 experts of the Murim Alliance. Suddenly, the bandit stopped and looked at what was happening in front of him. He saw in front of him the cracks that appeared on the invisible shelter. Mujin Gomkhwa watched with admiration, because the bandit hadn't even struck yet. He was just working with his energy. Ghost Mask announced that it was not he who made the cracks. This work was done by a woodcutter, traces of which they found earlier. An insane light shone from an unknown shelter. They tried to cover themselves from the powerful force of energy. Mujin understood that number 100 had done all this. In the basement, the girl Eren continued to hug her savior, Hyuk Musang. The old man recognized the girl as a young geisha student studying art. She remembered herself as a child, how the boy would treat her to rice cakes, which she adored. He was interested in her success in art, and she replied that she was a musician. Approaching the invisible shelter, Musang paused in confusion. He and the girl and everyone else present were very scared. They saw before them an angry heavenly sword goddess, a dragon warrior, and a gang of beggars. Mujin Gomwa was like a little devil who said he was overjoyed to meet dear Master Hyuk. Hyuk Musang was confused by such an encounter, and the girl Aren was scared to death and seemed to be mentally saying goodbye to her life. Musang was uncomfortable as he struggled to explain to the others that he was only carrying her because she had sprained her ankle. She didn't even pay attention to it and didn't say anything to him before, so she didn't think it was important. The leader of the beggars suddenly joined the conversation, explaining that they had been chasing the same group for a long time, and Gomwa was only helping to track them down. Musang calmly explained that the suspects they were looking for were already dead. The chief could not believe that he had managed them on his own. However, Musang noted that he had left one alive for interrogation. Suddenly, something strange appeared, a barrier that seemed extremely suspicious. The guy went on to explain that there was a mountain of boxes of aphrodisiacs. This frightened everyone who heard and aroused interest. Who are these strange people? The head turned to the general, asking him to take 10 with him, to find out what poison the suicide used, and to replace all the aphrodisiac. However, Musang admitted that he had already burned everything, honestly reporting it. The head did not understand his act because he believed that it could be an important clue and questioned why he did so. The boy's answer made the head laugh at first and helped him relax. Musang took 1 pill for himself as proof. He was ready to hand it over to the chapter, but he put forward one condition. The demand was simple: to open a branch of the beggar gang in Yangzhou. After the visit from the head of the Boundless Mansion, he realized that the Murim alliance seemed to have left Yangzhou and possibly all of Gansu. He had great power in his hands, but the Blood Curse gang wants to take over Yangzhou. If the Iron Blood Battalion intervenes, it will be difficult to counter them, especially now that they are strong enough to recruit the Phantom Trinity of Annam. Apart from a gang of beggars, there is no longer any reliable protection here. Musang bluntly told the head that if he swore now, the aphrodisiac would be his. The chief tried to dodge, but Musang asked him, "Can the big gang fear the Iron Blood Battalion?" Suddenly, the whole body of the head began to be surrounded by flames. The situation worsened. The old man became so angry that everyone present felt fear. The power coming from him was much stronger than before. However, Musang asked permission to say one more word. He noted that the food in this district is very tasty. The girl was confused, not understanding what he was talking about. However, Musang continued, many traders pass through the district, bringing various ingredients and cooking techniques. The students of the gang of beggars will be satisfied. After these words, the energy around the head began to gradually decrease. A smile began to appear from under his mustache. And then he laughed out loud, declaring that he had never met such a cunning fellow. The chief agreed to Musang's offer, recognizing that no beggar would refuse a place with good food. What just happened? From the outside, it looked extremely interesting and even a little comical. However, the head began to voice his conditions for a fair deal. Musang must now pay off 2 of his debts. The guy replied with a smile that it was not a problem. He stated that he had already written them off when the head promised to help find Brother Chong. The chief smiled and remarked, "Cunning bastard, you should always have the last word." After that, the head asked for permission to ask something else. He wondered if the people of Yangzhou often gave money to beggars. "Yes, everyone here is extremely kind," Musang replied, putting his hand over his heart. The general, listening to these words, thought that it was an outright lie. Musang handed them the aphrodisiac pill, doing his part of the deal. The head was about to leave, noting that he would write her a letter of recommendation for the western region. He did not even wait for an answer, and ordered everyone to immediately go to the facility. But what kind of letter of recommendation was he talking about? Musang was interested, and eagerly awaited the girl's explanation. She slowly turned her head towards him, as if considering her answer. She came up, grabbed him by the neck, and started poking him in the face with her finger. "Who are you to ask, goat?" Pointed sharply to his place. He felt as if he had done something wrong, but he just stood silently, watching the girl resolutely jump on the horse. Is she really going to transfer to the western region? The thought made Musang clench his fist. In the meantime, the investigation was completed, which the general reported to the chief. 23 corpses were found, all killed with a single blow. Only traces of fire from the burnt aphrodisiac remained on the spot. Nothing else survived. The head, taking a sip of his drink, wiped his mustache, thoughtfully stopping at the number 23. The general decided to check with the chief if he really wanted to establish a branch in Yangzhou, but the head answered evasively, saying that it is not up to him to decide who is ready to lie to the younger ones. The general hinted that such a decision seemed too great a favor for just one aphrodisiac pill. He smiled, clearly understanding his intentions. The general explained that this was only his personal vision. Then he began to put everything in its place. 300 beggars searched for the enemy for 2 days, but this boy only needed half a day. This means that Gomhua's story of the Seeker of Myriad Versts may be true. Moreover, he was able to easily handle the 23 martial artists guarding the Aphrodisiac Mountain. What impressed the chapter the most was that Musang didn't even flinch when he was affected by his death thrust. The boy just kept talking, and now the general understood that the chief had absolutely no intention of giving in. The head himself admitted he was not going to kill him, although he was very angry. Anyone else in his place would have wet his pants a long time ago. But this guy turned out to be different. He calmly talked about food in the district. This meant that the head was not too kind. On the contrary, he rated the talent as a reinforcement, number 100, small, fragrant house. One of the boys hugged Musang, thanking him for being dependable. However, he immediately began to ask what happened to the kidnappers. Musang replied that he had sent them back to where they came from, but the latter objected, explaining that they had to be detained so that they would feel the full force of the law. Suddenly, Musang felt something. His head began to shake violently. He was falling, and the boy tried to catch him, asking, "Is this the power of one of Murim's 10 strongest experts? Who would have known that such an influence would have consequences, even if it was only a fraction of its death push?" Then Musang explained, "Everything is fine, just dizzy." But the boy still asked an unnecessary question. Did they beat him? Musang could not stand it and cut him for such impudence. "You jerk! You don't know when to shut up," he grumbled. From under the head's mustache came the words, "It was 7 years ago." The new righteous of the Alliance had a strong body. The head advised him to join the Dragon Slayer Order. After thinking, he answered, "Maybe this sounds presumptuous, but I'm asking you, don't use my students. If I die or more masters are needed, it will be a severe blow to my academy. There are only a few of us, and my teacher will remain alone." Such loyalty to his teacher moved his head to tears. The guy impressed him so much that he agreed and promised 3 favors in exchange for completing the task. All these words were heard by the student, who literally stood with his face on the ground. He kept his balance incredibly hard, feeling the weight as if it were 1,000 kilogr. The teacher was squatting on it, explaining that it was for his own good. The disciple was trying to convey that a member of the lowest-level Demon Slayer Order was expected to die. However, the teacher's promise then was not just words. Hearing this, the teacher decided to reward him with even more weight. 5 times more. The student felt the earth sink deeper into his face. Before leaving, the teacher said, "I saw a promising boy in you." "Didn't you say you were intimate with him in those days?" asked the head. He then offered the disciple to become the leader of their Yangzhou branch, even if it affected number 100 and the rest of the academy. His plans were to make number 100 the perfect ally for the gang of beggars. Meanwhile, several people were rebuilding the broken houses by passing the boards up. Suddenly, a big man appeared, who started scolding one of the workers, calling him homeless. He poked his finger at the man and said that he could get hurt if he didn't do everything right. A guy appeared behind the big guy and politely asked for forgiveness. However, barely writing down his words, he was inwardly afraid of the menacing appearance of the big man. He turned and recognized them as Hyuk Musang's students, deciding that this was a great opportunity to get closer. Despite his intimidating appearance, the big man said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Gay Muriok from the Beggar Gang." He explained that their older brother had asked to set up a base here. The students began to bow before him, apologizing for not knowing about such an outstanding man who could tear apart a bear with his bare hands. However, Gay Muriok asked them not to worry, because he considered both himself and them to be part of one great tradition of the province. He did not even understand why they were trembling so much, because he considered himself only a poor beggar. At that moment, Musang, who had left briefly to patrol the area, returned and wondered where everyone had gone. One of the students explained to him that in front of them stood the famous Gemuriok of the beggar gang, and began to tell how he caught the bear. "What kind of uncle?" asked Musang, addressing the big man, calling him a jerk and accusing him of intimidating his students. The disciples, hearing this, were even more frightened, grabbing their heads and squealing like girls. Gemuriok explained that he only greeted them, and they themselves were frightened. Musang ordered the students not to stare, and to return quickly, because the morning training was not over yet. He promised to come a little later. Gemuriok waved his hand to the students and asked them to come in again. Leaving, the students began to discuss what had happened, wondering how their brother and the big man had become so close. It was a real relief for the students. With a gang of beggars in the yard, they no longer needed to worry about the great power. The words of Muriok, who invited them to come again, caused them joy and elation. Muriok did everything as Musang wanted. However, there was another nuance that complicated the situation, and Musang spoke about it, pinching his nose with 2 fingers. Zdrovan, however, insisted that beggars have 2 virtues. Firstly, it is almost impossible to find a clean homeless person without smell. And secondly, a real beggar must love and accept his smell. To solve this problem, Musang plugged his nose with 2 pieces of paper, which he quickly resigned himself to. Meanwhile, the conversation turned to the missing student that Musang had asked about earlier. Muriok reported that there are certain problems. Musang was most afraid of hearing only one thing: that something bad had happened to him. And this is exactly what the big man meant when he said that the students seemed to have evaporated. He explained that there is evidence that he worked as a temporary mercenary in Yunhee County. However, one day he disappeared, and even his employers did not know where he was. 3 people who shared a room with him were injured during the work. The disappearance of Musang's student was clearly not an easy matter. The great man himself clearly admitted this. In the end, Musang concluded that they couldn't find him yet. He asked to continue working hard to get to the solution. Zdrovan wanted to say something else important, but Musang replied sharply. "If you don't think Brother Young is dead, or think I should surrender, you'd better keep your mouth shut." The bodies of the other mercenaries were found, but Brother Chong was not among them. This means that he is still alive. Musang warned, "Don't jump to conclusions from unclear circumstances." Zdrovan assessed him again. Musang remained calm even though he was impatient. He then announced that they had managed to find one of those they were looking for. However, the man has encephalitis, so they can't talk to him properly. He's only been repeating the same thing ever since he was shown the image of Chon. His words were simple: "Senior disciple will definitely come." Hearing this, Musang immediately set out to see the man. There, he explained to the chief that he wanted to go to Yunhee County. The head almost trembled after hearing these words. He was filled with hope that maybe there was finally a clue about Zhong's brother. And will he be able to bring Chon back home? Musang could not have predicted how this journey would end. But he knew one thing: as long as he was alive, Brother Young would definitely return. Blood spurted from the wound on his shoulder, flying in different directions, and it was all over for this boy. On the mountain, 2 people, one of whom wore a mask, watched the battle closely. Eerie screams of murder echoed below them, and one of the combatants was so tired that his face was covered in sweat. In his hands was a blade broken in half, and in front of him lay several corpses. One of the wounded crawled on the ground, pleading for mercy. He moved with only the one hand he had left, pleading that he did not want to die. As the one with the broken blade came closer and swung, the words of mercy continued to be heard. He didn't want to do it, but he had to in order to save his life. In the end, the boy's remaining hand shook from exhaustion and tension. Onlookers from the mountain, including the masked man, were shocked by what they saw. They recognized this guy named Chong as a good commodity. Yunhee County, Gansu Province. When the main character arrived at this place, he immediately noticed that the county was much more prosperous than Yangzhou. Suddenly, something unexpected caught his attention, which surprised him greatly. It was a luxurious carriage. Even the drivers were dressed in fine silk. It became interesting who could be the owner of this luxurious transport. However, when one of the charioteers noticed him and paid attention, Musang quickly looked away, deciding not to get involved. At that moment, a voice was heard from the middle of the carriage, addressing one of the drivers. "Yangji, has something happened?" "Nothing, it seems. Someone was watching us, but it was just a guy from the village martial arts academy. The young lady should not worry." However, the girl was annoyed that this guy ignored her. Yangji offered to catch him, but she refused, choosing to just leave things as they were. She felt that their paths would definitely cross again. Meanwhile, Musang continued to move down the street, still hoping to find Chong in his heart. On his way, he met a man with long, uncut hair who addressed him. "Master, how are you?" The man asked him for alms, but it seemed that he had something more in mind. Looking at him closely, Musang realized that he was a master from Yangzhou. Musang was not stingy and handed the man some money, asking if it would be enough. He gratefully accepted and invited Musang to talk. They then discussed local affairs, and Musang tried to learn more about the local troops. The man explained that Yunhe County was actually under the control of the Blood Curse Gang, so it was safer to consider these lands as Iron Blood Battalion territory. Traditional sects and clans once operated here, but they had to close due to gang influence. This made Musang think, isn't Brother John's place of work connected to the Blood Curse Gang? The man offered to take him to a person who he said knew Musang's student. On the way, they came across a scene. A man was beating a boy, rudely asking if his eyes came out of his ass. The boy cried and explained that the one he remembered was a bad person. An annoyed man grabbed him by the collar and asked, "Do you even know who I am?" The boy replied, "Bad. Punish him. He is the thief Chirion." However, the man continued to beat the boy without stopping. Musang and his companion approached the scene. They questioned one of the witnesses, who explained that the boy simply tripped and fell on top of the master from the Blood Curse Gang. Musang felt it his duty to step in and resolve the situation. He asked his companion to step aside and instantly disappeared from sight, preparing for action. A hand appeared right next to the master's fist, stopping his blow. "I think that's enough," Musang said calmly, coming to the boy's defense. It was amazing for observers. No one understood what technique he used. Musang continued to clench his fist while the master looked indignant. "How dare anyone interfere in the affairs of the Blood Curse Gang? Someone just happened to bump into you. Should we bring the whole gang into it?" Musang asked calmly. He tapped the master on the shoulder, dusting him off, and added, "All's well that ends well." However, this only angered the master. He thought that in front of him was a tall boy. In anger, he decided to get a weapon, not thinking of anything better. But Musang was not going to wait, and guided him to the right decision. He whispered quietly in his ear, "You only get the sword, and you are dead." The observers had no idea what was really happening. Annoyed, the master tore his hand from Musang's grip and asked him to let go. After that, he turned and started walking away, saying, "This time I forgive, but you'd better not catch my eye." The boy was still lying on the ground, holding his head and moaning in pain. Musang sat down next to him, put a hand on his shoulder, and reassured him, "He's gone. Now you have nothing to fear." The tears in the eyes of the little one have not yet dried. Musang introduced himself, giving his name and where he was from. But when the boy heard that he was a senior student, he was even more frightened. Musang only wanted to know about Chong, but all his attempts turned out to be in vain. The little one only repeated that it is necessary to apologize and that it is scary when the older brother orders. Chong had clearly left behind interesting rumors, and Musang himself now caused fear among the locals. Here, something unpleasant happened again. Another man approached the boy and hit him. He accused the boy of eating all his dumplings, and now he has no money. At that moment, Musang approached and asked the man to calm down, offering to pay for the child himself. Then he took some dumplings for himself and sat down at the table with the boy. Musang even asked the little one not to eat so fast, but the boy suddenly froze and began to look carefully into Musang's face. He noticed a small gash on his cheek and asked if it hurt. Musang replied that it was a small thing and asked him not to worry. He said he could tell something, but asked not to divulge that information. It was at this moment that Musang learned from the little one about the existence of the underground arena. The kid said that Jian fights in the arena and earns money, and also carries boxes to buy Chirion dumplings. Then the boy mentioned the older student, hinting at Musang himself, and explained how he learned. At the Dragon and Tiger Academy. White and blue uniform, height 182 cm, red hair tie. Everything matched the description of Chon. The little one assured that the elder brother is alive and will definitely return. But it was more important to find out when and where the underground arena was organized. The guy explained, "The arena operates on full and new moon days. If you go to the mountains, you will be escorted, and today is a full moon." At that moment, a man entered the room where they were sitting. The cafe employee greeted him, but he suddenly reached out to him with his hand. The man hit the worker and called him a parasite, telling him not to stand in his way. Several other people in the same clothes entered after him. This attracted the attention of all the guests in the room. The boy continued to eat dumplings, but soon people came to their table. The reason was an incident that happened during the day when Musang had protected the child from a member of the Blood Curse Gang. They approached Musang to find out why he was looking down on them. The little boy got scared and started poking his finger at the man. calling him bad. The boy's words became louder and more chaotic. Bad man, bad dish, damn dish, son of a bitch. Musang had no idea that this idiot would come looking for him again. It turned out that this brat is also much more cowardly than one could imagine. This was the territory of the Blood Curse gang, and it was difficult to resolve something quietly, because there were many people watching them. Meanwhile, the little boy was still trembling with fear, looking at these people, and was poking at them with his finger, calling them bad. He especially singled out the one who insulted him, calling him a devil's saucer. He was not going to tolerate it, and having reinforcements, decided to hit the little one. Musang yelled at the boy, calling his behavior wrong. This forced one of the attackers to stop for a moment and not complete the blow. Musang only tried to explain to the little one that poking someone's finger is a bad habit because it can cause a fight. The little boy turned to the guest and asked again, "He is surely not bad?" "No, he's a bad bastard," Musang replied, but added, "Saying it to his face will make him feel even worse." After a pause, Musang seemed to change his mind and let the little one do it if he wanted to. The boy again began poking at them with his fingers, calling them bad bastards. This finally angered the bandits, and they looked ready to literally tear the skin off the little one. Musang understood that the situation was becoming dangerous and could not allow it to escalate further. Urgent action was needed. Musang realized there was no other choice and reached into his pocket. But at that moment, her loud laughter rang out from the second floor, where the lady was. She turned to them, apologizing for accidentally overhearing their conversation. At the same time, she called Musang very funny. Musang just glared at her from under his forehead when he heard, "You are indeed a very funny master." One of the bandits turned to her and defiantly called her a bitch, ordering her not to interfere in their affairs. These words quickly reached the ears of the lady and her bodyguard. The guard, whom she allowed to act at his own discretion, received instructions from her. She asked him not to be too cruel because there were still people inside eating. The man began to slowly descend the stairs, while she calmly sipped her tea, holding the cloth over her face. Musang recognized the man immediately as he approached. It was the same driver he had seen earlier that day. Bandits began to aggressively ask what he was doing here, and whether he even understood who he was dealing with. But at the same time, they felt that this man seemed familiar to them, as if they had already seen him somewhere. One of the bandits did not have time to finish, as the guard sharply grabbed his face. The guard picked up the thug, holding only his face. The others did not even dare to intervene, standing silently aside. "Normally I'd rip your tongue out and shove it down your rotten throat, but thanks to the young lady I will leave your corpse clean, so be sure to thank her in the afterlife," said the guard. This gentle warning sounded quite creepy. He lifted the scoundrel even higher and gripped him even tighter. A loud scream escaped the thug's lips as Sang watched the sight. Musang noticed how the guard concentrated the bone tendon expansion technique on only his upper body. It was much more painful than just tearing out the tongue. After that, he threw the bandit on the floor like a waste. Then he turned to the others, warning them that it would be very foolish to attack him. One of them bowed in fear and said, "With all due respect, we salute the owner of the Rakshasa sword, Mayaji." Only now did they realize who was standing before them. Sang, without interfering, observed this scene and came to the conclusion that Yaji is a very serious and dangerous man. Meanwhile, Yaji continued to warn the bandits. He explained that any inconvenience to those he accompanied would have dire consequences. The bandits, overcome with trembling, began to apologize, assuring that they did not know what they were doing. The young lady stopped Yaji, saying he could stop. She explained that she was able to laugh thanks to the bandits. If Yaji punished them for such a trifle, she would only get angry. And now, when the person who offended her is already dead, she asked him to stop. Yaji apologized to her. At this point, the mistress turned to the Blood Curse gang. She noted that they were able to survive only because they entertained her. Mistress asked them not to disturb her and her companions ever again. The bandits, frightened, fell to their knees and swore that from now until the end of their lives, they would not bother them. At the end, the lady made them leave quickly, noting that she was in a good mood. Sang thanked her and Yaja for keeping them alive. At this point, he said he was going to move on. However, the mistress hoped that they would not leave so quickly and offered to drink tea together. She used the 1,000 enchanting eyes technique. A smile instantly appeared on Sang's face. But despite this, he apologized to her and said that he had important business for the evening. Mistress was surprised, because he did not give in to her technique, although he was looking directly at her 1,000 enchanting eyes. "Where are you going?" Yaji asked, standing next to Sang. Looking directly at him, he noticed that the young lady was asking to drink tea with her. Sang replied firmly, looking him straight in the eyes that he was refusing. How dare you? Added Yaji, standing opposite him and looking intently into his eyes. Meanwhile, night fell on the streets, and the action shifted to the Marima Alliance. A pen dipped in ink touched a white sheet of paper. It was held in his hand by young Master Hongwon, the 10th in rank. As soon as he had finished writing, Sol Diu approached him and asked permission to enter. The young master gave him permission to enter. The man entered the room, got down on one knee, and, bowing, greeted the hostess. It was Commander Sol. The commander of the secondary guards of the Marima Alliance could not fulfill the request of the host, and decided to bypass all formalities. Talking to a statue would be easier than arguing with the commander. The master asked why he had come here. The commander reported that Senior Patrolman Mujun had arrived at the Alliance. Hearing this, the young master smiled widely, curiously asking, "Where is she?" The commander replied that she immediately went to the patrol hall. Before he could finish, the host disappeared, as if swept away by a broom, leaving his place empty. All that remained on the table was a letter with a drawn portrait of a girl, which he held in his hand. Just a moment, and the action moved to the patrolman's quarters. The girl stood with trembling hands, holding the results of the transfer application, which read, "Rejected." She looked at the document again and again, not understanding what was happening. Confused, she waited for an explanation from the secretary, who himself did not know what to say. "What does this mean?" she asked with fire in her eyes, looking at him. "I returned after investigating questionable circumstances in the western region. Moreover, I brought a letter from the Boundless Mansion and a recommendation from a gang of beggars. I'm vacating the hotly contested northern region to head to the shunned western region, and I was still refused." She screamed it, holding the secretary by the collar and literally yelling into his ear. But, realizing that it was useless to argue with him, she decided to leave and angrily announced that it was time to go. The last thing the secretary heard was her saying that she would personally find Elder Won Bija. Bad things? I guess the elder didn't take enough care of it, he thought. However, the secretary also could not understand what exactly he could do in this situation. Meanwhile, the young master was already waiting for her. When she saw him, her face lit up with joy. Like her, he too missed her. Stretching out his arms, he was almost ready to hug her. But she ran past, saying that they would talk later because she was busy at the moment. The master rushed after her, asking as he went where she was in such a hurry, what the problems were and whether he needed help. In response, she asked, "Was it your grandfather Woon who made you try to stop me?" He didn't understand anything, and only asked if it had anything to do with her patrol and what happened to him. She explained succinctly, "I don't have time right now and you won't be able to help me anyway." He only asked her at the end, "Visit me when you finish your business." Mrs. Hua ran on, rejecting all conversation and even the opportunity to enjoy her favorite sugared fruit or candy, only repeating, "Talk to you later." His long-awaited meeting with her, as if with a sister, was postponed. He remembered how much Mrs. Hua loved these sugared fruit treats. She remembered the first time she tasted them. She then, holding sweets in her hands, jokingly announced that she would marry him. These words caused him to blush strongly. The ground seemed to leave from under his feet. Their conversation was then observed by two dignitaries who heard her say that if she were with him, she would be able to eat these fruits every day. Her father and his father then jokingly called each other matchmakers. But now it painfully reminded him of how easily they had spent time together when they were young, and now everything had changed. He wondered, "Why are we so distant, Mrs. Hua?" At this point, he continued his conversation with Yaji. The guard remarked that Sang displayed extraordinary confidence and courage in his actions. Sang would have thanked him for such words, but decided to remain low-key. Suddenly, Yaji began to draw his sword, but a woman's voice came from above and sternly said, "Enough." The mistress asked her bodyguard to stop, explaining that she did not want to seem intrusive. She decided to let the boy go after he said he had important business. Sang thanked her again and promised that if the opportunity arose, they would definitely have tea together. However, the lady insisted that he at least give his name and say where he is from. "My name is not worth the time of someone so important to remember it," Sang replied. After hearing this, she decided to take the first step and give her name. "I'm Cheol Jinhwa," she said with a slight smile. However, the guard intervened, saying that he wanted to say something else. "If I ever see Mizov Rido in his company, I'll kill him right here," he said coldly. Sang, not wanting to die so soon, introduced himself. "I'm Hyok Musang from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy." After hearing this, the lady admitted that she was glad to meet her and added that she would look forward to their next meeting. Sang decided it was time to leave and turned around, calling the little one with him. The kid still looked scared. They started to leave, but the lady turned to her bodyguard. She asked him, Can you kill him? Are you sure about that? The guard asked, should I go after him and kill him? She answered calmly. No need. No need, she said, explaining that she would not want to die. But it wasn't about Sang's death, it was about the death of her bodyguard, Yaji. Mistress was born with legendary white eyes and the ability to see through everything. If she says that, it means that Sang is much stronger than her, Yaji thought. However, he still couldn't understand how some village boy from a martial academy could be so strong. Meanwhile, Sang thought too. A girl with the surname Chul, accompanied by the wielder of the Rakshasa sword from the Iron Blood Battalion. It reminded him of the great Iron Blood Emperor Chol Hansen, who was known for his love for one woman. His wife is said to have died early of an illness, and his only son was killed in the Great Just War. This could only mean one thing. She was the granddaughter of the great Iron Blood Emperor. Even the Murima Alliance doesn't know anything about her. Does this mean she's been hidden all this time because of her powers? Sang remembered the words that Shin, the teacher of the Demon Slayer Order, had said. According to legend, when a person with white eyes and madness is born, the world is plunged into suffering. They say that a long time ago such a woman existed in the kingdom of witches. Sang thought, should I kill her? But, coming to his senses, he slapped himself twice on the cheeks and called these thoughts useless. I have already sworn not to interfere in the affairs of the Alliance anymore, he thought, deciding to focus on the search for his brother. Meanwhile, in the chambers of Alliance Elder Murima, Hua, with all her enthusiasm, ran to the Elder. He, however, had already opened the window and was trying to slowly climb out through it. Are you running away through the window to avoid meeting me? She asked, full of indignation. Alliance Elder Murima of Huashan Mountain School rejected all the allegations, making excuses and denying any involvement. Hua decided to believe his lie for now, but after hearing this word, the elder continued to assure her that it was not true. However, the girl was sure that he already knew why she had come and asked directly, why was my transfer request rejected? The elder felt that her determination was unwavering, and she would not back down a single step. My child, you must understand. The northern region is a key position for the Alliance. It's a great place to work quietly, he began. Being next to the unconventional power of the Iron Blood Battalion and the decline of the traditional schools, like the closure of the Kongrong School or the Sichuan Pan clan, creates endless challenges. Borders next to the Empire's army make it difficult to support our people as their forces far outnumber ours, he explained, trying to justify the decision. Then the elder asked, what attracts you to the city that everyone avoids? However, Hua hinted that there was another reason for her refusal. For example, someone insisted that Mujin Gomhua stay only in the northern region, she suggested. The elder objected, stressing that no one could pressure the Council of Elders on this matter. But who could do that? He must be someone very influential, she remarked, looking directly at him. Her tone let the elder know that she had chewed him completely. At that moment, a person appeared in the room and said, it was me. I'm the one who insisted that Mujun stay in the northern region, he continued. Her fist clenched so hard you could tell. She didn't expect to see this person here. With a smile on her face, she turned directly to him. It was her father, the head of the Alliance, who hadn't seen her in a long time. The father turned to her with a mocking tone, calling her the same Gorbian woman who is rude to the officials of the Alliance. The elder excused himself that he did not even know about the patriarch's presence in the Alliance. The father politely apologized to the elder for his unexpected appearance. The elder, using all possible means, decided to quickly disappear. However, she was not done yet, turning to him with complaints. She threw her words after him as he jumped out the window. Left alone, her father sternly remarked that her disrespectful behavior towards an important Alliance official disgraced not only her, but the entire Mujin clan. But she replied that an Alliance member has no right to interfere with the fulfillment of the duties of affiliated schools or clans. And it is also forbidden to use connections for one's own interests. He listened to her tensely and without much desire. He then briefly stated that she was his daughter and he had no obligations to the Alliance. He emphasized that everything he does is aimed exclusively at her benefit. But she saw it differently. To her it looked like her father's desire to strengthen his own power and greatness. It had always been this way, and he had always controlled her life, justifying it by caring for her well-being. She recalled that Sungyu's uncle and Hui's brother lived quietly, only because he was afraid that they would fight over an inheritance that she didn't even want. Was their banishment also for her own good? He made her friend's father beg for forgiveness on his knees, citing great differences in position. Her maid was beaten and imprisoned for 10 days just because she bought her one candy, for which a real fuss was made. Despite all the arguments his daughter gave him, the father explained that she was simply still young and did not understand. He emphasized that their clan was the descendants of King Yang, and those with royal blood in their veins should not live among ordinary people. They should strive for the highest. But the daughter never wanted to understand it as well as to accept it. She, having gathered her strength, said for the last time that she still did not give up the name Mujun, only out of respect for him because he gave her life and raised her. However, she warned that if he didn't stop meddling in her affairs, she might see her drop everything and disappear. The residents of the main patrol of the Murim Alliance, Hua was already preparing to leave and announced to the maid that they were leaving. Her teary eyes showed that she had just cried. The maid, angry, asked, "Who dared?" But the girl just wanted to leave this place and asked to pack her things. She had earned the right to ask the head of the Alliance for help as a reward for her service in the Demon Slayer Order. But she didn't want it to seem like she was using influential people. However, since her father was playing foul, there was no other way out. No one expected that the patriarch himself would intervene and stand in the way. The maid decided to tell how everything really was, and turned to the mistress, just starting to speak. But the girl, interrupting, asked her, "Are you on my side?" "Of course, I'm always on your side more than anyone else," replied the maid. Hua admitted out loud that she only had a maid now, and she fully admitted it. Listening to the gentle voice of the maid, she tried to understand how to help the mistress. After all, the patriarch is heartless, and the girl was sincerely sorry. Uni County, deep in Yangshan Valley. In the battle arena, two fighters dealt powerful blows to each other. Each of them put all their strength into each blow, trying to prove their superiority. One of them had his teeth knocked out. The other had a cracked jaw. Spectators literally felt the force of each blow on their faces. One of the fighters, naked to the waist, decided to respond to another blow of the opponent. Their arms swirled like a hurricane, delivering more and more unarmed melee blows without using their inner strength. It looked strange, but such simple battles were incredibly popular. Among the spectators were both locals and officials, which indicated that the authorities turned a blind eye to this. One of the spectators, Musang, was carefully watching and assessing the situation. Another spectator approached him and struck up a conversation. He asked who Musang had bet on, but Sang instead asked if there were often deaths in such battles. The man replied, "It doesn't happen often, but sometimes fights get so violent that they lead to death, and what happens to the bodies of those who died is unknown. Just a pity for these people." At that moment, Musang pulled out a painted portrait of John and asked if he had seen the man. Seeing the portrait, the viewer with a frightened face said, "This is the flower ghost." It became obvious that this man knew Chan. The crowd went wild, and the battle in the arena became more and more fierce. The owner of the valley summoned White Yom and Black Yom. He asked them if their guests could come to the arena with swords. Both answered in unison that no. Then the host drew their attention to Musang, who was standing in the audience with a sword on his belt. He ordered White and Black to get rid of whoever is responsible for the pass at the entrance, and also ordered Musang to be brought to him, noting that this man did not seem to be interested in fighting and only questioned people. "If he turns out to be suspicious, he will have to be killed," added the host. Meanwhile, Sang continued to ask about the flower ghost. The man explained that he saw him every fight. His face is as beautiful as a flower, but his steadfastness in battle has made him a ghost. At first, few people bet on him because of his appearance, but thanks to him, he managed to pull off a big jackpot. Now that it has become popular, the rates have dropped, the man said. However, he warned, if you came here because of him, it might be for nothing. For the past 6 months, he no longer goes to battles. Everyone was happy when a new champion appeared, but now he has disappeared, the man added. Meanwhile, in the arena, the fight escalated, and now the elbows were in action. The man turned his attention to the crimson ghost he had bet on, but he was lying face down on the ground, and bets on him seemed lost. However, it didn't matter to Musang. What was most important was what he was able to learn about Chong. Musang realized that Chong didn't seem to have died in battle, but now the question was where he was now. His thoughts were interrupted by a man who came up and apologized for the trouble. It was Black Yom, who asked permission to take him with him. "Are there any problems?" Musang asked. Black Yom explained that the master of the valley wanted to meet with him. This seemed very successful to Musang, because he himself wanted to ask a few questions to the host. He agreed to go, saying that he would do it himself, which surprised Black Yom. However, he was shocked when the boy who was just standing in front of him literally vanished into thin air. Black Yom began to spin in place, trying to understand where he had gone, but there were no signs of movement. This was observed by the master of the valley himself, wondering what was happening. He decided to send others to find out what happened to Black Yom. Not receiving an answer, the owner turned and asked, "Did you hear me?" White Yom stood motionless like a statue and didn't say a word. Suddenly, an explanation rang out. "He is paralyzed now." The owner, hearing these words, became wary. Meanwhile, the sound of a drink being poured was heard at the table. It was Musang calmly filling his cup. "You have good drinks here, by the way," he noted, giving a compliment. The master of the valley jumped up from his seat, frightened to the core. "You asked, and here I am. So why do you ask who I am?" said Musang, raising the cup, which he had brazenly poured himself. How Musang got here remained a real mystery to the owner. However, Musang, in turn, thanked for the invitation because he had several questions. The owner did not object and moved his chair to sit down to talk. At that moment, he signaled to Black Him to return immediately. In addition, with a wave of his finger, he indicated that he should take good alcohol and snacks. After they sat down, the host asked, "What is your purpose? Why are you here?" Without delay, Musang handed him a sheet of paper with a portrait of John drawn on it. "I'm looking for this man. He was a fighter here," he explained. The master immediately remembered Chan, bound and thrown on the floor when he was brought to him. "When he was brought, I did not understand at all who he was and what to do with him," he added. The masked host asked, "Did you recommend him?" The person who brought Chong made an excuse, explaining that he was a fighter who was gaining popularity. If he damages somewhere, the damage will be minimal. But John was suspected of spying when he was seen rummaging through one of the cargoes. Jung explained that the package had fallen apart and he was just checking it. The owner seemed indifferent and said, "Bad luck." The hope in Chan's eyes gradually faded. The valley master coldly stated that they could do whatever they wanted with Zhaon. He was sure that he would easily find another popular fighter. From that day on, all ties with Chong were severed, and the valley even lost the trust of the Iron Blood Battalion. In response to the story, Musang noted, "It's just a familiar face. For some time he was very popular in the arena, but 6 months ago he suddenly disappeared. It happened right before an important battle because of which we suffered huge losses." The owner began to ask, "What exactly binds you together? Are you related or something else?" He even hinted that he would like to discuss the damages in more detail. But the owner's lie was visible from afar, even if there was some truth in it. It was obvious that he was not going to share important information. Sang thought that perhaps using force was the only solution in this situation. He had just begun to act when Black Yom entered the room, bringing drinks and snacks that the host had ordered. The host ordered, "Put it here, fill the glasses, and take care of the guest." Black Yom, apologizing, began to carry out the order. But besides the drink, there was something else under his fingers. It was a top-level poison that dissipates without smell or taste. After drinking it, Song would lose his power and become an ordinary human. Now it was just a matter of waiting for him to finish his drink. The host continued to assure that he had told everything he knew about Chan, and even asked Black Yom to confirm, or perhaps remember where the man was now. At this point, Sang raised his hand, asking them to wait. He raised the glass with the drink closer to his nose, sniffing carefully. The master and Black Yom froze in tension. Did he guess? But they quickly reassured themselves. Even the best-trained dog would not recognize this poison, because it has no smell. "The potion smells amazing," Sang said calmly. The host supported the conversation by noting that this wine was of the highest quality, straight from Shaanxi, with a slight hint of sweetness. "It would be great if you could pack me a few bottles," Sang continued gratefully. Then he emptied the glass in one gulp as if pouring it into the dry earth. With unexpected force, he slammed the glass on the table, creating a loud sound. His body seemed to be filled with a storm of emotions and the taste of the drink. Meanwhile, the master asked Black Yom, "How soon will the poison work?" He replied, "It affects the Kui. It will be noticeable when he tries to use it." "What are you whispering about?" Sang asked them sharply. At that moment, he began to feel as if all of his internal energy shattered like glass and scattered around his body. "And what's with your face?" asked his owner mockingly, coming closer. "Is your ki dissipating?" he added, looking at Sang with a sly smile. The master ordered the Black Yom to wake up the White Yom, noting that the latter could freeze if left in this state for a long time. White Yom, coming closer, hit Sang in the back with 2 fingers, bringing him to his senses. White's first words were an apology to his master for not being able to protect him. At this moment, Sang finally realized that he had been poisoned. An even more ominous smile appeared on the owner's face. He patted Sang on the cheek, forcing him to look into his eyes, and said, "Everything here will be as I say, even if you are stronger." This infuriated Sang, and he stood up in an attempt to take control of the situation. But at the same moment, the blade was at his throat. The master quickly realized that Sang had become much slower, and took advantage of this by bringing his sword to his neck. "Cut off his hands and feet, but don't kill him. We need it alive to pass it on to them," the master ordered his men. "Them? Who are they? What is the benefit of this?" Sang asked loudly, not understanding what was happening. But he was quickly asked to shut up by force. White Yom began to mock him. "If it wasn't for the order, I would cut off your head right now. But alas, the master needs you alive." The Valley Master decided to explain, "If we can hand you over to them, we will restore the cooperation we lost because of Chong." The host's words made it clear that he had lied about Zhang's disappearance. Now it became obvious. Behind all these actions there is a deep profit and conspiracy. The master of the valley would listen to no more excuses and ordered his servants, "Eliminate him!" But suddenly to his right, Black Yom flew through the air. He was hit with such force that he broke through the wooden fence and flew towards the arena. The Black Yom twisted several times in the air before falling straight into the thick of the battle. He fell face down on the ground, and a pool of blood quickly spread from his head. "What was that?" The host did not understand anything at all. Turning around, he saw Sang standing there overflowing with ki, a white yom hanging in his hand. White's face was distorted, and Sang was holding him straight by his hair. The owner could not believe his eyes. "How is this possible? Didn't he drink wine?" "Drank and digested it," Sang calmly explained, which seemed absolutely impossible. "Can anyone reach the point of invulnerability?" The host was shocked. This meant that Sang had only been pretending all this time. "I tried to speak calmly," Sang said. "But now there's only one thing left, to beat the hell out of you." The impact was so strong that even the people on the lower floor felt pieces of wood falling from above. No one could understand what was happening, but everyone knew who was upstairs. The most important thing for them was to ensure the safety of the master of the valley. For his sake, they were ready to sacrifice even their own lives. But running upstairs, they did not find the owner. Only White was lying face down. It immediately became clear. The master of the valley had disappeared. Meanwhile, in the place where Sang was, he was well aware that everyone was looking for him. However, Sang assured them not to worry, as he held the master high above the ground, and promised to bring him back sooner than they thought. He asked the owner whether he should let him go or not. But now the master of the valley begged him not to do so, and not to go as far as he had an hour before. Sang recalled that it was the master who poisoned him when he first came to them. Thinking about it made him angrier, and the thought made him loosen his grip. The owner apologized, admitting his guilt, but the words of the master and the tone in which he spoke only irritated Sang. "I was a fool, but I swear I'll make it right," he wailed, deeply repenting. But now Sangha was mad at his cowardice and pitiful behavior. And at that moment, Sang's hand went limp. Nothing could hold the master anymore. After flying a few centimeters, the master of the valley begged Sang to stop at least for a moment. With the horror of death in his eyes, he flew rapidly down. He squeezed his eyes shut so hard that he didn't even see his body getting closer to the ground. But at this moment, a strange energy began to gather on Sang's hand. Flying down, the owner did not stop beating the boy, shouting obscene words. There were so many words that even repeating them is difficult. However, with the help of his energy, Sang stopped this brat, although he remained with his eyes closed. All these images sounded right in front of Sang's face, as he held him already at eye level. Opening his eyes and realizing what he had just said, the owner was even more frightened. He could not understand what was happening and why he was hanging in the air. Sang just let go of his shoulder a little because it was numb, and he had already started insulting him. In the end, the owner called it a small misunderstanding. But Sang wasn't going to condone the poisoning, and couldn't resist some harsh words in response. However, he was only interested in one thing: where is Chong? The owner asked if Sang would spare his life if he told the whole truth. But Sang's answer, that he would question him to death, made the master think that he was facing a real demon from hell. The owner quickly called his words a joke and assured that if he told everything without hiding, he would save his life. But he immediately warned, if he hears even a drop of lies, he will return to his original plan. At that moment, the head of the valley, like a frightened child, only nodded his head. Meanwhile, the pages of the book were turned one after another. A man entered the room, addressed the owner, and reported a serious problem. The Murim Alliance discovered the composition of the aphrodisiac in Hansa. They say he was captured by a gang of beggars. This news angered the owner, but he also wanted to know what damage had been done. After learning the details, he ordered anything to return the drugs. The man warned that this could lead to a conflict with the Murim Alliance. However, the head slammed the book so hard that it became clear that he didn't care. He explained only one thing. The result is more important than anything else. You will get in there, organize a surprise attack, and if you have to, sacrifice yourself. But the drugs must be returned, ordered the mysterious head of the school, Lee Punson. The master of the valley told Sang about this mysterious school. It turned out that they are engaged in illegal transportation from the west, but they are not ordinary smugglers. Each of them possesses high skill. They appear and disappear, leaving behind only mysteries. Sang remembered the people in the abandoned building and realized that they might be connected to the school. From the conversation with the Lord of the Valley, Sang realized that he was implying that he was the one who sent the rapists, and they took him because of some trouble he had caused. The owner made excuses, saying that he could not do anything, because they were much stronger. Approaching, Sang asked with fire in his eyes, "So where are they now?" He began to mumble something indistinct, avoiding an answer. Finally, he yelled that the Iron Blood Battalion had ordered them not to interfere. According to the agreement, no one was supposed to look for them. Only if necessary, they applied themselves, having paid a lot of money for the recommendations of several people. After these words, the owner swore that this was all he knew. Sang drew his sword and swung it right at the coward's face. He asked, "Do you have anything else to say before I strike?" Meanwhile, the outer gates of the Murim Alliance, the hostess stopped when she heard a voice calling her from behind. It was the young master running to her, begging her to wait. He ran so fast that sparks flew out from under his shoes. The young man did not want to let her go, hoping at least to talk. But the girl explained that they will talk next time, when there is an opportunity. He had reason to think she was offended, since she had said the same thing last time. The problem was completely different, but the girl did not even know how to explain it to him. When she looked at the young man, she noticed the master standing on the wall in the background. He watched everything from there, controlling the situation and watching them leave the area. The girl only told the young master that it was nothing he should worry about. They said their goodbyes, and she told her companions that it was time to leave. Mounting their horses, the group quickly galloped forward. The host, who remained upstairs, just sighed heavily. Everything was going according to his plan, but he still did not understand why it was so difficult with her. Mujun clan's strategic advisor, Samajin, advised the master to start creating clan disciples to catch the young heiress. Otherwise, the situation would only get more complicated. But the owner did not want to become a sworn enemy of his own daughter. He explained this to the counselor, who immediately began to make excuses, assuring him that he could be trusted with everything else, except for this child. The counselor suggested sending a few people to keep an eye on her for the time being. He emphasized that Papak and Homokhva have extremely sharp instincts and will be able to imperceptibly keep their distance. He also advised to find out what Hua has been doing for the past 6 months. Father wanted to find out why she was so persistent in the West, and he was convinced that there was a good reason for this. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Valley lay beaten right at Sang's feet. Sang calmly wiped his hands with a towel. He made it clear that this scum really didn't know anything else. Blood curse gang. Several fighters were lying on the ground, who already regretted everything they had done before. Sharp, cold swords flashed above their bodies. Gil, with his sword at his throat, excused himself that he had faithfully served the great emperor in many battles, when the milk on the princess's lips had not yet dried. He explained indignantly that even she, the child of the great emperor, had no right to treat him like that. He himself was the head of the blood curse gang. However, the lady hardly believed his words. For her, it seemed like a complete delusion, although she agreed on one thing. The great emperor would definitely not sit idly by when he found out about this. She emphasized that when the grand emperor found out about the deal he and the 3 elders had made with the mysterious faction, he would personally come and break his neck. She threw the evidence that had already been found on the ground in front of Gil and told him not to even try to deny it. Desperate, he could only ask how she had found out about this in the first place, and what she needed from him now. She was waiting for this very question. And though he didn't want to admit it, Gil was right. She had come to get what she needed. Her demand was very simple, but at the same time inexorable. She moved closer, touched a finger to his chin, and softly whispered, "Loyalty. Not to the 3 elders, and not even to the great emperor, but to her." Meanwhile, outside the city, it was deep night, and Sang stood before the city gates. Suddenly, the head of the beggars appeared next to him with a question. "What is this unhappy look on you?" One could understand the chapter. If an average man met Sang at night with such a face, he would surely have a heart attack. But the head immediately understood that in front of him was no ordinary person. That's how he explained his reaction. He had come to see if Sang had managed to find any clues as to John's whereabouts. Sang said that a powerful organization is pursuing a drug trafficking group. They are called the Mysterious Faction. He asked the head to tell everything he knew about them. The head remembered his words when Sang said he was no longer interested in Murimu's affairs. But this did not apply to Murim at all. It seems that his brother was mistaken for a spy and taken while he was working for them. Hearing this, the head was visibly frightened. But Sang was sure that the head knew something and was hiding important information. He explained that most likely, the brother was interrogated for a long time, but in the end they could be silenced forever. Sang did not deny that it was quite possible. But as long as there is at least 1 chance in 1,000 that his brother is alive, he's not going to give up. Sang was willing to believe until he saw the body with his own eyes. They had saved each other from any danger for 5 years in a row, and this gave him the strength not to give up. Sang was 1,000% sure that if his brother was hurt, the guilty would be praying to go to hell, because meeting him would be even more terrifying. Sang's desire to kill the leader of the beggars was so strong that he involuntarily felt a tremor. The chief agreed to order his men to collect all information about the suspects and pass it on to Sang. However, he warned that he could not promise significant help, because his people were busy with business and had not been idle for the past 6 months. That was enough for Sang. Even the smallest information could help. Moreover, he already had an idea where exactly he wanted to intervene. His attention was drawn to the Murim Alliance hideout, illuminated by the night glow. The senior patrolman of the western region of the Alliance, Master Moon, was there. Hua greeted him by introducing herself to him. Moon prepared documents related to personnel changes and asked to be sure to burn them after reading. The girl asked whether she had caused him unnecessary inconvenience. Moon replied that it was far from easy to accomplish this task. Master Moon comes from a small martial academy. He defeated the students of a famous martial school in an unarmed tournament organized by the Murim Alliance. But that made him the target of envious talent from smaller schools and clans. Understanding the complexity of the situation, the Alliance appointed him to oversee the troubled western region. Hua knew very well who he was and his character, hard as bamboo. But this time, she saw how difficult it was for him to work between the Alliance and the major battle academies without proper support. The girl said that she heard the mansion asking several times about the meeting, but never received an answer. She asked if it was possible that the letters had not even reached him. Moon explained that he was only following orders, but the look on his face betrayed internal contradictions, as if he wanted to answer otherwise. Be that as it may, Hua congratulated him on his promotion. She asked if he had anything important he wanted to tell her. Moon thought for a moment. I heard that you have been transferred, and you are confidently moving along the indicated route, he said. But in the course of your duty here in the western region, you will encounter some questionable cases. If possible, I advise you not to dig too deep. That was all he could explain to her, but the meaning of those words remained a mystery to Hua. He prayed fervently that she would listen to his advice. After that, Moon turned and left the hall. Meanwhile, in the abandoned house on the Xiaoyao mountain, the general of beggars went to the toilet, asking not to bother him about this. He ordered to stop at all costs anyone who tried to enter this place, which he now declared as his private territory. The general found a toilet among the bushes, choosing a place that seemed more or less comfortable to him. But suddenly behind him, he heard the sound of crunching leaves. Turning around, he began to warn the stranger that this was not a place to come and asked him to turn around and leave. However, that bastard suddenly rushed at him, not even letting him finish this important matter. The general had to quickly jump up and dodge the attacker's weapon. Fortunately, even with his pants down, he could move quickly and punched back in time for such insolence. But it still remained strange. What does this man even want here? Deciding to end it, the general rushed at the assailant, hoping to capture him. However, the confidence that shone in the stranger's eyes was palpable even from a distance. He swung his sword and purple energy exploded in front of him. Her incredible strength made the general stop at the last moment. Wasting no time, the general folded his hands, concentrating his inner strength under them. A bright flash made the attacker cover his eyes, but when he opened them, the general was no longer in front of him. He was in the air and, swinging, was preparing to deliver a devastating blow. In a moment, the general's heavy heel with all his anger flew straight into the enemy's head. Revenge for the broken piece. The attacker paid the full price for his imprudence. However, even after the victory, the general could not look cool. He still had no pants on. As expected, This fool did not come alone. Hearing a flare fired in the direction of the house, the general jumped towards it, but immediately turned back. He forgot to put on his pants. Meanwhile, in the house, the battle was in full swing. They desperately fought off uninvited guests. A figure in red clothes was watching the fight closely. There was only one thought in his head. These attackers most likely are trying to seize the drugs at any cost. One group provides a distraction, while the other searches for prey inside the house. But suddenly a voice rang out from behind him. "Are you the boss here?" The general asked this question at the same time as he rushed into the attack. His shots were varied, but always accurate. He hit with his hands, after which he added even more powerful kicks. However, the general could not help but note that the enemy dodged and defended quite skillfully. The general continued to throw a few more punches, when his face suddenly became tense. The tension appeared because the attacker managed to block his shot. The striker was also aware of the strength of his defense and the skill of controlling his feet. He was definitely stronger than most beggars. "It seems that in front of me is General Gen himself from the gang of beggars," the stranger determined for himself. But the general had another trick up his sleeve, a devastating kick directly to the head. But the opponent was not going to stay away, and began to circle his sword, preparing to strike. However, when he swung his sword, he realized that it was only an illusion. The general suddenly appeared behind and warned, "You will not succeed." But when the general struck, the unexpected happened. The enemy managed to jump back. He not only dodged, but also spun his body in the air to deliver the next sword strike. The general, lying on the ground, saw the sword rapidly approaching him, but the smile never disappeared from his face. He had a plan. He knocked the sword away with his foot, bringing the idea to life. With a blow, he spun the opponent, causing him to lose his balance. The general himself jumped up, deftly holding the ground with his hands to keep his balance. Using this balance, he pushed back and kicked even harder. This time the strike was accurate, and he managed to create distance between himself and his opponent. But at the same moment, he felt a pain in his chest and saw blood spurt out. The opponent was smiling, and his teeth were red, smeared with blood. "I didn't ask your opinion. I knew I could do it," he said, clutching the sword in his hands. He aimed directly at the general's face, but he managed to deflect his blow in the attempt. Because of this, the opponent missed, but the general could not call him weak. They were almost equal in strength. The flare had already been fired, which meant that time was against the general. "Victory is only a matter of time. Have you figured that out yet?" said the opponent coldly. At that moment, the general realized everything. It was clear that these scum had taken care of the protection of their leader in advance. The enemy admitted that he had sent 5 people to divert attention. Most likely, now they are playing hide-and-seek. Will they continue to face each other in this intense battle? The general admitted. This bastard planned everything in advance. This angered him even more. It was even more annoying that the opponent was toying with him from the very beginning. The general stopped holding back his power. His aura changed. He became more powerful. The opponent even wondered, is the general not going to show his true strength? But his own blood also boiled with the anticipation of an epic battle. But suddenly, one of his men appeared behind the opponent and reported, "They have serious problems because they could not find an aphrodisiac anywhere. It's impossible. Nothing can be hidden from a magical search, especially on such a small object. There shouldn't be any complications," shouted the opponent. However, his distraction annoyed the general, who harshly reminded, "Go to the end." "What a pity. I thought I finally met a worthy opponent," said the opponent with sadness in his voice. "Well, there's nothing you can do. Our fight will have to be postponed," he added, sheathing his sword. After that, he put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly as a signal. The whistle spread far away, deafening the entire space of the forest. This annoyed the general, and he decided to attack the enemy himself. But he quickly raised his sword up. In one movement, he swung his sword sharply downwards, leaving behind a bright line. Although the sword was sheathed, it hit the ground with a thud, creating a deep crack. The force of the impact caused a wave that threw everything and everyone around. Behind the wave came an explosion that could be seen even beyond the forest. The general had to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the dust flying in his direction. When it became a little brighter, he realized that there was no one else in front of him. The enemy and his men disappeared without leaving a trace. The enraged general ordered his men to begin the pursuit immediately, because his name could not be tarnished. At least one of them must be captured. His men gave chase, but the opponents were already moving quickly through the forest, building a new plan. They realized that their mission had lost its meaning. The commander issued orders to each of his men, hoping to catch the enemy, but he would never have thought that the aphrodisiac would simply disappear. The general hoped that the enemy was not reckless enough to destroy him. At the same time, he realized that the open attack was a mistake. Now, he would have to report to the master. Absorbed in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a loud explosion behind him, which made him look around. One of his men flew right in front of the general like an arrow. She hit the tree with such speed that it rattled under the impact. It was Gi Cheol who slowly slid down the trunk, leaving behind bloody trails. The general, with a worried expression on his face, could not understand what had happened. Footsteps were heard in the distance, and soon a figure appeared. "Oh, is it you, my dear friends? Have you come to lose?" he asked, smiling. "Why are you running away so quickly? Stay a little longer. Let's play. I promise it will be fun," he added. It was Muryuk. The enemy, it seems, has already thought everything through and sent several people to distract the general. In the meantime, the group was debating whether they would seek support again. One of them explained that this is indeed the case. Due to a failed attempt at an open attack, they suffered significant losses. However, the owner noted that the losses were not as great as after the last raid. He pointed out that because of the leak of information about the deal, he now needs to focus on his own security. Another added that the problem was that they had been threatened to attack the third elder. This annoyed them beyond belief, and made them think of the attackers as arrogant bastards who have no fear at all. Another person appeared in the room and raised the tension, calling the situation quite difficult. He also added that he has one extremely attractive offer for them. The men were, to put it mildly, shocked by the appearance of a stranger. However, the mustached man, trying to calm the owner, said that there was no need to interfere because he himself will put this rat in its place. But he didn't even have time to finish the word rat when he was hit right in the beard. It was not the man who came, but the owner himself. He explained that in front of them is not someone who can just be put in place. The masked person commented on the host's actions, noting that it was too much, and the situation could have been solved with words. He calmly added that he just wanted to ask one more thing, and it matched the topic of their conversation. "What exactly did you want to ask?" asked the gray-haired man with interest. The conversation gradually turned to the discussion of the mysterious school. The masked person noted that this was on the same topic, and continued to watch the old man's reactions carefully. He seemed to be reading thoughts directly from the gray man's face. At one point, they even reached a certain understanding without any additional words. "What are you implying when you ask about the mysterious school?" asked the old man directly. The person in the mask warned that he had some business at school. He wanted to know their location and promised to personally deal with the head of the mysterious school. Meanwhile, another man, a giant, continued his conversation with the adversary, asking him to stay a little longer. He understood the strength of this opponent, and his face began to become covered with sweat. He ordered his men to prepare, knowing that it would be very difficult to pass him. Each of his fighters clenched their swords in their hands, preparing to attack. But the duck wasn't going to waste words either. He was just waiting for the battle to start. The team was loyal, but instead of attacking, the fighters ran in different directions. All because he understood the battle is pointless. They never got the aphrodisiac, and now they're just wasting time. For the duck, their behavior looked like a real farce. In an instant, he pushed off the ground and was already behind one of these losers. But the enemy was not going to allow him to be caught so easily. He placed his hopes on a comrade who was to attack from the side and was already flying to help. However, the duck stopped the blade of his sword with 2 fingers as if it was worthless. And after that, he delivered such a strong blow that the opponent felt the full force of his strength. 3 more attackers rushed from different sides, each swinging his sword. It was clear. These bastards were trying to provide him with a way to retreat. In response, the duck only clenched its fist even harder, preparing for its next move. The ducks scattered all 3 opponents with 1 blow, without even stopping. Meanwhile, their leader continued to flee desperately. Many questions swirled in his head. What is this duck even doing here? What happened to his seconded? Did they betray themselves? But it was a squad of first-class killers. "People are always wrong about me," said the duck with a cold smile. "Everyone thinks that if Dark is strong, he must be stupid. A stereotype." He said these words while standing right behind his opponent. The dream of this fugitive at that moment was simple: to escape at any cost. But he doesn't seem to have understood anything yet. I did not understand that the duck is not only incredibly strong, but also incredibly fast. This conclusion was read on his face, which reflected panic and powerlessness. He tried to get his sword and somehow attack, but it was in vain. The duck was easily behind him again. However, the fugitive was not going to give up, convinced that he had one more chance to attack. At one point, he swung his sword, trying to pierce his opponent. Did he still not understand that he would not be able to escape? In desperation, he decided to use his last trump card, the Blood Rain technique. The Blood Rain Thousand Blades technique unleashed an endless stream of blows towards the giant. For a moment, it even surprised the duck. Is this scumbag trying to trap him? Under the storm of attacks, there was an explosion that made the ground tremble. The explosion raised a thick fog that slowly spread over the entire area. As the fog began to settle, the duck became visible, but now its face was covered in scars. Seeing this, the opponent clearly did not expect such a result, and found himself in a situation that can be called a complete failure. Zdrovan was furious. How dare this idiot damage his beautiful face? At least that's what I call myself, muttered the duck and swung a rock-solid fist. The blow hit directly into the block, which the opponent placed at chest level. But it did not help. From the force of the impact, he flew away at the speed of light in the other direction. Only drops of blood remained at the impact site. Blood was flowing from the opponent's mouth, and his body was shaking from the blow. A single blow from the big man broke his defenses. Defense against such a force was absolutely useless. Rumor had it that the sword goddess Muroki and the 10th young master had almost reached the pinnacle of skill, but he thought that was just an exaggeration. However, the reality turned out to be even worse. The only way out for him now is to surrender. It seems that they have already surpassed their level and have become a real threat. In desperation, the opponent saw the only way out: suicide. That's what he told himself. But will the big man allow him such an easy way out? He perfectly understood that suicide is the perfect way to escape torture. However, it was still too early for this jerk to die. He has a lot to say. At that moment, the big man heard a sharp whistle behind him. It was a blade flying straight at him. He had to turn around to fight it off. Scaled sword? Where the hell did this artifact come from? Thought the man. Distracted by the blade, he didn't notice another attacker appear. This new player helped his commander complete his suicide. Now the big man simply released his body from his hands. Meanwhile, Robin Hood jumped back, turning the course of events upside down. Or more precisely, upside down, dodging the blows that the big man tried to throw. Zdrovan decided that he would definitely catch at least one of these scumbags, and rushed at him. But he evaded blow after blow, deftly repelling the attacks. At one point, he deflected the blow and jumped to a safe distance. He used the bulkhead attack to organize his own retreat. The scaly sword, its techniques and methods. Have these bastards decided to show themselves here again? Special forces, damn bastards, thought the big man, losing patience more and more. Brushing his mustache, the beggar leader did not understand why this person standing before him had decided to come here. But she came to say hello and thank you for the letter of recommendation. She also wanted to discuss her patrol. Her first question was, what group dared to openly attack them? She was interested in this as a senior patroller of the Murim Alliance. Since when are you so interested in Murim Alliance missions? Asked the head suspiciously. In his opinion, her true purpose was to use this position to gather information and find the White Tiger. She did not object. I wouldn't take this kind of vow if it wasn't for the sake of the White Tiger, she admitted. You are a real 8th virtuous woman, he gave her an unexpected compliment. However, she recalled that she got this position for her own purposes and has to fulfill her duties. So she is interested in this group as part of her work as a patrolman. After the defeat in the war, the Iron Demon faction was reborn with terrible power, and their followers decided to lay low. At this time, an unknown organization began distributing the aphrodisiac. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you? She asked. The head had known this for a long time, and he was convinced that her intervention would only endanger her life. But she explained that the case concerns a dangerous aphrodisiac that is under the special control of the imperial family. Although there was no mention of it in the letter, no matter how hard they tried to cover the tracks, she managed to find a clue, and she has been investigating in the neighboring region for 6 months. She made an official request to the chapter, to share with her all the information they have about this organization. Her stubbornness made him laugh. If you find out the truth, your world can turn upside down, he warned. But the expression on her face showed that she still wanted to know. The head of the beggars sat comfortably, preparing to tell. There is a suspicion that this group is supported by an unknown force. The organization is engaged in smuggling, and it is this group that is the source of their finances, he began. You're not joking? What are you talking about? Asked the girl with surprise and anxiety. Before, she was sure that the war started because of the conflict between the Mujun clan and the Jegal family. This was the official position of the foreign policy factions. The death of the Sado clan was considered by many to be the beginning of this war. For her, what she heard was news. She knew that the Sado clan supported the Mujun family and was often compared to the Jagal clan. But she had heard before that they simply disappeared. Have they been destroyed? It was hard to believe it. Yes, that's right. The Sado clan was completely wiped out in one day. All the evidence pointed to the Jagal clan. It wasn't long before the Jagal clan itself came under attack. Upon hearing this, she assumed that the Mujun family had attacked the Jagal clan for revenge. After the war, the head of the beggars conducted an investigation and found that the Mujun family had not taken any active action. It was more profitable for them to demand reparations by applying moderate pressure than to engage in a war with an uncertain outcome. However, the conflict affected not only the Jagal and Sado clans. Resentment and envy accumulated between families. All this led to the escalation of the conflict, which turned into a terrible and bloody war. The head of the beggars noticed strange coincidences in the events and came to the conclusion. Conflicts arose even between friendly clans under the influence of outside forces. Of course, a network of spies managed to find out where the money was going, and it became clear that a smuggling organization was involved in these events. What she heard made the girl take a deep breath and exclaim, "My God!" It was unbelievable to her, but she couldn't understand why no one knew about it. The Mujun clan and everyone involved in the war were well aware, but after discussing it among themselves, they decided to keep it a secret. They also knew that a beggar gang was investigating. To the question, why? The answer was simple. Everyone was afraid of Charl Hansen. He held a high position and possessed unlimited power that could rival them. The girl understood how dangerous the words grandfather was speaking now, and tried to warn him about it. But he, as before, warned her that the truth could turn her world upside down. He added that he cannot tell everything, but he has irrefutable evidence. The girl knew that the Mujun clan and the rest possessed the truth, and asked them to stop hiding behind lies and keep it a secret. The head of the beggars did not care. He was just looking for a great assistant, and she was the perfect match. Her mind was only occupied with thoughts of the White Tiger, and she was not interested in fame and power. She herself did not hide that her gaze was fixed only on the White Tiger. Her reaction made you think she was almost obsessed with him. White Tiger and Hua had a good relationship, no matter how much they denied it. No one knows about the existence of the sharpest sword that the White Tiger possesses. He didn't care about anything but his family, and he had to finish unfinished business without meddling in the affairs of the Alliance. But what will happen if their fates cross again? After all this, the White Tiger definitely won't be able to ignore her. In the midst of their conversation, a person appeared with an urgent message. She reported that an old house in Yangzhou was attacked today. At this time, a little to the side, someone was receiving a serious reprimand. So serious that his face was covered in blood, all because of the death of 45 people. Added to this were the losses: 5 skilled assassins, 7 from the special squad, and several important people. What worried the man the most was why they couldn't find an aphrodisiac with such losses. "All that was required of you today was to find it. 100 lives wasted," he thundered. The subordinate admitted that he had no excuse. Then the man ordered, "You must find it at all costs." He emphasized that time should not be lost, vigilance should be maintained, and surveillance should be established for all suspects, without missing any movement. Turning around, he was about to add something else. "One important person must be monitored. For this, choose a master of the highest class who will not make mistakes," he added. Inside the luxury home, the group tried to figure out where their target was. The masked man was ready to deal with the head of the mysterious school. The old man was silent for a while, and then he slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "I'm the only problem!" The person in the mask got up from his seat and said with surprise, "I didn't think you were loyal enough to risk your own life." Having barely taken a few steps in his direction, the old man began to excuse himself. "Everything is fine." But instead, the masked man decided to start the Arctic Night spell. The old man, almost in tears, begged, "I don't know where they are, so I can't say anything!" The spell was stopped for a second. The man lowered his hand, canceling the magic. He grabbed the old man by the collar, lifted him up, and asked, "Are you serious? You don't know where they are?" "And what about the deal? There must be some information, contacts," he added. The old man, in a trembling voice, explained that this time the letter had arrived unilaterally, and now there was no way to contact them. His hand, which was trembling, pointed directly at the mask of the interlocutor. "You killed the one who is helping us keep in touch with them," he said, barely holding back his fear. The masked man reminisced for a moment, recalling the moment he did that. "And then I realized that it was true." The man raised his hand and caught a drop of rain, wondering, Where did the rain suddenly come from? Nearby, he noticed Sang, striding confidently in the downpour. Where's he going in this rain, he thought. He started shouting after him, asking him to stop and take cover. But Sang didn't seem to hear him over the sound of the rain, or so it seemed to the man. Everything seemed fruitless, and he thought to himself that perhaps he had lost his grip. He hoped that the head of the beggars would be the key to their capture. And how to find them now? His thought tormented him. Sang felt that if something happened to Jung because of this delay, he would never forgive himself. This sense of war burned in him. How can I go back and look the teacher in the eye? Flashed through his thoughts. At that moment, someone ran up to him looking agitated. He quickly reported on the recent riot, adding that the defender was looking for him. Sang didn't even know that the abandoned house on Mount Shao had been attacked. Without delay, he rushed to the Duck to find out if it was true. Duck, the head of the beggars, and a young hostess met him in the room. Seeing Sang, the girl beamed with joy. Come in! Sit down! Before she could finish, the door suddenly closed right in front of him. Look at that jerk! Her irritation was noticeable even without words. The girl's emotions revealed how she felt at that moment. The one who closed the door suddenly blushed, not understanding why Manhwa was here. Is it true? He thought, remembering the old man's words about the recommendation letter to the Western region. She is still uncontrollable. This conclusion was impossible not to draw. Gradually, he began to open the door to enter the room. He was invited to sit down. Crouching down, he immediately began to ask when the attack had been made. The head explained. But at the same time, the girl kept trying to whisper something in Sanga's ear. The chapter talked about an aphrodisiac. Which of them is worse? Thought the old man. Manhwa, who keeps running around Sang. Or Sang himself, who is forever thinking about something without end. Pushing the girl away a bit to at least ask a question, Sang asked the head if he wanted to assign him the surveillance. Yes, but the rain could have washed away all the tracks. What do you think? Answered the head. Sang, however, assured that he was ready to restore their footprint under any conditions. The old man was already running out of patience because of their pranks. Sometimes she bit his ear, then she ran around. This is real bullying on her part, he muttered, trying to calm himself down. But suddenly the girl smiled broadly. She had an idea. The girl began to explain that it was not a good idea to investigate someone in such conditions, because the rain could wash away all traces. She offered another option, to lure the enemies into standing right in front of them. Duck had one question, and he raised his hand to ask it. How will we lure them out? Will they dare to approach us? He asked. The girl called him a little stupid, and explained with a smile. They have already attacked us, that's obvious, she added. The main thing is that they don't know. All the aphrodisiac has already been burned, the girl clarified. Sang finally got her point. She planned to use bait. This is brilliant, he thought. Hearing this word, the girl beamed with joy. Her reaction was so cute that even Duck allowed himself a small smile, but it immediately turned against him. The girl hit him right in the face. It's because you thought something bad about me! She excused herself, although Duck didn't even have time to say anything. Meanwhile, someone was watching the house where they were staying. It was Mujun family's bodyguard, Mujun-san. He was far enough away not to hear their conversation, but he watched suspiciously. The master of the family ordered him to watch over the young mistress from afar. To come closer to eavesdrop would be at his own risk. Mujun-san understood this very well and decided to keep a safe distance. At a distance where he was standing, Papak suddenly appeared behind him, who had no idea that he had been on the heights all this time. And you are not ashamed to make an old woman drag herself here in the pouring rain? She scolded. He immediately began making excuses to the dragon staff warrior. Have we met before? He asked, trying to find a reason to talk, but she answered calmly, I don't know who you are, and exhaled as if nothing had happened. But you probably know me, don't you? She asked, and her eyes flashed with red fire. Her staff immediately began to fill with power. This is some kind of misunderstanding. I am an ordinary traveler, lost in unknown lands. I apologize if I caused you or your friends inconvenience. The man hastened to justify himself. The word comrade seemed strange to her, especially considering she never mentioned she was traveling with anyone in the company. This lie certainly did not help him. A blow from her staff made him jump back, barely able to dodge. But the old woman was not going to let him go so easily. As soon as he flew a little further, she deftly caught his heel with a hook. For a moment he realized that he was in a complete mess, and with all her strength, she sharply pulled him down. At the same moment, a powerful blow rang out, causing everything around to shudder. She looked up, curiously watching what was happening. Dodged! How did he do it? Quick little, she thought. He warned her, I will ignore your age if you continue to attack me. However, watching her skillfully wield the staff, he knew very well that this was only the beginning. She, untwisting the staff above her head, calmly asked him to fight with full force. You can't do anything, he admitted and began to draw his sword. He aimed it directly at her, preparing to fight. However, she was skeptical of his abilities, believing that he would not have the strength to stand up to her. He deflected her first blow, but immediately felt its full weight. It was difficult for him to even move forward, but he managed to take a few steps. This witch is serious, he thought. He had no choice but to attack with all his might. He immediately got down to business. She saw his sword covered in lightning coming towards her. In a moment they were several meters apart. He in front, she behind. A drop of blood fell on the ground from her neck. She was surprised by his masterful swordsmanship and realized that her suspicions were well-founded. He was sent by Master Sonja, she assumed. If they hadn't met before, she decided that he might be a famous guard of the Mujin family, but the guard held only the hilt of the sword in his hand. The blade was broken and chipped right at the hilt. Realizing this, she decided to spare him, because the Mujin family's bodyguard deserved mercy. She ordered him to return to his master. Tell him that Papa, the warrior with the dragon staff, can take care of the mistress herself, she added. She was ready to announce her plan. Tomorrow morning, when the rain stops, we will throw a bait. And not just one, but several at once, she said confidently. The general ordered the third group to move south. The fourth group was to go east to Sichuan. The rest, including the second group, headed north. At this time, on the enemy's side, the master was informed about the movement of groups. Just half an hour ago, 100 beggars set out, each with a large load on their back. It seems they know we plan to bring back the aphrodisiac and are trying to transport it. The enemies decided to organize surveillance, but faced a problem. The beggars split into 3 groups, each going in a different direction. The leader of the beggars asked Hua, wouldn't it be enough to just watch? Why separate them? Sang answered, who immediately began to explain. They will follow the bait even if they have to split up. And if there are 3 baits, they will believe that one of them is real. This is a great plan, he concluded. Meanwhile, the man on the enemy's side was overcome with anger. He clearly understood that the beggars were trying to deceive them. He was interested in learning more about the ghost mask situation. It seems that the phantom mask stayed in the city and the duck led half of the people north. The others split into 2 groups and went south and east, the report said. It looked suspicious from all sides. They would not just divide into 3 groups for the sake of a sabotage operation. It seemed strange to entrust such an important cargo to small groups, because they were too weak. He could not understand what they were really trying to achieve. Hua perfectly understood that the enemy's heads would spin with guesses. It really didn't matter which group they chose to attack. What was important was that they would be expected. This will be enough to track others with the help of Master Hayek's technique. After rain, the ground will be soft, and it will be much easier to find tracks. Hua added a few more, just in case. We need 1 more bait. It's important to capture it, she explained. At that moment, another man entered the master's room with urgent news. He reported unexpected changes that were worth hearing. The bald man bent down and whispered the information directly into the owner's ear. They delivered it without any cover-up. No doubt about it, he added. After a long period of anger, the host finally laughed. Stupid fools, but they almost fooled me, he admitted. Then he ordered his men to stop persecuting the beggars. All these groups are just deception, he said, realizing the cunning of the enemies. These bastards tried to trick us, he added with barely noticeable irritation. Meanwhile, a whole box was stuffed with an aphrodisiac. Gu, a well-known personality, looked inside the box and, examining the goods, remarked, the top should be better disguised. The head of the beggars replied that he would take on this task himself, but he added that he did not dare to bother the elder with such trifles. Then Gu asked, why does this cosmetics bother the elder so much? However, the head replied that everything was already loaded, and they were ready to go. Soon the boxes were transferred to carts, and the caravan set off. Gu, sitting on his horse, hoped that everything was going according to plan. Before leaving, he had to take special medicine. If we prepare a secret drug in advance, he thought, taking out the box. He threw her straight to the ground. Thick smoke began to come out of the box, and no one understood where it came from or what was happening. Both horses and people began to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Then he dismounted, interested in only one thing. All he cared about was Hojang's opinion. People applauded, calling it a spectacular scene. I checked everything. You can trust him, he assured. Then he threw into his hand a bag containing something interesting. This is a gift from the Lord. Take your time. You'll get even better soon, he added with a smile. It was quite a generous gesture. Gu handed over the goods to them, and they led the cart on. A lot of jewelry was found in the bag, but suddenly a barefoot figure appeared behind him. It was the elder who finally understood who was to blame for their suffering for the past 6 months. Gu was at a loss for a moment and didn't know what to say. He urgently needed to get out somehow. The elder, coming closer, asked to hear his point of view first. At this moment, someone else appeared, whose voice frightened Gu even more. It was a duck, behind which stood several beggars. Judging by Gu's face, he understood everything correctly. Then Sang and Hua also appeared, confirming the elder's suspicions. He was right in his guesses about Gu. Gu realized that now he had no choice but to admit that he was caught. Although the most important thing was to admit it to himself. It was Gomwa's idea to use bait, and it turned out to be brilliant. Gu himself volunteered to accompany the cargo. The elder trusted him until he realized the truth. Gu realized that this was the end. He was surrounded and understood that he would not be able to cope with them. The elder addressed all his people. Keep an eye out for Johon Kang when he returns to the mystery school. He will want to get back there as soon as possible, he added. I'll deal with this scum myself, the elder concluded, casting a cold look at Gu. We appreciate your concern, elder, Sang said, folding his hands in front of him. After that, he jumped up sharply. Hua immediately followed, asking Duck to do the same. The elder confirmed their plan, allowing them to proceed. However, Zdrovan asked them not to kill Gu right away, but to interrogate him. As they all left, Gu watched them go, though it was useless. He had better think about how to save himself, because he was left alone with the elder. Suddenly, under the elder's feet, everything shone with golden light. I didn't want to destroy you in front of the youth, but now that we are alone, this is the perfect opportunity, the elder said coldly. The border between the outskirts of Yangzhou and Yunhe, Mount Peacock. Guards stand guard at the estate. Why do the guards always have to stand 4 here? The place is securely hidden, so there are security posts around the entire perimeter. But did he ever see someone suspicious here? Therefore, it is important to be careful. Suddenly, one of the men fell to the ground without any signs of life. One of the guards rushed to him to help. But after a second, he felt weakness in his whole body. When he looked around, he saw that all the guards were already lying unconscious. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared behind the back of his head. The unknown said that it would not hurt. Everything went according to plan. They have the goods. Now the drug is checked and transferred to the warehouse. It is necessary to make sure that subordinates are well rested. Then he will give them a reward. A second later, a bald man runs into the room and says that they have problems. The gentleman asks what happened to them. The head pharmacist says that the aphrodisiac that was returned to them is quite suspicious. Hearing this, the man fell into a stupor. A second later, his subordinate grabbed the head man by the neck. He urgently needed an explanation. What does suspicious mean? It turns out that these are just dietary pills with a fake color and smell. Turns out it's just a fake. The man becomes furious and orders Hojang to explain it. The guy says that it is simply impossible, because he personally picked up the goods. A second later, a loud whistle blows. Soon a gang bursts into the premises. A great man comes in. This is the home of the same bastards that attacked them recently. Finally, it dawns on the men that they have fallen into a trap. The underling says he will detain these bastards while the master flees. A ghostly mask can also appear here. He doesn't feel his energy yet, but if he arrives, there will be problems. And so, the enemy is already preparing to launch an attack. But the guy manages to evade her, and a second later, the boy delivers a powerful blow to his enemy. The blow was so strong that he flew several meters back. The young man's hands were shaking from such a strong blow. He called the Ilvol twins and ordered them to take the master out of here. The man says he will come right after them. The enemy is still alive. Jiemurion looks at his enemy with a predatory gaze. At this time, the subordinates take out the master. He does not understand how the gang was able to track them down and past the guard posts. Unexpectedly, someone appears in front of them. It was the Heavenly Sword Goddess. The Senior Patrol Alliance also came to them. She doesn't want to associate with scumbags, but she has one business to deal with. The guy decides not to wait, but to ask right away. The young man asks where Jung Tae-rion is. The man understands that this guy is up to something. The main character is angry because he did not answer his question. And then, after a moment, he disappears from his place. The boy finds himself right in front of his enemy, preparing to strike. The man manages to react and tries to block the blow. But he can't do anything, and he gets hit hard. The twins immediately rush to defend their master. And then the Queen of Mosques came to his defense. She agreed to take these two on, and she sent the boy to look for a student. The young man is determined to do it. Seconds later, he rushes after him. The girl is preparing to cut down all her enemies. At this time, the man was trying to recover from such a strong attack. How does such a young guy have such great strength? If the ghostly mask comes here, then everything will really be over. Suddenly, his enemy comes to him. Hyun Musang is about to punch out the answer to his question. A second later, something explodes in the forest. It was the result of the boy's strong attack. There was a fight going on in the forest. The man can't get up. He hoped that he would be able to escape. It was better for him to forget about the man and go to the mysterious school, if, of course, he wants to save his people. The bearded man did not understand what he was talking about. He explained that they have the support of one person. He is a master who has overcome the peak. The man rubbed his beard. He rushed here to help, but even so, he was almost late. Does he think that snake-eyed man is there too? This is exactly what the man is trying to say. Of course, he cannot be compared to the elder, but he has been considered a recognized master of martial arts for 20 years. He should already understand that the mysterious school is not just an organization engaged in illegal trade. Its head is a supreme warrior in his own right, and his retinue also consists of the best hired killers. But what is more interesting, who are these killers? When he says about the black blood type, the mustachioed man was stunned by this. This was a true dark blood group. Doesn't he think we should go there now? A second later, the man delivered a strong blow and broke some boards. The real fight continues. The man manages to injure his enemy and run away. This man has already beaten Gen Murioka, and he has not yet struck him. The muscles of this big guy are very good because the blade literally bounces off them. But the man was able to make sure that his enemy was very slow. Simply put, sooner or later, he would die by his hand. But the stocky man is not going to die. An animal grin appears on his face, and he is ready to take the next blows of the enemy. At the same time, Mujun continued to confront the two twins. The situation was difficult because her opponents were not even tired and worked very harmoniously. Moreover, they tolerate small cuts and purposefully hit important organs. After a second, a smile appears on the girl's face. She has already completely forgotten this feeling when the prey is her. Meanwhile, the bearded man says there is no need to go there. Is he saying that catching him is more important than saving the lives of his young subordinates? But the determination of the man, it seems, nothing can shake. And after a second, he hits him hard on the head. Even the earth formed a hole from such a strong impact. The man coughed up his own blood. The man said that he is not afraid for his subordinates because they have a fairly high level of martial arts. From such self-confidence, the man fell into a stupor. His subordinates are not just geniuses, but real monsters. Everyone thinks that his only gift is a strong body, but he has one more talent. Meanwhile, the battle continues. The guy throws punches. A burly man stands and endures all the blows. He's brave enough to get them. In general, he is a very smart guy, and quickly assesses the situation during a fight, and easily reads the style of the enemy. After a moment, the burly man managed to grab his opponent by the throat. He squeezed him so hard that blood poured out of him. This guy has real animal instincts. He swings his fist to finish off his enemy. Gomwa, meanwhile, was still continuing her battle against the twins. This girl is, without exaggeration, a living weapon. She is going to take down enemies in one hit. Since childhood, the girl was tortured a lot by training, which is why she is so strong now. Unexpectedly, the twins felt a strong pressure in the atmosphere. The girl is sure that the enemies will not be able to cope with this. A second later, she strikes as if cutting through the atmosphere. Enemies cannot believe that such a thing is even possible. A bright purple light catches the eye. Pipes cannot withstand such a blow. Meanwhile, the mustachioed man has already defeated his opponent. He continued the story about his subordinates. There was also one real monster. The husband had frostbite on his skin. There was one other guy who was indistinguishable from the monster. He is a real psycho, no doubt about it. He meant our main character, Hyun Musang. Has this brash, black-haired boy ever heard of the person he is currently fighting? The boys seemed to feel that this man was behind this case. This arrogance makes sense, because they are supported by the third elder of the Iron Blood Battalion. The man is amused by how much this young man knows. A man unsheaths his sword in preparation for a fight. But the more a person knows, the more likely he will leave this world earlier. After that, the man directed his attack towards the enemy. A bright yellow jet flies straight at the boy. But it seems that our hero is not afraid of this at all. After a second, a sharp blade appears from his sleeves. Now he is ready to fight. His attack cuts this yellow jet into two pieces. The mustachioed man is shocked by this. Another man who watched this is also in shock. This young fellow is quite determined. Its bright blue jet is directed towards this bastard. The man doesn't even have time to do anything and just watches as he heads towards him. The man blocks this blow with his hand. Strong steam comes from the palm after the impact. But it seems the man is not hurt at all. Rather, it amuses him. He admits that his enemy is a very unusual guy, but our hero is not funny at all. The boy doesn't care if this man openly obeys the great Iron Bloody Emperor or makes plans in secret. The boy is interested in something completely different. The men could not understand where the enemy had disappeared so suddenly, but after a second he was in front of them. The guy is going to get the information out of them about John Tae-ryan's whereabouts. The man seems to be annoyed by the young man's insolent behavior. He was enraged that our hero dared to turn his back on him. The man wanted to strike him from behind, but he reacted quickly. The bastard flew back a few meters. The lightning speed of this young man is surprising. I wonder how long he can last like this. The black man is boldly ready to defend his borders. He doesn't seem to be afraid of this bastard at all. He, like lightning, delivers a large series of blows to the man. He is not interested in him. Mustache clearly did not expect this. The blue beam almost hit him in the eye, but he was able to duck. The young man was already in front of him. The man dodged and jumped a few meters back, but the blue ray of our hero still managed to reach his hat. The cute hat broke into two parts. The man begins to shake from the rage that took over his whole body. His nerves explode from such insolence, and he is determined to kill this jerk. The man suggests that the older ones unite against this young man, because he seems to be very strong. Mustache mentions that the ghost eye mask may arrive at any moment. Terrible pictures appear before the eyes. No matter how much he wants it, there is no other way out. We must unite. It seems that the fight between the woman and those twins is over. She is very tired because she has spent a lot of her energy. Suddenly, someone lands on the roof next to the girl. It was the big man on whose shoulders his enemy was. The girl said that Hyun Musang chased after the mysterious gentleman. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, there was a loud explosion. They immediately got scared and looked in that direction. It became clear that this is number 100. Now, the two men continue their attack on our hero. They continue to advance, but the young man skillfully dodges. The men are very annoyed that even their joint attacks did not bring any result. The main character doesn't seem to care about it at all. It looks like an impregnable wall. It seems that the young man is determined to kill the old tires. He was behind him. The young man decided that he could do it alone. The abomination didn't even have time to react because everything happened too fast. The impact clearly hit the old tire. After the explosion, everything was quiet. Thick smoke rose. It turns out that before this, our hero held back and did not fight at full strength. After the young man has finished, he hopes to hear the answer to his question. He looks very scary, as if not a person but a real monster. A second later, he grabs the emaciated man by the throat. After that, he lifts him up above the ground and finally asks him where Jung Tae-ryon is. The man chokes and swears that he does not know the answer to the question. He doesn't even know who it is. The young man explains that this person used to work for the man as a porter. The man, panting, says that he cannot remember all his subordinates. In this case, the guy has a wonderful tool that will refresh his memory. A moment later, he punches him in the face with all his might. The boy continues to beat and strangle him. The bastard doesn't understand why it hurts so much from normal punches. Incredible pain! This method seems to have worked because the bastard remembered Jung Tae-ryon. This is the guy who often talked about the senior student. The man asked our hero to stop, and he complied. The man was badly beaten and could not speak properly. He tried to tell what he knew, but the boy did not understand him at all. The boy, unfortunately, did not understand anything at all. The only thing he understood was that the man called him names. A second later, a metal thing sticks out from the man's finger. He warns the man that he will be hurt. This unknown object approaches his eyes, and the man cannot even do anything. The man understands that the person our hero is looking for must be in the dark blood group. He relayed this information to him telepathically, and the thing stopped millimeters from his eye. The young man was shocked by the information he received. It just so happened that the person responsible for training in the dark blood group came to visit them when they caught him, and that person in charge liked the boy's physique. That is why he took him in order to make him a killer and a human shield. As a child, the boy dreamed of becoming a good person, like an older student. This boy even considered the older student better than his father. When he had any problems, he always turned to an older student. The older student was a real role model for him. The boy is happy that Tae-ryon is alive, but worries that he will be okay. The man is incredibly happy about it, but he is furious that he was taken to be a human shield and an assassin. And all this was done by a group of dark blood. Suddenly, the beaten man was able to stand up. Strong, powerful energy radiated from him. The miserable man is glad that the elder survived. Perhaps there is a chance for salvation. The mustachioed man now looks like a real devil. There is tremendous energy coming from him. He used all his strength. A second later, the man rushed towards the protagonist, planning to kill him. It would seem that our hero will not have time to react, because his enemy is a real demon, a dragon that wants to kill. Everything around shone a bright, bloody red color. But our hero didn't even move. He doesn't care at all. A second later, the young man put out a hand with a bright blue beam, reminding him that he could kill him at any moment. This blue beam went towards the enemy like lightning. He hit the target exactly and knocked the target off his feet. The man felt a strong, sharp pain. Hyun Musang walked up to the bastard and stepped on his chest. The guy gave this bastard a lot of chances anyway. He asked this scoundrel for even one reason why he should keep him alive. But the mustachioed man is not going to humiliate himself in front of him, and continues to call him names. The main character was about to strike another blow. The man's whole life passed before his eyes. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared from somewhere. She did not expect to meet the master here. The guy looked at the girl with a whole army. The girl decided that she would call him Senior Master because he really deserved it. Hyun Musang, you didn't expect to meet her here. Is the strength of the army, its people? But this is absolutely no reason to keep him alive. On the contrary, this is a good reason to kill everyone here. One of the soldiers is going to punish him for such words, but the girl stops him. The girl explained that she came here only to catch the old tire who betrayed the battalion, but in order to get information about other traitors, she needs him alive. The master is smart, so he should understand this, and if he wants to kill her, it will lead to a new war between the political parties. The boy is not strong enough to ensure the safety of the entire martial arts academy. A second later, a young lady jumps up to him. If that's true, then she's asking for her throat to be cut right now. But the young man says that this is not enough. But he cannot understand the reason why this scoundrel cannot be killed. But there is no reason why this scoundrel cannot be killed. Then she changes her strategy and asks what the young man wants. He doesn't want to guarantee that she won't harm him or the Dragon and Tiger Academy in the future. And this bastard will not have the right to it either. He needs a promise from everyone present here. They will not create problems for him. Only in this case he agrees to give it. Then the girl without any problems promises that this incident will not cause any trouble. They will never hurt them again. Is he satisfied with such a promise? If this is not enough for him, then the girl can offer another way to negotiate. But the boy is not interested in this at all. As long as she kept her word, that would be enough. Then the lady is going to give him something. She handed him some object and told him to consider it a symbol of promise. As long as he has it, no one from the Iron Blood group will touch the master. The boy removes his leg and gives it to his husband. He trusts her. But if the Iron Blood Battalion didn't hold back on their promises, the girl would be the first he would come after. After that, he grabs one of the scoundrels, and they immediately go away. After hearing the words that he will come for her for the first time, she only wants to break the promise more. The subordinate wants to ask his mistress something. Why did she let our hero go so easily and give him a bloody gold tag? She did it because she just wanted to live. Is the master level really that high? The man still found it hard to believe that such a young man possessed such power. Perhaps he is right, but the white eyes of the distortion constantly convince him of this. It is very dangerous to be at war with such a person. She asks Yangji not to come up with such adventures that put her life in danger. Meanwhile, young people wonder if it's over. Soon, the main character comes to his friends. He tells that the main trump card was hidden in the fight. He captured that bastard just as he had planned. He disfigured his face so that they cannot recognize him. The girl asks if it was possible to find out anything about the student. The boy is sad about this because he's very worried about him. He says that the student most likely lived. Hearing about this, the young people are very happy. The girl is overwhelmed with emotions and rushes to hug the boy. She's very happy for her friend, because they all worked hard. The burly man turns away and pretends not to see anything. Suddenly, the girl smells an unusual smell from the guy, the smell of flowers and tangerine. This is usually what women like. The guy remembers how the young lady stood too close to him. After a second, the protagonist disappears from the girl's arms. He quickly runs towards Gae Muryok. The young man must exchange with him too to hide this smell. The boy did not expect such a reaction from his friend. A second later, the young man fell into his arms. He says that he is very grateful for his help. Thanks to him, he achieved his goal. The smell problem is solved. Now the girl will not suspect anything. Then he continues the story and tells that the student was taken in order to make him a human shield. This is the work of the Dark Blood Group. Then why does the Dark Blood Group continue to walk around this area if the Demon Alliance has long since chased them away? Suddenly, the voice of their mentor is heard. It was Grandpa's ghostly mask. He defeated Guha's head, destroyed the inner power center, and closed in the base. The main character wants to hear more about the dark blood group. The man offers to quickly clean up here and talk about it at the base. At the request of the lady, the woman guarded the academy all day, and she got into a fight. She was very interested in what they were talking about. The man revealed the secret that the dark blood group was not created by a demon alliance. Hearing this information, the disciples fell into a stupor. For the first time, these people appeared about 200 years ago. Then, under mysterious circumstances, many adepts from influential associations died. Maybe even the very name Dark Blood Group is not real. If they are so powerful, why haven't they been heard of before? Because, although they are from Murim, they do not exist in Murim. Their center is there. Does the limit really exist? The girl had already heard something about it. Papa often told her in her childhood that there is an underground world where all evil people gather. Fanwan is still a fan of exaggeration. Zdrovan can definitely understand what his words are true and what is not. He must have liked him a lot if Fanwan struck up a conversation with him several times. His words are true. Despite the disgusting nature, the old man is deservedly considered the first in the central region. They still can't get their heads around so much news in one day. The main character is interested in how to get to the limit. This is very dangerous. Even more dangerous than anyone can imagine. After the death of the Emperor, the prison ceased to fulfill its function. After that, more than 200 years ago, they organized an uprising. But they were defeated by the combined forces of the political parties, after which all those who remained alive fled across the border. And the result of this was the pogrom of the official United Forces. Since then, to the border, no one is a forest. But they destroyed all entrances except secret ways. The true masters of the border are the Infernal Fortress. The grandson came to the old man again to ask for a place to help with the affairs of the Alliance. The grandson recently realized that a great desire was born in his heart that was beyond control, and if he is without a diet, he will not achieve anything. The grandson had already proved his worth in the war, but his only weakness was his spirit. Only a fool in a harsh world would refuse to respect the 10 rules of Confucius. Fortunately, the place that the young man wants to occupy is now free. The young man wants to become a supervisor of the senior patrolmen of all 4 directions. Hell's Fortress is a group that scares the World One just by name. However, she never revealed herself, but even in spite of this, it is the Infernal Fortress that rules the border. Suddenly, the student had a question. Who is more beautiful, him or number 100? The teacher immediately replied that number 100 is much better. A second later, the teacher slaps him hard. Due to such force, the young man flies back a few meters and crashes into the wall. It seems the teacher is really getting old if he forgot to beat this student today. In other words, the Infernal Fortress rules the underworld. If the border really exists, then it is connected to the underworld. The border is a very dangerous place. Is our hero going to go there? Now there were only more reasons to go there, because, it turns out, the student got into dangerous people. But there are no guarantees that students will get it there. Number 100 thinks that the teacher himself wants him to go to the border. The teacher will come to the person when everything is ready, and now he can do his usual business. A man cannot express his joy at seeing a girl again. She's also very happy to see her grandfather. In a few days, she became very attached to this place and missed it, as if for her own home. Number 100 couldn't understand what Gomhwa was doing here. He remembers her words that she should say hello to this old man. But for some reason, the young man feels a sense of anxiety. She says that she wants to move the headquarters of the senior patrol of the western region to this area. Hearing about this, the boy fell into a stupor. There is unused land on the base of beggars. He orders to find someone who is engaged in construction. Another man does not understand why a girl needs a separate village for construction. The main character is against the fact that they spend the money of the Alliance so thoughtlessly. The girl assures that there is no need to worry about money. She can pay for everything with her personal savings. The girl is very happy that everything went according to her plan. The young man still does not understand the meaning of this. The construction will take at least a month. They will be able to explore the underworld and return in time. The main character is shocked by her words. It turns out that our hero was going to go to Underworld 1. He does not want to risk the lives of his friends, because it is very dangerous there. And the young man must go there to save his student. The girl stubbornly says that she will also follow him. When he disappeared, she searched like crazy for him, and now she just has to wait for him to go to such a dangerous place himself? The guy feels guilty. It would be easier to forget him. Following him is purely her personal choice. The young guy still can't take it. Then she reminds him of their promise that day. Of course, the main character could not forget this. Then everything is solved. Boy, take her with you. If the issue is resolved, the girl is going to go home. When she turned away, there were tears in her eyes. He remembered that day. She promised that if they get out of here alive, They will travel the world together. The guy also promised about it. They will see different places. Strangers are sitting in a dark room at a meeting. There is a leader of the Dark Blood group here. He is asked if the dark-blooded assassins suffered heavy losses in Hansa. Unfortunately, all 20 warriors who were located in the mysterious school were killed. They haven't had such losses since the war against the united factions. Discontent is gradually growing in the Sato clan. Therefore, he offers to get rid of the Ghost Mask and the senior patrolman. One of the men is against it because their people are in a position to manage everything. Subordinates listen carefully and agree. They have a special request. The client is the head of the Infernal Fortress. His order is for them to track down the killer of the invincible Blood Emperor, if possible, even killed. Meanwhile, everyone was already in the meeting. Our hero asked them to take a textbook. This is a new meditation technique of dragons and tigers. A new technique of dragon and tiger fencing. With the permission of the teacher, the existing teachings of the Dragon and Tiger Academy were revised. In the books, it is written about a lot of training that they will have to overcome. If this option does not suit them, our hero has an alternative. Then they will train muscle memory. The existing dragon and tiger meditation technique is very systematic, but the speed of energy gathering is very slow. The reviewed options are devoid of disadvantages and increase their advantages. Therefore, each of the students will be able to reach the top. Even those who do not learn new knowledge will still not be easy opponents for a person of their level. But if the students find it too difficult, he will take those books away from them. After hearing about their advantages, no one is going to give them away. Now students protect these books like dogs over meat. This caused a warm smile on the face of our hero. As long as he has time, he can drive them to death. Suddenly, a strong knock on the gate is heard. Who could it be? The gate was heard a clear and persistent knock. Someone was clearly behind them. Hearing this, Musang's Hook approached the gate and asked who was behind them. At the gate was the head of the external hall of an infinite mansion, Kanchi Dream. He reported that he had come with very important people, so he asked Hiyoko to call the teacher Chan. Hayek explained that he could not immediately fulfill the request because the teacher was resting in his resistance. He offered to tie the horses first and go to the meeting room, and he promised to bring the teacher as soon as he wakes up. However, suddenly another man appeared. More precisely, a young man who called Hawk in a brazen. It was the second young owner of an infinite mansion, Yuan Chan-jok. He sharply ordered the teacher immediately. Their views met in instant tension. Musang calmly asked Una to pick the words, because, though he is a teacher of a small academy, but still the owner of this house, the tension increased. Both began to hot, arguing about their importance. Musang did not understand how orders could be distributed without even introducing themselves. Yuan, without holding back anger, demanded to think before saying something and throwing sharp words to Musang. But the dispute suddenly subsided when the senior master Chin jumped out of his horse and noted that the young man was right, because they appeared without warning. It was a member of the Alliance Muri, known as a burial sword, Chinfio. Chinfio wanted to find out the name of a young man who immediately introduced himself. I am a Musang, a student of the Dragon Academy and Tiger. Hayek has heard a lot about a senior master known as a burial sword, and his formidable glory. He then began to accompany the guests in the meeting room. But even during this, an invisible battle of views was tied between him and Yuan. Yuna was even more annoyed that the Hook remained calm and even evaded tension. It seemed that his anger had no limits. Soon, teacher John Jeevan appeared, who honorably greeted the second young owner of an infinite mansion and senior master of the burial sword. The head of the outer hall, Khan, immediately noted that the senior student of the Hook still remains as daring. Teacher Zhang mentally sighed, believing that the Hook is a full swallow, and if left here, he may be trembling again. Therefore, he decided to ask Musang to go away and do things without delaying what was discussed the day before. At first, Chong asked for permission to treat the guests with tea. When the tea was poured, the teacher started talking about the purpose of their visit by touching the topic of the department. The senior master. The burial sword confirmed that the Alliance Marimi had received the request of an infinite mansion and decided to establish a department in the neutral zone of Gansu, where the Dragon and Tiger Academy of Martial Arts and Tiger were also located. Teacher John, realizing that the case was serious, replied that the academy was only counsel to support their endeavors. But he was also awaiting the recognition that their academy also belongs to the Alliance Muri. Well, you understand it, Yuan emphasized with a slight irony. And then he asked them to allocate 10 gold ingots, explaining that the number of officials has increased significantly lately. On the expression of Choni's face, it was clear that the request for gold ingots stunned him a little. But even for the people with whom Yuan came, it was a surprise. Seeing the surprise on their faces, Yuan apologized to the senior master and assured that it was only for peace in Gansa, without any bad intention. Why not give you the Academy of the Dragon and the Tiger of Money that you are doing so? The female voice came when she went into the hall. She also added that anyone, when he heard them, thought that the Academy had taken these ingots from a boundless mansion. Her appearance made Una get lost. His face was blushed as if he had fallen into an uncomfortable situation. The girl immediately apologized to the teacher for entering and talking without permission. But Yang only answered that it was a trifle, and suggested that she sit down. "I think you know it yourself, but let me present this mistress," said the John. But he interrupted him, stating that he could not think that he would meet such a magical girl at the Dragon and Tiger Academy. He even rose to introduce himself, called his name, and added, "Please forgive me if my words were touched. As a sign of respect for you, I donate the Academy of 15 gold ingots." His words shocked even those who came with him. Their views said, "What does this guy do?" Then the girl turned to the young owner. She asked in a rude tone, "What are you doing now?" Yuna began to shake. He could not understand what it was mean. The girl without hesitation explained that her claim concerns not only money but also her behavior. She recalled that they had interrupted the teacher when he had not yet finished talking, and although the teacher was not against it, she was strongly opposed. Her words sounded so firmly that no one in the hall dared to deny her. Then Yuan asked the girl if such a trifle could annoy her, but on her expression it was clear that she did not consider it some little thing. She explained that they came without warning, even in the morning, behaved brazenly, and now they still require a considerable amount of money. All this made her behave so sharply. She finally stated that she was now clear. They did not even hear the mansion about manners. It was a rough remark that could not withstand the head of the external hall of the boundless mansion, Kanchi Dream. He was outraged that she not only intervened in the conversation, but also allowed herself to insult an endless mansion. This is what brought him out of balance. But everyone was forced to silence the burial sword. He turned to Han, asking to follow his words. Kanchi Dream did not understand why Master Qin behaved so strange. However, Qin immediately explained that he did not reduce the authority of the infinite mansion in Gansu, but emphasized that you need to know the extent and not to afford lightness in dealing with those whose position is underestimated. In addition, he noted that Senior Patrol Mujun also behaved unworthy, asking why it had to complicate the situation if it could be solved immediately. These words stunned both young men. They looked shocked. Hearing the mention of the Senior Patrol, they began to argue again about who interrupted. But when they realized that the girl was the same older patrolman, they both immediately fell on the table and began to apologize in her voice. The girl, in turn, reproached the young master that he had just missed her words past her ear. The girl addressed Une. "Do I understand that if I were not a senior patrol, would you continue to behave in the same way?" Yuen began to deny, assuring that this would not have happened. But the girl calmly explained that it is necessary to apologize now to the other person. The energy of anger that filled the whole room was literally burning around her. Teacher John, watching her, mentally noted that Musang brought them a real wolf. At this point, he stood silently, listening to the girl forcing them to apologize right here and now. Unexpectedly, the second young owner began to lose his self-control. Already on the street, in fury, he struck a fist on the wood, trying to hold back his emotions. He could not overcome the idea of how much he was afraid to run into the older patrol. He was depressing that he could not even freely scream or speak, as if he were humiliated. The girl literally removed him from herself, and he kept his subjective belief that all this was unfair. And everything ended very ironically. The situation was so that the other finale was simply impossible. Their humiliating apology seemed to be the best completion of this conflict. However, the girl added, "While I will watch you, a young owner of UN, if an infinite mansion wants to maintain a good relationship with me, it is better to behave as it should." Senior Master Qin supported her, stating that in this situation the young owner was to blame. Even the head of the outer hall, Kanchi Dream, which was always given to the owner, said that UN should find a way to smooth his guilt before the older patrol. Otherwise, if the head of the boundless mansion learns, the future of the heir will be questioned. UN continued to stand in front of a tree, unable to calm down. His anger and humiliation did not give him rest. But during his anxiety, UN suddenly noticed someone. Musang passed right in front of him, and this immediately attracted his attention. He noticed a light fuck on Musang's face, which seemed to be abusive. In the head of Una, the thought flashed, "I got the fall." Without restraining, he decided to turn to him and ordered him to approach. Musang turned, asking, "Do you exactly call me?" UN replied sarcastically, "Do you see someone here?" If you look around, of course, many people could be seen on the street. But Yuan suddenly calmed down when he saw a powerful energy around Musang. He immediately bounced back and asked with fear, "What are you doing?" It was evident that it was scared. He even asked if Musang was not taught that it was impossible to approach other martial arts. Musang's hook answered simply, explaining that he had come only because Yuan called him. Musang explained clearly, and at the points what he was mistaken, which he did wrong, and how difficult he would survive in Murim with that attitude. But Yuan is almost boiling from anger, losing control of himself. He suddenly burned. "If you helped me to appease the senior patrol, I could still close my eyes on your rudeness." It was these words that crashed sharply into Musang's mind, touching it most. Yuan suddenly disappeared from the place where he stood a few seconds ago. He gathered all his anger, deciding to break the bad mouth of Musang, as he said, and rushed at him with his fists. Meanwhile, the girl calmly talked to the senior master Chin about the Alliance headquarters Museu in Gansu, and that she was not provided with any information. Chin explained that he was ordered to personally inform the senior patrol. The appointment happened suddenly, so they had to go in a hurry. It was said that if she first stands on the spot, the Alliance will send people in support. But even Chin himself knew a little. He only added that a new senior patrol between the central region insisted on this. Hearing this, the girl became interested, because the place of the senior patrol's central region was always vacant, and she also did not receive any changes about the changes. Now she learned the news. The new senior patrol of the central region was appointed young owner of the Kyeonwon. She knew that Hyunwar is a lazy one who would give up his responsible position even under the threat of death. That was her opinion about him. Their conversation suddenly interrupted through the loud sounds that came directly from the building. Yuan was already on the verge. Its rage and tension reached the peak. The head seemed to explode. But the main cause of overvoltage was the pain in the hand, which the hook was firmly broken, keeping it in an uncomfortable position. Musang calmly, but with a note of irony, asked, "What did you just say? Why do you have a senior patrol?" Yuan, even in this state, managed to call Musang a goat, showing his stubbornness. He seemed not yet fully aware of what difficult situation he got into. The noise and screams lifted to the feet of everyone who was in the building and heard these sounds. Running outside, they saw the picture. Musang put a young owner on his knees and held his hand firmly. Khan decided to intervene to protect the young owner, and rushed to Musang with his fist. His blow was almost touched by Hyok's face, but his fist stopped suddenly. He was intercepted by two fingers that stopped the attack with incredible accuracy. A loud cotton sounded, and Hannah's hand flew away, as if he had lost control. Musang calmly asked Hannah to calm down and leave. After that, he put his palm on Han's chest and easily pushed it a few meters ago. Khan could not believe his own eyes. With such ease, Musang repelled his blow, and then pushed it into his chest. If a spiritual power was invested in the palm, what does it mean? He thought. Musang called it by chance, explaining that Khan himself attacked too sharply, exceeding his own power. The Khan did not give up, he shouted back, demanding that Musang immediately released his hand. Musang calmly explained what happened. "I just passed by, but he called me, started a quarrel, and then attacked with the intention of killing. What should I do if I let go, and he will try to attack again?" Hana's arguments ended, and he turned to the Chon teacher, begging him to intervene. After the teacher's request, Musang still released his hand, and he fell into the ground. But now they demanded that Musang apologize, stating that to break his hand to a young master is a clear insult. However, other students who saw everything with their own eyes began to shout that the second young owner was the first to put his fists. Musang did not argue with idiots and just said that he would apologize. For other students, it was strange. How is the older student agree to apologize? But Musang accepted it calmly. He put his hands in front of him and began to say, "I didn't know that I could hurt you. Earlier, I had no cases where I did not kill those who wanted to kill me, but only neutralized. Moreover, if I took a blow to the palm of a young owner, I would not be injured. Sorry for my short-sightedness." His apology made these assholes almost stutter with surprise. It became angry with them because they perceived his words as a sarcastic laurel. Khan, like a small child, turned to the Chon teacher again, begging him at least to say something. John calmly scratched his gray beard, thinking about the situation. In the end, he came to the conclusion that there was no reason for his student to apologize. Even Hyok Musang himself did not expect to hear such words from his teacher. Khan looked surprised, but John explained everything. What is the Academy of Martial Arts in Marima will make his student apologize if he won the duel, especially when the enemy attacked the first and with the intention of killing. John sarcastically apologized for his inability to willingly sprinkle them with flattery. This sarcasm became angry with Hannah, and he clasped his fists, calling them all worthless. In a rage attack, he challenged, stating that he would do his best to keep them failed, and they could not survive in Gansa. He warned that he could forget about his idea of the Chamber of Commerce, and that there is the chamber let any trade in the territory of Gansa say goodbye. But his words were suddenly interrupted. Someone said loudly and clearly, "I cannot ignore such a statement." It was a senior patrolman who, with her appearance, cooled their passion. Now Khan could no longer retreat. He tried to justify himself, stating that it was a personal showdown between the Boundless Mansion and the Dragon Academy and the Tiger. He hinted that even as a senior patrol, she has no right to interfere. She answered all these arguments briefly and sharply, silent. Her tone and energy were so powerful that Han had no arguments left. She added that the Chamber of Commerce was promised by the Dragon Academy and Tiger by the chief manager of Sun in exchange for the fact that the Academy would personally deliver a letter to an infinite mansion to the Alliance Muri. And if they want to violate this agreement, then the consequences will be inevitable. It was not easy to talk to it. Every word made it think about its meaning. The House of Hamad has already begun to believe that for an infinite mansion it is only an empty space. This clearly removed her. But when they felt her power, which manifested itself in every gesture and Russia, it became obvious. It is better not to joke with it. She coldly ordered them to get out, saying that he no longer wants to deal with them. She added that if they get to her eyes again, she will show them a real punishment. After these words, both, hugging each other by their shoulders, rushed to flee in the opposite direction. The Hook came to her closer and calmly said that it was not necessary to interfere, but she called it a correction of the problem that could lead to the disappearance of an infinite mansion. It seemed to him that she considers him too reckless. Meanwhile, someone evaluated Musang. He was a normal academy student who did not even resemble a cultivator. But at the same time, he easily neutralized the young owner of the UNA, who had the first rank, and pushed the head of Hannah's Hall, who reached the top of the skill. In all this place, the senior patrol showed unexpected interest. At some point, she reported that the base of beggars is quite close, and that seems to be a place for the new staff. After a while, one of the beggars, Ji Hansel, approached the window and said there was a message from the elder. The message was about being prepared for a campaign in the Precipitate, where a meeting in the Devil in Huke. After a while, they had already gone on the road, but Musang could not understand where the dragon warrior Pope. The girl explained that she remained, because her departure could attract extra attention, especially given that she had not informed anything yet. She also asked if he was so unpleasant to travel with her, but he replied that it wasn't about it. He could not directly tell her that the presence of the Papach would increase her safety nearby, so he only noted that they needed to hurry, and accelerated the step. This caused her a light smile, because after so many years they have a number of 100 again traveling the world together. She reminded him once again that he was going with him, after which they went forward. However, after a few hours, her face lost his previous joy. She tried to understand which monster is now in front of her. 400 kilometers in 12 hours without a single break, she thought, as he reminded that she insisted on herself, and he was in a hurry. And yet, what is it with him? He almost exhausted his energy, but did not even sweat. Finally, the moment came when something appeared in front of them. They reached their destination and stood in front of the province of Shaanyi, the Z County. They were met at first glance quite friendly. The girl at that moment wanted only one thing, a glass of water. But Musang began to talk about the place they needed, a place where the sun was shining on a rainy day. The owner immediately realized what he was talking about and suggested that he follow him. After a while, the Hook was thrown out of the window, trying to ventilate the room. Meanwhile, the girl finally drank water, quenching his thirst. Sitting together, she decided to find out what happened to him during his absence. She was interested in how then, only the basic level of development, he performed seemingly unbearable missions. Due to his natural sensory and unbreakable will, he survived, even being on the verge of death. But 2 years ago, he suddenly disappeared and returned to a completely different person. That's what she wanted to find out. The answer was short. I am no longer a number 100, but a senior patrol. But at that moment he began to tell something more. What he said was shocking. He came across a divine revelation. According to him, the devils will soon take their step in this world, and it should be a flame that will cleanse them. And then a spectacle, which he called unstable, unfolded in front of him. It was difficult to understand in its tone whether he was inventing it all, but she listened so carefully that she could not look. He said that the world was destroyed and absorbed by the devil. The flames covered everything around. Suddenly, A giant snake of more than 100 meters in length appeared in the sky, and in the underworld, the army of demons raged and roared and roared. It was a real hellish chaos. There is nothing left in the end. Everything turned into ashes and warmth. He himself had to spend an eternity there until he became a suitable utensil for this world. The girl asked with distrust, "Are you serious now?" He was surprised that she believed at least in his words. "I ask you normally, and are you looking at your jokes, decided and continue to mock?" she said, slightly angry, taking it by the collar. Her eyes flashed from anger. In the end, she turned away, annoyed that she was already sick of his stupidity. "If you do not want to talk, it is not necessary," she added. In fact, he himself did not expect that she would believe what he told. This story seemed so absurd that it was difficult to believe in it even to him. The story of a giant snake and monsters was like a fiction, like the flame he saw in front of him. At the moment he looked at it, he asked himself, "Is it worth showing it? And what can I do about it?" He was thinking about how one ordinary intelligent creature can affect the course of the universe if everything happens at the right time and correct sequence. And yet, if it should be, then let this time come as later. At this point, someone approached them, apologizing for their intervention. This person touched their silk, called it good, and asked for permission to touch again. The hook stretched him a piece of cloth and suggested to take. He took a piece and began to consider it carefully, evaluating the quality, but seemed to do it silently, about himself. After a short pause, the man invited them to go with him further. The three of them went to where he led them, although the path seemed incomprehensible. For 2 hours he drove them in circles, then went to the estate, which, as it turned out, was near the eatery. But now they wandered, as if in a maze. Finally, they came to the door, and the man turned to the leader inside. He announced that he brought people who had a yellow tissue order, and the door opened instantly. The speed at which it happened surprised them all. Inside, the head invited them to enter. He sat at first glance in the lotus pose, but it was an illusion. He had no legs. When they came, everyone exchanged tribute. The girl, with the help of thoughts, turned to Musang, noting that she did not feel any drop of internal energy in the chapter, because he is not a cultivator. However, his level of protection seemed serious. The head immediately went to the case, noting that he had not seen people who have a real yellow tissue order for a long time. He asked that they had brought them here. Musang answered very briefly, "Podel." This only word made the head understand the essence of their visit. Musang continued and asked for permission to go to the resort as soon as possible. At first, the head laughed quietly and said, "Here's how you're joking." But Musang seriously asked him not to take it as a joke. His tone sounded so convincing that he was respectful even in those who doubted. The leader agreed, stating that the request of the yellow fabric order was absolute. However, he had one request for them. He said that in 4 kilometers to the south, they would find a bamboo forest, where they need to complete the task. After a while, the boys were already in the forest. In the heart of the bamboo forest should have a huge boulder, more than 3 meters high. The leader explained that under this boulder there is a roll that needs to be removed and brought. The girl began to roll his sleeves without unnecessary words. Time to take the case. But suddenly in the air, a shrill whistle which made them stop. There was a weapon that they had to fight off, and very quickly. Damn, the situation was becoming more dangerous. Everything looked strange, and they stopped in place, evaluating the threat. The cause of the stop was a man with a muscular physique who suddenly appeared in front of them. Behind his back was a girl who looked carefully at them. It seemed to them that she appreciated that these guys were not ordinary thieves. She said with a smile that it is much more interesting to harass. But the man did not have time to arrange how his head suddenly separated from the body. Everything was explained at the same moment. The hook stood with his sword in his hand, and it was clear that it was not necessary to joke with him. She was much surprised by what happened. Everything happened so quickly that she did not even feel the sword movement. In appearance, this guy seemed to her a common young man. After that, she called them non-governmental thieves and asked if they came after her and who sent them. But the girl did not want to listen to her explanations and shouting, "What do you melt?" Zrania, I immediately rushed at her. Her opponent barely stood on her feet after such a powerful blow. She barely had time to respond to the blows and immediately realized that she would not be able to cope with this steam. After that, her lips broke out of apology, calling everything that happened misunderstanding. She realized that she needed to get out of here, but it seems too late. Musang's hook stood directly behind her back. She could not believe her eyes, because he was just before her, and now behind. Hyuk quietly asked her whether he was hidden under the rock, but she continued to insist that it was all misunderstanding and they made a mistake. Then he asked her a direct question. "Are you pursued by Ami sect?" Hearing it, she looked as if she was just ripping. What she conceived was a mystery to everyone. But everyone realized that she wanted to somehow compare her chances. She tried to close the field of view with iron fans to simultaneously strike daggers with poison and distract their attention to another opponent. Her plan was instantly destroyed when the sharp blade cut her hand. It was a rather cruel scene, but the next one became even more shocking. Her body literally flew into two parts. Well, not very small, but the picture was creepy. The girl immediately began to blame Musang. "Why did you intervene? I could handle myself." It was embarrassed not only because of the intervention, but also because this murder went against her own plans for this situation. Musang explained his act simply. Once she decided to kill them, then it was necessary to answer properly. After that, they returned to the place where all this confusion began. As soon as Musangi put a knife to the neck of the elder, the same thing happened to him. Several swords were near his neck. He just wanted to ask if they were trapped, but the elder was strongly denied. He even asked them to be kind and show what they found. Musang poured the contents in front of the elder without unnecessary words. These were the highest pearls of the highest quality. The elder explained that it is not enough to know its location in order to enter the presentation. They need to fulfill their requirements. In the underworld, night pearls are valued more than any other jewelry. Anyone who wants to enter the present must be paid at least 5 of the highest quality pearls. Then Musang asked, "And who were the 2 that were there?" The old man explained that the present is receiving visitors only every 3 months, with no more than 10 people. This morning, all 10 places were already occupied, including a witch of a bloody shadow and a loose ghost of the spear. But now, when they are gone, 2 places have become free. Hearing this, the girl immediately realized who was talking about. She knew these 2 as those who were involved in the incident with the Ami sect. Last year, 1 first-rank cultivator and 7 rank from Ami sect were found dead. All of them were completely bleed and cruelly mutilated after they went to study the world. The picture was creepy. Eyewitness testimony and traces on the bodies indicated that the criminals were a loose ghost of the spear and a witch of a bloody shadow. Ami sect immediately began to look for them, but there were no results. And now it turned out that these were the 2. If the girl knew it before, they would not have happened so easily. Then the old man asked them if they were from the Orthodox sect. Musang calmly replied that no. He explained that all their actions were aimed at preparing for the passage to the premises, as it was necessary. But Hyok noted that another important point remained. Suddenly, the sound of a lightning crackled in the room. It happened because he inserted the sword into the vagina and warned the old man. If he tries to use them or consider fools, the consequences will be serious. And to support his words, he clearly demonstrated. All the swords of the old man flew in half. Musang explained accessible. "Next time your neck may be on the place of these swords." The swords fell to the ground. Their sharp fragments were pushed directly into the floor, leaving deep pits. The old man, impressed, replied that he would definitely remember these words. The horse slowly drove to the lake, where the guy was already sitting in the boat. "We arrived," said the one who took the place of Kucher, stopping the resort. A guy and a girl came out of the veil. At first glance, the girl could see the trick, and the guy was chunky with numerous scars. They were met by a man in a boat. It was the one that was associated with a witch of a bloody shadow and a lecherous spear. In his hand there were photo work, behind which he cheated on their personalities. However, it seemed strange that the lecherous ghost of the spear had a sword instead of a spear. After all the formalities have been resolved, the man invited them to the boat, warning that they would have to dive into the water if they want to have time to close the gate. He also noted that they were the last passengers. They sat in a boat and went on. The witch was shocked to see this place. She had many questions because this place seemed to her. Her surprise was due to the fact that she had some memories associated with this place. Meanwhile, the man asked them to continue the movement. They sailed so long that the girl even dozed in a boat. However, the man quickly reminded them that it was not entertainment and ordered to move on. At that moment, the ghost even began to fall off one of his mustaches, which, as it turned out, was glued. The man ordered them to go further along the cave, which he showed their finger until they see the guard. And when they meet him, they will need to pay night pearls to obtain permission for the next passage. The witch yawned when they went on, demonstrating their relaxed attitude to the situation. Meanwhile, the man who was behind was wondering who these people were. Usually, even experienced experts are nervous, arriving here, and these 2 just slept and let go of saliva. He thought that such safety would destroy them sooner or later. Meanwhile, the girl, looking around, exclaimed enthusiastically, "Wow!" She was struck by the fact that they really found themselves in the underworld. She could not even see the ceiling of the cave because of its scale. The hook, under the guise of a ghost, looked carefully at the terrain. He noticed that it would seem that there was a smoke from so many lanterns in the cave, but it was not. This meant that ventilation was somehow arranged here. Suddenly, the girl was even more surprised. The reason was obvious. She was grabbed by someone's body. It was a man, but the girl immediately broke his finger. He shouted so loud that tears flowed from his eyes and veins came on his head. He justified that he had not seen them here before and he was curious about who they were. The girl, while keeping cold-blooded, explained to him in an accessible language that if he laughed to touch her again, it would not only be broken. She sharply threw his hand aside and politely advised him to get lost. The man quickly realized that he had touched not to the person, but nevertheless, he was desired to force them to regret it. Before leaving, he muttered, "You will regret above." The girl heard his words and asked sarcastically, "Maybe now you clutter? Or later?" But he was already in a hurry. They quickly realized that there would be many such bastards here. To begin with, they needed to remove the room, because the constant stay in the makeup was already annoyed. Although the girl noted that he looks quite cute in this makeup. When they went to shoot the room, they were followed by a man who immediately realized that these two were not simple. He regarded them as the perfect casualties for his master Yan Yuchch, or rather, for himself to take away everything he likes. After a while when they dressed, the hooks, finally getting rid of the Dorati mustache, felt much better. The girl asked whether the same moment came when the search could be started, but the hook answered that there was no need, because they would find themselves. You only need to wait a little. At this point, they noticed a man who stood nearby and looked at them. He was mustache and even started dancing a little, greeting them. With a wide smile, looking very friendly, he approached their table, clearly wanting to start a conversation. When the girl, without standing, asked who he was, he answered, "But there was no reason for concern. I'm not at all suspicious of a man." He introduced himself as Yan and said he saw unfamiliar faces and decided to approach good intentions to help. This is how he explained his visit. He even stated that he knew everyone in the worker, but his assurances that he was not suspicious were only more suspicious. He seemed like a true trick. Musang immediately suggested that he asked if his help would definitely be free. Yan, shaking his eyes, began to laugh at amazing and sarcastically. Then he explained the situation a little. Sitting and listening to him, the boys were shocked. "It looks like you don't know anything for the first time," he said. Yan explained that the presentation is a real gathering of society. The bottom of the abyss, in fact, the same. Here the danger chats wherever you look. Thieves, it is only necessary to blink. And even the most reliable hidden gold will be stolen until the last coin. In the heat of his dance monologue, he struck himself with his hand on his chest. Then he added that they reject all the alarm, forgetting it completely, because they have their new friend, Yang. Walking spoken directory on the sergeant is me, Yan. For a completely reasonable price, just 1 silver ingot, I will spend you safe, he announced with a smile. Musang's hook immediately understood the essence of his words. He apparently picked up the game, called it the mercy of heaven, told how they almost stuck into a serious mess, thanked Yanev and said that they could now breathe calmly. He even several times expressed joy through acquaintance with such a useful friend. Yan, without spending time, asked what they were interested in and assured that he was ready to help with everything, whether with the purchase of goods or with a tour of the city. It was interesting if the boys really understood the whole hidden essence of his words. The girl decided to start with a simple one, and asked if there were many unique drugs and elixirs in the action, and whether it is possible to get them. Hearing her questions, Yan looked a little surprised, and it made the girl think it was impossible. But Yang denied, actively waving his hands. No, everything is possible. Just usually warlike women are not interested in such things." He added that the trade in medicines and elixirs in the existing is treated by terribly dangerous people. Despite this, you can get everything that a little calmed the girl. Musang went on to the next question. Is it possible to kill a person from outside with the help of someone from the present? Yan replied that the mercenaries in the action, but emphasized that the price depends on the goal. Musang clarified. This is a man from the Muram of the highest rank. Can you handle it? Wow, the highest rank, you say? These are done by real experts of their business. To hire such and buy elixirs, the costs will be considerable. Yan hinted at a considerable amount. The girl calmly added that they had more than 100 gold ingots, leaving a Yang stunned. Yan had already begun to realize that this catch is much larger than he expected, and he was pleased with his luck. He looked extremely satisfied and was ready to take away his expensive customers to the right people right now. Turning, he smiled with a smile to the other direction. trying to look as friendly as possible. There is a cunning, almost insidious smile on the faces of Musang and the girl. They followed him, although there were many spooky people around. Each of these people held their weapons, and their eyes glowed with a thirst for murder. The muscular bodies of these people spoke for themselves. They knew how to kill, and seemed to love to do it. Yan asked them to wait a little, because he first needs to talk to the right people. He approached the healthy, who was sitting on the stone, and smiling, expressed his hope that things were going well. He then pointed his hands towards Musang and the girl and said, "These people want to make an order." But at the same time he leaned to his ear healthy and whispered, "These are fresh, simple ones. Today they are here for the first time. If you pull out of them more than 100 gold ingots, I take my 20%. In response to the face, a wide smile appeared. It was a great prospect of getting 100 gold ingots. When Musang and the girl came closer, he healthy asked them direction whether to kill someone. They briefly confirmed. At this point, he healthy slowly rose. As soon as his legs touched the ground, the atmosphere in the room became strange and disturbing. The air seemed to have a suspicious energy that made everyone alert. He healthy, showing his frightening appearance, asked who this person was to kill. To look directly into his eyes, Musang had to lift his head up, because he was almost 2 heads taller than him. With a slight smile, Musang began to talk to the essence of the question. He was eagerly waiting for him to finally find out what they wanted from him. The mustachioed Yan also looked confused, not understanding where this conversation was going. But most surprise caused the next step of Musang. He said calmly that they no longer needed it. Then he added, addressing her healthy, "With your skills, this person is not killed. I will do this business myself." Of course, such a statement angered Healthy, because she affected his pride as a fighter. He sharply threw his hand behind his back to get his huge sword. Confessing in his intentions, he said, "At first I thought just to shake a round sum from you and let go, but now you will have to grumble," and swung with the sword. But his blow, roughly speaking, went nowhere. The sword met the resistance in the form of 2 hands of Musang, which he put in the air, creating protection. The blow Healthy hit them, but did not punch. It was more strange that after blocking, Musang sent all the collected energy directly into the breast. It was a powerful impetus not made by hands, but with pure energy that exploded from his body. The energy stroke rejected the Healthy back, even without physical contact, causing surprise to all present. After a powerful blow, he Healthy began to cough so much as if he had been thrown from the 3rd floor. This sound was heard by everyone, and it caused confusion among those present. Then his huge body was thrown back. Imagine this picture. A real giant flies like a doll. Musang, looking at him calmly, asked, "Do you still want to try to squeeze the amount, and then let go? Or maybe already changed his mind and want to disappear so much?" Further, Musang's gaze turned to another culprit of the situation, the mistress of John, who seems to have not known what to say. A yellowish liquid with an unpleasant odor flowed down his feet. As a real coward, Yan began to justify himself, they say, and he did not know that this type would be like that, and added, "In the lifetime of the worse, he did not meet." Musang coldly reminded him of his words. "You said that you know everyone in the face. After that, Musang approached the Healthy. He was healthy, stuttering, confessed that Yan is conspiracy with him. But Musang was not going to listen to his justification for a long time. He decided to end this conversation with his fist. "Apparently, I have not tried your brain if you continue to talk about the hostess of Yana so much. Apparently, another treatment is needed," he said, and again prepared for the blow. Then smiling asked Yana, "I say right now or not?" Yan, watching the bloody sight, was in a state of shock, not knowing where to go. The whole scene, mixed with blood splashes, brought him to such a fear that it seemed to be about to fall. Yan barely restrained so as not to let in the pants even more. Musang coldly asked him next time to find someone more appropriate for the task. "Yes, I will surely serve you," Yan replied, rapidly putting his hand to the temple in a military greeting. After that, he turned and rushed to run the head, almost losing slippers. The girl watched it and, ironically summing up, said, "He was even a little sorry for the present area of red tiles." Several spooky men were sitting on the ground who looked horribly drunk. These were extremely dirty neighborhoods, and the dirt here was in all possible sense. Yan, playing the role of the guide, explained that the area of the presentation is a place where the elders form their centers of influence. He compared it to the external sex of the Alliance Muri, calling it the true heart of the Preda. The girl wanted to understand whether he brought them to a dangerous place with a very bad reputation. The frightened Yan actively waved his hands, assuring them that in any case, His attempts were justified like a barking and whistle. After that, the strange barking, the girl agreed to believe him, but his face gave everything he did not say in words. She asked his strange facial expression, and Jan instantly turned into a humble cat. Now there is no doubt about his frightened state. It was clear that the strongest adherents gathered here, who could cut their throat even experienced experts in a moment. In the center of the district stood a large castle, which resembled the hellish fortress. Obviously, it was a key place where you could find traces of dark blood group, much easier than on the outskirts. But the girl had but. She understood it perfectly by looking at the crowd around and studying their faces. It was not difficult to see that each of them was written everything you need to know. But Musang calmly reassured her, saying, "If someone has the desire to start a braid, it is better to withstand this moment, because there is a reason, but it is not worth it now." The girl was not just annoyed, she sincerely wanted to kill these abominations. Their faces seemed to be asked to destroy them. One of them even called her beauty, and licking, suggested to brighten his lone party and to play with him. These words, spoken with a disgusting smile, finally brought it out. She rose sharply from her place, not intending to endure a single minute. This bastard perceived her silence as an image or disrespect. He shouted, "I am who I turn to, bitch!" And he reached for her hand to grasp her hair. It was the last drop. The patience of the girl was finally broke. But before she managed to do something, Musang intervened. He rose and just grabbed his hand, stopping his movement. In response, the bastard began to shout to be released immediately. The girl just smiled. Her eyes glowed with pleasure. "And who told me there that I needed to endure? It's not you by chance?" she asked mockingly in Musang. Her gesture and words attracted the attention of others in the room. Notwithstanding the mockery and insults of their friend, several men rose from their seats. Meanwhile, behind the backs of Musang and the girl trembled Yang, who did not move away from them. In his head, he was already glad. "Here, now my plan will work. It doesn't matter how strong these two are, they will definitely not stand against such a crowd," he thought, hoping for the inevitable massacre. From the gestures of Yana, it was clear that he was worried and counting on something unpleasant for others. Musang's hook did not hesitate to evaluate the situation for a long time, and realized that this place was creating certain problems. He quietly said that he seems to have to kill them all. When Jan heard these words, he felt the same warm and unpleasant feeling again. But the whole tense situation changed unexpectedly when a man came to the room and ordered everyone to retreat. "These people are my customers," he said. What surprised the most is that everyone immediately obeyed and retreated. This man at first sight made the impression of a very influential person. Yan grunted something under his nose, but quickly ran to the old man to introduce him. "This is the Lord Sikande, an influential investor from the world of business agreements of the Red Tile area," Yan proudly announced. Tsi, looking at Musang and girl, immediately asked, "Well, a long-standing friend Yan did not bring me customers. For what purpose did you visit?" The girl responded directly that she wanted to buy elixirs and aphrodisiacs. Tsi was a little surprised by her choice, saying that such a product is not very suitable for a young lady, but she cut off. "It's none of your business." The old man asked, "How much do you need?" Without hesitation of a second, the girl confidently replied, "Everyone is on the cart." The amount she called was literally forced the old to lose the gift of language for a few seconds. After the pause, he said, "Let's look like this. Please leave the premises." It became unclear to the girl, and she suggested that he thought that they had not enough money. In fact, the case was different. Tai had a rule. He did not sell such large amounts of drugs to individuals, which he told them. The girl, without hesitation, suggested changing the terms of the agreement. She noted that the quality and efficacy of drugs in the forecast is significantly different from the outside world, and suggested that special ingredients are used here only in this place. Therefore, she suggested buying 600 grams of each drug, but to pay as if it were a complete conduct of aphrodisiacs. After that, she asked if she liked that offer. The old man, already walking to the door, stopped and cast a careful look at her. However, even after that, he called her suspicious, no matter how she was looking at. Large parties of drugs are usually bought only by large groups. They do not conclude such agreements with the individuals, he added. And then, looking at them with a new expression, he asked, "Who are you and where did you get here?" But the girl, ignoring his questions, decided to ask instead, "Why did I hear so many rudeness today? Will it be easier for me if I am overlooked?" she added, barely holding back her anger. Her boldness only ignited the older, especially since he did not believe that she was able to beat him in the area of red tiles. His doubts exceeded everything, and it seems that he began to create something with his energy, preparing for confrontation. Musang was already on the verge, ready to intervene. But the girl asked him not to interfere, promising that she would understand it. Tsi was already ready to kill her, accumulating a huge amount of energy in her hand. The hot orange layer, glowing with burning light, was rushed to it to hit the face, and then draw a devastating blow to the head. The blow has already begun to be embodied in reality aimed at it, but Tsi was forced to be disappointed. The girl disappeared right in front of him. As and where remained a mystery. The answer was simple. She was right behind him, behind his head with a loud. It was late to bow, and the TSE had to block the attack urgently. But the main question, will he be able to block her rapid blow with her hand? Musang, continuing to watch, suddenly saw something unexpected. The girl missed the sight and accidentally hit Yana. Even Tsi himself looked a little puzzled, not understanding how it could have happened. Meanwhile, the mustachioed Yan was lying on the ground, moaning, "Me? And for what?" The girl quickly justified. "Mommy, sorry. I didn't expect this old man so skillful that it would dodge my blow. Comrade Yan, it happened by accident and not at all because I feel some dislike for you." But there was another bastard in the room, who at that moment offensively called it bitch. This time she decided that she would not miss, and directed the blow directly to his direction. The blow flashed again in front of his nose, but this time he had time to put the block, protecting himself from the attack. Yana's mustache again trembled from the blow, adding the comicality of the situation. This time, the girl hit another cheek of Yana, and then asked with care, or everything was fine with him. Tsi realized that she did not even have time to follow her movements. Such a brilliant master like her is clearly not on his teeth. It became obvious. The girl, even more angry, called Tai the enemy, and added that because of his hostilities, their dear friend Yan, their philanthropist, suffers. She stated that she would not forgive this, which made the old one think, this girl is a real psychopath. Turning in his direction, she rushed forward again, stating that this time he would definitely pay. She was determined to punish this scoundrel. Her attack was extremely powerful, and the old man's body flew back at great speed. She only had to put her hand to his chest, as he lost his resistance under his feet and flew far back. The scene was so impressive that it looked like a demonstration of absolute power. At this point, one of the men who watched the event in the crowd suddenly turned and began to go the other way. This man, whose nature was still difficult to determine, immediately noticed Musang. He felt his energy that seemed similar to the one emitted by the members of the Dark Blood group. After that, Musang threw a bag on his back, and he immediately clung. The bag caught on his back, and he went on, not even noticing. Meanwhile, these two tricky bastards sat with swollen cheeks from blows. The girl now asked otherwise. Does he know where the ingredients need the right ingredients? After that, she asked to show them, but he began to refuse, they say. There are few. She asked once again whether she was clear or not. Now he will definitely punish Yana, because he himself acknowledged that he made a wrong choice. Musang approached the girl and reported that there was a person with a unique aura of a murder like a dark blood. The Toothmad decided that they should rush to him. However, he reassured her, saying that he had smelled for 1,000 lie. To begin with, you need to deal with the aphrodisiac, so it will be faster. She promised to forget about it and not worry. Looking at these two bastards opposite, it was clear. She could be trusted, but he had no doubt about her. Moreover, with her current level of skill, Gomv does not threaten anything here. But nevertheless, he still asked her to be careful to avoid unnecessary problems. He knew what masters lived here, and not all of them have a good reputation. His care seemed to her very sweet, but at the same time he suddenly disappeared. He just evaporated, instantly jumping up. Meanwhile, the battalion of Iron Blood already reported to a young hostess about a boy named Musang, as she asked. He was told everything they knew, that everyone in these surroundings knows him, because he grew up here. But she was more interested in what John Ji thinks. Can the ordinary student of the academy be so strong? He thought for a moment and then replied, maybe. But is it possible that Musang's hook is the same without a trace? The girl under a red mask smiled slightly and asked, the legendary killer who left no trace when he destroyed the 20 strongest masters of the Union of Demons during the Great War between traditional and apostate sects? On what basis does he think? But he just replied, exclusively intuition. In addition, the trace activity period coincides with the time when Hayek has served in the Alliance Muri. Moreover, he is a brilliant master capable of resisting the supreme head of the mysterious school and the third elder of their battalion. But no one knew about his existence. So far. If the Alliance Murima really hid it all this time, then this theory seems logical. He cited the hostess a few more arguments. For example, 2 years that could be needed to recover. She knew without a trace is the best killer that no one was able to surpass. But despite this, She felt another aura from this guy. Yes, he is a killer. But at the same time, he has an incredible, still unknown force. The power she could only imagine. In addition, there is a theory that a trace is not one person. If so, then all the reflections lose meaning. One way or another, she did not know the truth, but she was sure. It is difficult to talk about it now. Although she herself did not rule out such opportunity, she was also wondering what her senior Masterhook is doing now. This mysterious figure sat on the roof, watching two men heading forward. He also monitored the security that was quite serious here. He carefully appreciated even the guards at the gate and noted that they were first-class warriors. The mouse does not slip past them unnoticed. To penetrate here and explore the situation, he came alone, hiding his face under the mask. At some point, he pushed away from the roof and disappeared. Landed around the corner of one of the buildings. The security worked perfectly, but still made one mistake. One of the guards almost fell asleep, but he was instantly awakened by the other, stinging from behind. It was a senior guard who explained the younger one, "If you want to sleep, just yawn. It will refresh the brain." He immediately began to apologize. After that, the senior offered him another option, to find a place where he could fall asleep like a baby. The younger guard was as soon as he apologized. And after another apology, the elder strictly ordered not to take a nap, to monitor the passage, and to immediately bypass the castle walls. The one whom the senior called Bezdelnik grabbed the spear and ran around the building, rustling with his feet. And right behind one of the horns was a mysterious man in a mask, to which he gradually approached. And so his leg is already stepping on the horn. What will happen next? Actually, nothing. He came out and did not see anyone. But suddenly his eye involuntarily broke away. He was frightened not because of someone, but because of the distance. Because soon his change ends. And he did not even have time to end the bypass. To make the evening easier, he decided to simply imagine that he was walking at bedtime. Good excuse, isn't it? Meanwhile, the same mysterious figure appeared on the other side of the wall. He stopped in front of the building, looked carefully at her, and said quietly, "Here it is." Inside, someone discussed a girl. It was urgent to hide and invent how to proceed. He used the technique that made it invisible. The guards went straight through it. And here is the moment. They are almost face to face with him, but they just walked through it like a void. It was not there, but one of them suddenly felt something. A light breeze or something like that. However, the other reassured him, saying that there was nothing. An empty corridor in which only dust was circling in the air. And suddenly, with this dust, someone's trace appears on the floor. He came here himself, focusing on the smell that he clearly felt from the door. And then, like lightning, he disappeared and instantly moved there. Once inside, he was quietly landing under the ceiling on the second floor, because something happened below. The head was sitting in the room of the Dark Blood group, a ghostly god of murder. He questioned people in front of him about a newcomer who defeated Sakande. The person in the mask realized that the situation is exacerbated and could already attract attention. Meanwhile, the informant reported to God the war that this girl had dealt with a TSI so easily, as if she were playing with her baby. He did not even have time for her movements. Then the head asked if something managed to find out about her. After he heard, he ordered to continue the monitoring. After all, you need to recruit such people earlier than others. At this point, God felt something. This attracted his attention. He made a sharp gesture. The next moment, 3 daggers flew out of his hands and flew directly into the ceiling. But they just crashed into the ceiling material. Nothing happened. But the god of war was convinced that there was something here, at least for a moment, but he was definitely felt someone's presence. To see, he went to the door, opened them sharply, and looked into the corridor. In front of him, only an empty pass, where the dust flew on the floor. It was strange. No trace. Did it just seem to him, or everything is not so easy? "Something happened?" asked one of the servants when the head of the group approached, but he just waved his hand. But no, nothing. Probably because of the rats, my perception has intensified. So the chapter himself decided for himself, but just in case he ordered the protection to be more attentive in posts. And behind the wall, in the shadow, stood and listened to this order, a man in a mask. He carefully hid his presence, but he was noticed. Nearly, but noticed. This person's level was not lower than the old school leader. In addition, apparently, he was not even the High Master of the administrative fortress. This meant only one thing. In such a place, it is impossible to relax for a moment. Meanwhile, rooms to approach the place where she was brought. But when she finally came, she opened her mouth wide. "Nifiga to herself!" She frozen with surprise. In front of her, there was an incredible landscape. flowers whose beauty forced her to literally sag. After that, she was taken forward again. The ingredients do not grow as well. Right on the course. Plantation of herbs. It is here that we grow the necessary ingredients, Tsi said. But it seemed to the girl that there was nothing at all. She even threatened to him that he was growing up now, but he asked to wait a little. It was only necessary to open the door. As he said, medical ingredients are under serious protection. He approached the entrance point. It was an ordinary, inconspicuous torch that burned on the wall. He took him with one hand, pulled him, and activated the mechanism. At the same moment, the walls dispersed, and the giant boulder rose to the ceiling, opening the hidden passage. Rooms to calm down a little when C suggested that she go inside and look at all her own eyes. She confidently moved forward, looking carefully at each corner. But as soon as she came, she immediately struck one eye, and the other almost closed. And all because of these flowers she saw in a few seconds. Shock! These were ingredients for aphrodisiac. The scale is just incredible. If it were to recycle and bring it to the surface, it would be something grand. At this point, a giant stone suddenly fell, and it made it turn sharply. The voices were heard. Someone mocked her phrase, hinting that she had come here. Jan suddenly spanned. Tsi seemed to think something. Recording his mustaches, he complained that he had whole detachments of special guards here, whose duty was to protect the plantation. At this point, the fire on the torches began to dispel, throwing spooky shadows. Red eyes appeared above the girl. These were the same bastards who kept the cave. And now, in their opinion, it was only a rat that was trapped. This bastard did not even think for a long time. He ordered it to be killed immediately. There was no other option. Yang, as a true coward who was from the very beginning, began to tremble, not understanding what he was doing here. Meanwhile, in the administrative fortress, the god of war ordered his servant to closely monitor everything until he went, as he said, for an important meeting. Calmly, without hurry, he passed the same corridor forward. Meanwhile, a man in the mask, the Hook Musang, which you probably guessed, you studied the terrain carefully. He understood better than others. If it is a person's headquarters with this level of skill, then something important must be here. And to find it something, he quietly passed through the walls. He was moving to where, in his opinion, at least a little gap could be. At first glance, there was nothing useful here. Or it seemed so. He carefully inspected the cabinets, the things that stood in the room. Carefully checked everything. But suddenly his eyes flashed red. He felt the smell. His instincts were instantly aggravated. The smell came mainly from this box, which stood with a heavy object from above. Only one word, bingo, can be said here. That's what John Chong-ha said. He approached the corner, took the box, and began to slowly push her away. Well, of course, how could she be nothing behind her? The secret passage. Useful techniques that the old tire taught him were useful again. Although it's not just a passage, it's a secret room. And he goes without hesitation inside. It is good that everything was carefully arranged here. It greatly simplified the search, to which he immediately went. There were different books on the shelves. The first to get into your hands was called Practical Guide of the Dark Blood Group. As he took it, he immediately began to flip through, looking at the page on the page to the left. And here his eyes under the mask expanded sharply. But what to say there? From reading, he even began to tremble. He learned that their training camp for live panels and murderers is on the surface. And even in shame. At this point, his gaze fell on another book. Very interesting and suspicious. The New Secret Book of the Cursed. The name sounded like a joke. It is strange that she was in such a place at all. He took her into his hands and began to quickly flip through the pages. His eyes under the mask were carefully running along the lines, reading in every word. The great war between traditional and apostate sects has not yet ended. The meeting room of the Millennial Killer. There was a conversation with the owner of a hostile dew, known as the attraction of the killer god. Before her sat a man, the owner of a shadow fog, known as a bloody shadow of the killer god. They discussed the most likely killer of the invincible bloody emperor. And, most surprisingly, all the threads led to a trace. Invincible. And killed? It sounded illogical, but the fact remained. The woman argued that, judging by the actions of the trace during the war, it is most logical to assume that he is a man from the Alliance Muri. That is why she turned to the head of the palace with a proposal. Why not get internal information about the Alliance through the clan of heavenly demons? The god of war thought about her words, very serious. It was believed that he had long disappeared from the central region. But their web of influence covered the whole world, penetrating even into the heart of the Alliance Muri, a stronghold of traditional sects. Their spies, as the ghost of the killer said, could easily obtain the necessary information. However, there was one but through which the man answered. No. He added, trust in our palace of a millennial killer and so at the lowest level. And there are problems with a mysterious school. If we turn to them now, then the head of the Advi fortress or the clan of heavenly demons will require too much from us. We have to decide it ourselves. There is no other choice. This is what the owner of a solid curtain, known as a solid godmother, argued. But suddenly a cry came behind the door. Someone was asking for help, repeating that it was urgent. The ruler immediately stood up, but he was incredibly annoyed that during his speech, someone dreamed of breaking him. He stood out of his place and came out to find out personally. Two guys stood in front of the door, unable to tie the words, but one of them, having gained courage, said, it seems that someone has penetrated the plantation of herbs. The ruler lost the gift of language. Meanwhile, watching the development of events, Musang heard their conversation. They talked about the masters who are now beating with the guard on the plantation, and the order to gather more people. He didn't need to think for a long time to understand. This is a tooth. She did not go best. She was breathing hard, already worried. The strength of the warriors was much exceeding her expectations, but they all fell from her blade. It looked as if they had no chance. There was no chance, if there were few. But now there were too many of them, and she didn't even understand where they came from. After all, when she came in, they were much smaller. They seemed to appear from nowhere, and C was just standing, laughing, and annoying her with his behavior, and even his sophisticated sayings. No wonder they say that the crowd will fall. Let's see how much this knot will last. She did not know what other bastards thought there, but to kill Tai, it was her personal promise. She promised him straight into his eyes. He heard her words, and from them he was thrown into tremor. Brushing with fear, he poked his finger in her direction and broke up on a cry, ordered to attack faster. Armed soldiers, waving their sharp weapons, obeyed the order and rushed. They came from all sides, and at the same time attack and defend themselves is not always possible. It was really a problem, but among this flower field it scattered enemies in different directions. However, the tension was felt in every cell of her body, and with every moment it seemed to her that these bastards who attack her became more and more. The house has switched to a different level. She attacked even more. Her strokes became devastating, and she killed 5 at once. It was a great result, and her trophies became cut-off hands and feet of enemies. But these obsessive creatures tired of it. They advanced without end and edge. If this goes on, you can even spend all the internal energy. But they were indifferent. A little time passed, and this bastard asked himself, what is wrong with this old man? It was clearly exhausted, but did not lose its power. Moreover, her movements were not inferior to experienced murderers who were considered the best in the fortress. He just looked at her face and could not understand how it turned out, and she stood in front of him and turned cold with words. She claimed that she said clearly and clearly earlier. And breaking through a crowd of bastards, she rushed directly to him. Her sword has almost touched his body, and only one thing was red in her eyes. She already sees how this bastard is dead. But suddenly her attack was sharply reflected sideways. Someone intervened. In order not to lose balance, it laid gently and immediately bounced back. To retreat! A formidable command was heard. And Tsi immediately recognized this voice. The voice of the head of the palace. The Iron Summit, the head of the Palace of Law and Order, went forward and said, it is strange that you have been wooling with one and only girl for so long. To come here just in case was the right solution. And then he called her an unusual girl. She immediately understood. This man is different from all who attacked her earlier, and she was not even sure of whether she could overcome it in her best shape. Well, one way or another, I will have to fight and get you, he said. Together with him there were 3 administrative dogs. Healthy, pumped men who had a high level of martial arts. He ordered them to go forward. Their weapons were incredibly durable metal claws made of material that has been for several thousand years. Their claws could cut not only the victim, but even the ground under their feet, a strong stone and anything else. And it was this attack that was directed at her. Reflecting the first blow, she realized these are also difficult. In their claws vibrated incredible energy. In addition, they moved like real predators. She noticed their flawlessly coordinated attack. But not late? They have already surrounded her. Now it was not time to think about the consequences. She realized that there was no other way out. It was only necessary to clamp the teeth and take the next step. And this step was her secret technique, a lightning sword that breaks the earth and heaven. The next moment of 3 administrative dogs simply did not happen. Tsi watched how they had fallen on the ground with their last smash. It was their last understanding, the sword of the man's clan, and the Supreme also realized it. But all he saw at this moment is a blade that was rapidly approaching his head, and suddenly the girl was right behind his back. He stood, paralyzed, unable to move. Her sword was cut into 2 parts, but he held them in his hands, not her. He said in a quiet voice, "Your nickname is quite well deserved, the goddess of heavenly sword," and continued, "If you were at the peak of my strength, I would have lost my head, but now, only." Fortunately for him, her inner energy was almost exhausted. Tsi insisted, "She needs to be killed as soon as possible. She has invaded the plantation of herbs unceremoniously. According to our law, the death penalty on the spot." But the head replied, "She is an important figure in the alliance of Muse. It cannot be killed. More, this girl is the daughter of the Holy Emperor. Even the head of the Adval fortress would not mindlessly treat the goddess of the sword." He came closer, pointed to her with his finger and ordered, "To grab her alive, to begin with." After these words, he decided to act. He sharply hit her with 2 fingers directly into the temple. More precisely, he almost hit. His fingers only touched her skin when the next moment was cut down with a sharp blade. The space was illuminated by a familiar blue energy. It was Musang's hook. She was confused for a moment when she saw a familiar mask before her pain. Tsi, watching what happened to the head of the palace, even forgot how to talk. Musang briefly asked her condition. She replied that everything is normal. There was almost no energy left. And here, without hesitation, he grabbed her for the waist and pressed it, protecting against a possible attack. A true gentleman. She even swarmed a little. The last thing he saw is how they just disappeared from his eyes. But one of his dogs suddenly pointed forward, noticing something strange. It was a radiance. At first light, yellowish. But it quickly became brighter, dazzling. It filled the whole space in front of them. And here everything became clear. It was an aphrodisiac, and he was already moving in one direction, directly to the ass. He scattered, evaporated, disappeared, and with him, all end. And behind, quietly, like a real rat crash, cowardly Yang tried to escape. But suddenly his voice came behind. He heard his name and had to stop. Of course, he will now blame him for everything. But as always, he began to justify himself. They say he found them and brought them here just because they were looking for aphrodisiac. However, he did not have time to register how his false peak was grabbed by the iron grip. It did this, squeezing him as a worthless scum, and then rudely ordered to shut up like a small bastard. Yang tried something there from under his palm, but these were only muted sounds. He just managed to simply damn before tears of fear flowed from the eyelashes. Meanwhile, a powerful lateral blow, if it could be called that. It was already flying in its direction. Meanwhile, the god of war was angry. Someone dared to penetrate his room. The door was open. It could be barely noticeable, but the books were not like before. He remembered everything to the details, and no little thing is hidden from him. However, the most important thing, he felt familiar with energy. There were extremely small masters of this level, even in the palace of a millennial killer, where the art of murder reached the pinnacle of Murum. He could guess who was able to hide his presence so well. And this person was the main suspect in the murder of the invincible Bloody Emperor. Without a trace, he learned that he was hunted, and made the first move. At this point, his servant entered, reporting the urgent news. The god of war was already waiting for this report. The servant immediately reported, "Some people staged a fire on the plantation of herbs, crashed with almost all the detachments of the fortress and escaped. Now the god of war has almost no doubt. It is a matter of the same man's hands. Only the one who penetrated his room could do the rest." He ordered to block all the water channels leading to the surface, to collect every fighter of the dark blood group, who can now rush into the pursuit, comb everything, from this place to the field with aphrodisiac, and find traces. His order was obeyed. The fighters rushed forward, and he remained in place, crowded with a thirst for revenge. This brazen will pay for its boldness. He underestimated a group of dark blood. Meanwhile, the trade area is presented. People here concentrated orders of their head. But Homad and Musang had a different task, to escape from here. But the security seemed too much. In addition, the paths they came to were already controlled. They understood this perfectly, but Musang recalled that if the place was completely closed, all the smoke would be left inside. He showed his fingers up. The problem was different. How to find this place when patrols are everywhere? In addition, it is unlikely that anyone will share such information voluntarily. And here they noticed someone in the pain of a friend. It was Yang. He was so exacerbated that he barely moved, leaning on a stick. His face looked like a girl with her lips and cheeks decided to become a boxer. Seeing them, he was scared, and immediately threw his stick out of his hands. Hokdao and Musang were looked at, understood each other without words, and then they smiled sweetly and looked straight at him. Yang already understood everything. It was a full ass. Just a total ass. But not knowing what to do, he also stretched his lips in a smile. Well, though mutually. Although blood from the nose and flowed. As soon as they were going to go, this type had already had a request. Because they were deep underground, fresh air is a critical resource in the presentation. Ventilation objects are protected extremely strictly. I did not know what they look from the inside, but one did not doubt one. There would be full. He wanted to be sure that they have definitely had a way to get quietly, and only begged for one thing. Just don't say that you will go back again. Hokdao explained it accessible. Not your dog, a baptismal business. Just lead us. This time, even Hosk Musang was going to go quietly. The situation and so was extremely dangerous. They cannot create even more problems. In fact, he simply did not want to substitute the girl. She was exhausted, her energy on the verge. Jan continued to smile, but he had already twisted different stupid plans for them. Well, how could you not read the meanness of his cunning pizza? Only the idiot would believe him. The high caves had to have a passage that connected them with the ventilation mines. But even Yang did not know the details. This path was strictly controlled by people. They were hiding behind a stone, and Yang explained that it was impossible to go further, because even he was forbidden to come here. Musang's hook realized that this gentleman John still did not know what inside, so he could be released. What they did. But there was one problem. Something did not release Ayana. He stepped on a snake, and instantly felt weakness in the body. Fear flooded it, forming a panic cocktail. Well, and importantly, let's not forget that he is Saiken, so it is easy to guess that he will now cut out loudly. What happened? The attention of all the guards instantly switched to their shelter. "What is there for a stone?" one of them shouted, drawing even more attention to them. The house got a sword, and it was not clear for whom it was. Or to kill Ayana, who has already realized, constantly complicating the situation. Because it is not for enemies. It brought more problems to them. The plan to go quietly burst like a soap bubble. Musang's hook briefly ordered the girl to stay behind, saying that he would understand, and had already pulled the mask on his face. They went straight to the crowd. The guards were almost laughing at first, seeing only two in front of them. They even asked, "Do you generally understand where you came?" At that time, Yang sat behind a stone and bit his nails nervously. Without unnecessary conversations, Musang rushed forward. The guards were ready. They aggravated weapons, lined up and prepared to attack together. All the swords and spears were directed directly to him. It seemed to them that they were already in their hands. They even smiled. But the smiles quickly disappeared when they understood. It just didn't. He disappeared before their eyes. With the help of one of his technicians, he was teleported directly behind their backs. Once behind the enemy's back is always an advantage. Trump in the sleeve. Ideal position for attack. John Chong-ha did not lose his chance. In the eyes of a frightened Yan, who never escaped with others, Musang dissected all the guards in half. And of course, the turn came to him. The bald head felt the wind near her. This was attacked, but surprised. She missed, and her blow flew straight into Ayana, who was sitting behind a stone and shaking. "A wasp for what?" he shouted, turning on his cool technique of light movements, and tried to save his skin. This time everything happened. Well, as always. This is how she justified before him when he asked. But at the same moment she was attacked by bald scum with a giant mace. She already had a plan, to evade so that his blow flew directly into the face of Yana. Jan felt all the wonder of this strong spiked mace. Just fell, without chance of climbing. Now the Toothism avenged. She even gave the name to her blow. For Mistress Comrade Jan, and with all his strength cut the side-bald bastard. The passage was now clean. They stood without seeing any enemies ahead. But now it was important to determine where to move on. Musang's hook closed his eyes, concentrating. Blue energy began to appear around him, his own strength. But the concentration quickly broke the tooth. She shouted, her face in sweat. "It looks like we were found." He immediately opened his eyes and said, "We need there." They rushed forward so quickly that their movement resembled the jumps of mantis. This passage was the most tangible among all. which is why Musang chose him. And when the guards came to the place where heaps of corpses were already lying, they immediately realized the attackers broke into the respiratory route. The oldest security guard immediately guessed that they were the same attackers as the plantation of herbs. He ordered the first and second groups to comb each corner, and the third to return and report to the Iron Top and a group of dark blood. Everyone clearly executed the order and dispersed to bring it. Meanwhile, Homad and Musang have already reached the respiratory track, but the girl had mixed feelings. She could not understand how it turned out that the hole was so small. Even her technique of hidden shadows will not help. She tried to move her hand, but the hole was too narrow. Irritatedly murmured, "Well, who in general makes the way out so tiny?" At this time, Musang watched closely so that no one was back behind. She quickly realized that she would not go and did not even have to guess. So she just offered to break the wall. More precisely, she has already started to do it. But he stopped it instantly, explaining that this cave is stronger than steel and thicker than 2 layers of armor. It will not work even with all the power. They will only attract the attention of enemies. Instead, he suggested an interesting option and explained that the only way to get through such a crack is the technique of absolute penetration. The problem was that Homad only read about her in books, but never studied. Musang agreed to teach her. However, she immediately had the question, "How can you learn technique in 1 second and put it in practice immediately?" He came closer and calmly asked him to trust him. These words made the girl a little bit. She seems to feel something to him. Well, at least it seems to the author. He explained to her that even if she is not aware of it, her internal energy is already at the level of 10 strongest experts, and her understanding of martial arts is unprecedented. Therefore, he believes in her and will help to understand. The first thing to do is to feel the object through which you want to go. Put your palm on the wall and concentrate. You need to listen carefully, not to be distracted. And then the flow will appear. The ancient writing Kugel told about the technique of absolute penetration, which she did not know at all. To help her, he came closer. Immediately noticed everything on her face, so he asked calmly to concentrate. He laid his hand on her palm, and his energy penetrated through her streams, directing her power. These were internal channels, and number 100 pointed out the way. Who forgot? Number 100 called the main character. The same hook Musang. The distance to the radio is 5.5 jang, approximately 9 meters. A moment and the 5 changed to 4. Another, and already 3. They have increasingly concentrated energy, moving to the number 2. And here, the long-awaited moment is the figure 1. At this time, the guards had already stepped for 5. Finally, they opened their eyes and looked forward. There was already a portal before them. He sucked them, saving the sharp blades flying behind them. When the blue glow disappeared, the sword simply crashed into the wall and crumbled into small pieces. The bastards could not believe. How is it possible? How could they go through the walls? But what happened? That happened. You are no longer arguing. Once on the other side, the Toothnia could not hide joy. She barely held back the emotions that overwhelmed her. She knew that the number 100 had changed, but did not even assume how much. And so he calmly, as if nothing special, spent it through internal channels, using the advanced skills of absolute penetration technique. However, the number 100 itself looked no less surprised. He looked at his hand and could not believe that it really worked. The main thing, they got out, but now it was necessary to return. As she said it, he suddenly asked her to shut up and grabbed his waist. Her heart froze. A trembling wave ran through the skin. Inhalation breathable. In this moment, the reality for her seemed to disappear. She did not understand where she was. She only felt his breath that easily touched her skin, and the warmth of his hands which still lay on her waist. What does this mean? His face looked like a ripe tomato, swollen, beaten, as if he had been cruelly expelled. He sat under a stone without understanding anything, trying to understand whether he lost consciousness, whether all this happened only a moment ago. When he recovered a little, he realized those guys got out. Behind the voices heard, "Come back into the waterway and track them." He immediately realized that he had to act. He pretended to be unconscious and fell face down. The plan worked. The guards ran past without even looking at it. He thought they went, and cautiously gave up one eye to see. It was clear. If the fortress grabs the two and understand that he brought them, he did not live. Not thinking for a long time, he decided. It was necessary to get out of here. This place became deadly. But the nerves did not withstand. He burned and cried, realizing that it may be its end. However, he gathered with his forces, wiped tears and moved forward, not understanding how to live now. Meanwhile, Musang heroically jumped on the trees, holding Homhu for his waist. But they were waiting for an unpleasant surprise. The boundary of the territory was guarded by guards. The guards discussed something with each other, finding out if they noticed someone suspicious nearby. The dispute was established. Some returned from the burned plantation. Others arrived for a completely different reason. Everyone was tense because the fear of the dark blood leader, raging from anger, jumped them. If nothing is done, the killers will flood the central district, and then it will be too late. Number 100 was not going to allow it. He decided to get rid of them right here and now. But at this moment, the iron, which lay in his hands, thought about another. Yes, isn't it more important that we are so close now? Even when they moved further, the feeling of warmth and breathing of each other remained on their skin. Number 100, the most serious agent, a cold-blooded hero killer, suddenly blushed from her words and quietly muttered, "It is better not to think about it." But Hamad did not even try to hide her intention. She only hugged him as if she did not want to let go. Well, number 100 almost boiled. But at this point, one of the killers noticed something suspicious and sharply turned his head toward the branches. It seemed to him that he heard some sound, and it immediately attracted his attention. Others warned him not to act on his own, but he had already shown his finger on the trees and insisted that he had heard something. However, no one believed him. And well, because the number 100 and the Inikas were hidden just behind this tree, again on the hair from exposing. But it is no longer possible to delay. He carefully put it on the ground. It was time to move. Among the killers were different classes, and the most serious of them was carefully checked by each trace, every hook. One of these murderers found something important: the traces leading to the northwest. "They left here half an hour ago," he reported. This man was an elite traveler and scout of the Dark Blood group. He was called a Black Arrow. He quickly realized that the goal was far away, but they could not break away. So he ordered them to be traced immediately. Musang and Homanda were rushing forward, but the speed of the pursuers was much higher than they expected. Given the pace of pursuit, they did not concede even the highest ranks of the Order of Destruction. The Black Arrow sat down and studied the trace carefully on the ground. He even determined the soil temperature to understand how the fugitives have been here for a long time. Thanks to all this, he concluded that they are already near the village. You need to take them immediately. Meanwhile, the boys ran from the last forces, which remained very little. But it is worth remembering that a Black Arrow never releases its goal. And suddenly the number 100 noticed something ahead. The terrain was perfect for him to hide. At this time, one of his people approached the Black Arrow and reported. The third group passed the message. The purpose was detected. They were ahead, went into the abandoned estate, 100 meters from here. He immediately ordered all detachments to completely cover the perimeter and attack everyone who would work. The building was surrounded, observed, but no one went inside. The fugitives may have decided to wait until the pursuers go away. The Black Arrow understood that both were strong martyrs of martial arts, so he warned his people to be careful. A fierce counterattack was possible. The 4 soldiers ordered to disperse and block all the ways for retreat. Finally, the moment came. The Black Arrow took the first step. He was followed by dozens of his fighters, confident that they are the strongest. After all, the 2-year murderer was considered the best organization of hired murderers in all Muram. The Black Arrow already imagined the fear of their faces. But it happened unexpected. Now he himself froze with surprise. They combed the entire perimeter, but no trace of fugitives. It was simply impossible. Where did they disappear? He suggested that they hid or somewhere there was a secret passage. He ordered to check each corner. Meanwhile, one of his people chatted on a tree branch. But he was confused one thing. It was too quiet. There are no signals, no traces. Although at such a distance, it should feel their presence. Something was wrong. He looked with others, passed the message, and received the same answer from everyone. Pure silence. Nothing suspicious, nothing surprise. All the answers were identical. But this is what was suspicious. After all, there were 4 of them. And only 3 answered. It made him alert. He got up, decided to check in person, and jumped down in search of the 4th. Landed right before the one he was looking for. But he never answered, even when he was right in front of him. He decided to put his hand on a friend's shoulder and ask, "What happened? Why are you silent?" But as soon as he touched him, the equilibrium of the 4th broke, and he was powerless to fall to the ground. It was clear, he is unconscious, or already dead. There is no doubt in a few seconds, it is definitely dead. "Anxiety, killed by the one who guarded the north direction," he immediately ordered the leader. But no one answered in the right. Pete dragged on his neck, his heart pounded, Fear was born in his head. From the very thought that he remained alone, an icy wave of panic swept across the body. And suddenly sound. The sword blade slipped out of the vagina. He began to wave weapons frantically, trying to defend himself from an invisible enemy. "Where are you? Show exclamation mark!" he shouted into the darkness. But his mind could no longer think soberly. And in the next moment he felt nothing. His body broke into two parts. And the last thing he saw is the number 100. The house approached him and reported that she had dealt with all others. There was a strange expression on his face, which he could not solve. Seeing her, he immediately remembered the moment when he hugged her at the waist, like a real gentleman, and felt a warm breath near his face. But when she asked what happened, he was lost. In the end, he replied that nothing, and he quickly changed the theme. "It's time for me. Stay here." But when she began to assure that she could take care of herself and threatens her, he put on a mask through, "It is dangerous to you. It is dangerous for them." Meanwhile, the black arrow broke his head. How could they slip? He managed people, ordered to comb everything, forced each corner. One of his fighters suggested that they could use a fraudulent maneuver. But the Black Arrow was convinced that the third group that followed them could not be deceived. And even if they escaped, there should be at least some trace. He continued to convince everyone that the two could not just disappear. But he did not take into account the main thing. Their enemy was really like a ghost. The number 100 quietly hung under the ceiling, just above their heads, and said, "If you destroy everyone, the persecution will stop at least for a while." Thinking about it, he did not hesitate. In the next room, some fighters were suspected. They discussed the situation, tried to get in touch, but did not receive answers. One tried to reassure the others, "Yes, you don't. No wonder." But, as always happens among the scum, a quarrel quickly tied between them. It was here that they made a fatal mistake. They turned and went in different directions. One of them grunted, "Sick bastards. Without their drugs, even weapons will not be raised normally." It affected him. He stopped sharply and asked, "What did you just say?" And the next moment, when he stood his back, he rushed forward, swinging his fist. But as soon as the blow has reached the goal, something incomprehensible happened. His fist hit a blood clot that suddenly appeared in the air. He did not even have time to understand what happened, as the enemy's head just flew. How? I didn't even get a blow. That's how the dog will not kill. But he did not take into account one. The number 100 was already behind him. He only said coldly, "You can continue the fight, but in the afterlife, this is another murderer that fell dead." The rest continued their search, but could not find any trace. They have already begun to believe that their enemies were able to pass through the walls. One even went closer to look more closely. His assumption was correct. Number 100 appeared just from the wall, instantly covered his mouth with his hand. Well, what happened next? You can easily guess. Its end came as quickly as for those two who stood in the way. Number 100 dealt with them as easily as a person walks to the toilet, without even straining. For him this was not a problem, but something so simple that it is not even worthy of attention. He just straightened his shoulders, calmly examining the body for the body that was lying at his feet. But one thing became clear. They noticed it too quickly, which meant these murderers were well trained. Meanwhile, the Black Arrow reported that the surveillance group was lost. And not only with it, telepathic contact disappeared immediately with a dozen people inside. And when he heard the following, he was engulfed by a real panic. A dead body was found at the entrance to the building. It was a sudden attack. Without wasting time, he took advantage of television to order everyone to gather in the center of the abandoned estate, and told them a tough truth. Now hunting is already on us. It immediately sowed fear among the killers. They understood perfectly. They should be separated from the detachment, and they would be prey. That is why everyone squeezed their weapons, keeping it with alert, and formed a defensive circle, convinced that it would protect them. But they didn't even know who they were dealing with. After all, this someone came out of nowhere, right in the center of their line. As soon as they saw him, they flew in different directions, trying to move away for a safe distance. The number 100 calmly looked around and said, "The 2 millennial killer." Sounds very loud. At the same moment, a Black Arrow, through telepathy, ordered the 2 people to return to the fortress. "You need to report immediately about the situation." It was interesting if the number 100 would intervene and deal with those 2 who disappeared behind the Black Arrow. But hardly. He immediately realized that these opponents were not worth the attention, and the true threat was ahead. The Black Arrow decided to speak first. He praised the number 100, noting that he skillfully hid his presence, even being so close. But at the same time he set his sword on him and with a cold smile stated, "Hide is over. With your arrogance you opened your gate in hell." His face became rigid and adamant. He no longer joked. His people got their weapon, blades like scales and deadly daggers. It was the metal weapons they possessed perfectly. All at the same time threw it towards the number 100. But he just stood quietly and watched as the hail of blades was flying. After a few seconds, the black arrow could not believe its eyes. The weapon stopped in the air. It came under someone's power. Telekinesis. Number 100 just smiled and, instead of gratitude, said, "You have simplified me the task." The black arrow immediately realized that it was next and shouted, "All, immediately outside!" But maybe it was too late. Number 100 opened his palm. All these weapons, which hanged in the air, sharply changed the direction. Oh, sorry. No, not to his hands. She flew directly into their bodies. Each of them was killed, dissected by their own weapons. The black arrow only felt the warm blood of his people splashed on his body. He remained alone, while everyone was already lying on the ground, the dead. The black arrow was no longer in doubt. This man in the mask was indeed the same without a trace, although he did not fully understand what that means. But the number 100 was more important than such little things. He suggested a black arrow view something when he stated that he would not tell anything. The bandages that were wound on his arms suddenly rushed forward and wrapped his neck. The sharp pain instantly clamped his whole body. He shouted, twisting in unbearable torment. The first question: "Do you have some illness related to the sun? Because I heard the dawn will become a disaster for you." Second: "The abduction of people from the surface to grow from them hired murderers is to make you act more freely outside. Yes?" The number 100 insisted that the black arrow outlanted everything he knows about the Book of the Curse and the clan of heavenly demons. Their relationships, their goals, their real persons. But even because of the horrible pain, the black arrow smiled. He laughed, though blood had already flowed from his sockets. And through wheezing, "It turns out, you really don't know anything important. Maybe you are a legendary killer without a trace, but you're nothing better than me, just another puppet the same as everyone." After these words, he sharply grabbed the numbers 100 for his neck. Holding his feet, he climbed to him and whispered, "History has already begun. What can you do in this central plains? Continue to fight, and I ward with my own baked for everything." But the number 100 was not going to listen. In one movement, he sent his head to flight. The soulless body fell to the ground. But after all this remained the main question. Did the Great War of traditional and apostate sects planned in advance? One thing has become obvious. This fire has not yet gone away. Meanwhile, two scums, which the Black Arrow sent to convey the information, hurried. But on their way there was an unpleasant surprise, a trap prepared by the Tooth. She met them warmly, with her sword in her hand. But something went to her plan. Her first blow was reflected. And even how? The counterattack was so strong that it was thrown away. 2 killers against 1 girl. Do not forget that they are professional killers. But she does not even try to be frightened. She makes it all the little thing that makes it just a little thing for her. However, it becomes more difficult to show confidence when a smoke curtain suddenly occurs before the eyes. The killers conclude, or at least think, that she is an ordinary master, and decide to end her right now. But even through thick smoke, it does not lower the sword, holds it directly in their direction. However, at some point, she has to change the rack, because she understands that only one and the other is behind her. If it were at the level of those distant times of the Order of Destruction, the situation could be extremely bad. She clearly feels like the enemy is approaching her back, even closer. But there is one but, and it is very important. She is no longer the one that ever. Therefore, this scum which was pulled from the back was so easy, as if it were crushed by an insect. But there is another nuance. She has never been able to kill gracefully. These guys have a lot of questions that they could not find the answer. How? How did she do? How did she see through the concealment? They even began to suspect that this girl also belongs to famous killers. What was it? It just disappeared in front of me. Panic increased, and thoughts were confused. And at the same moment, she appeared just over his head. Her eyes glowed with bright blue flames. It was a view that said one thing. You will die now. A mole. Blood explosion, and the killer's body falls freely to the ground. What about the Tooth? She felt a strange heat inside. She did not fight so much. And finally, she could afford to let go. She even remembered the old days. Those famous battles that left their mark in her heart. Memories caused a light smile on her face. She looked at the yard, the bodies lying on the ground, and immediately guessed. Everything was over. At first, she was a little worried about the number 100, but when she came closer and saw the picture in front of her, her thoughts changed. She could not say that she easily coped with 2 killers, but there were dozens of bodies. They were all dead, and in the middle of this chaos stood number 100, fixed, as if numb. To find out what happened, she first spoke. He had a question. The words of the black arrow before death did not give him rest. You are without a trace. So he asked her, do you know something about a trace? Beza, a person who knew only a narrow circle of the Order of Destruction of Demons. She heard about him only excerpts, but his personality remained a mystery to her. There was only one thing known. He is a legendary figure that destroyed many of the best masters of the Union of Demons at that time. He received his title of Without a Trace, when the 12th by rank in the Union, terrifying the gods and demons, before his death shouted, there is no trace. In addition, he is the main suspect in the murder of the invincible Bloody Emperor. No one knows for sure whether it existed at all, but such a feat needed skill outside of human capabilities. And now, I realized why the number 100 was attributed to this name. The fact is that it became much stronger than any of the Order of Destruction of Demons in his golden times. After all of the told, she also wanted to get answers. Where have you disappeared for the last 2 years? She asked. But he answered only one thing. These people accepted me for someone else. At this point, a sharp blade appeared on his hand. He lifted him up, making a smooth movement 180 degrees. The whole room was illuminated with blue light. 2 hieroglyphics appeared on the floor. The girl stared at them and was able to read only one word. Nameless. After that, they went outside. The Hokdao asked, so, now do you go to save your student? But her answer was stunned. No, I returned to the district. She immediately came up with a lot of questions. What? Why? Why? We could finish everything now. However, he had his arguments. Senior Western Response Patrol has to send many reports. If not done, you will have problems because of the accumulated work. We need to take care of the plantation of herbs, find traces of mysterious school. The role of the senior patrol in this is extremely important, he said calmly. She only nodded and asked him to protect herself. And then, without unnecessary words, it just disappeared. Number 100 was even surprised by her obedience. It was somehow strange. She had her own thoughts in her head. Recently she told him, the student is not your business, or even repelled him saying, we have already promised to go within the city. Meanwhile in Gansu, the Yanchizhou district, there was a discussion of the construction of the new alliance headquarters in the region. Although the senior patrol seemed not too interested in this topic, he talked to the senior master Qin. Qin insisted that the headquarters should be built here, but he was also interested in why the patrolmen looked so scattered. He simply explained that he has great interest to find out more about this place. But there was another important reason. Meeting with the battalion of Iron Blood. Qin understood everything, and only noted that all the important issues have already been discussed today, so it is worth finishing. The senior patrolman patted him on his shoulder, thanked him for his fruitful work, and said that he was rejected to do other cases. Qin could only hope that everything would be fine. But the senior patrol forgot to find out one important thing. Where is the senior patrol of the Western region? Having corrected this, he stood right in front of the right door for a while. He could no longer wait a meeting with his sister Gomba. Standing in front of her door, he said loudly, "Come out! Your older brother came. How many years we have not seen." He was eagerly waiting for it to open. The door began to open slowly, but instead they dissolved them completely ugly. A young girl. It was a pap. She looked a little confused seeing it here, but he was even more confused seeing her. And when he heard from her that Roomsta went on a journey, he finally embarrassed. He could not understand how it happened. The paps were thinking in thoughts, trying to think of what to answer. But everything was only a clumsy justification. I have something with memory lately. She tried to change the topic, but nothing happened. So she decided to make the only thing she could. Just bring him to his old acquaintance. She pushed him directly into his back, adjusting. "Go, faster!" He only managed to shout her after. "Please take care of my sister." And in a moment the door closed between them. The popes could not hold back tears. "You have no heart, young lady. How can you ignore such a good man and look at another?" Meanwhile, the heads of the base urgently appeared with Shanxi. He, collapsing in his chair, just muttered, "I'm busy." Say quickly and essentially. But as soon as he heard that Musang and Homad were noticed on his way to Gansu, he jumped instantly. And yet apparently they split. He could not understand why they were divided. But as soon as the word owl sounded, everything came into place. And it was at this point, among the nervous tension, he heard a strange rustle behind the door. Angry, he knocked the door to see who was hiding there. There was a senior patrol under the door. He didn't expect it to see him here, but the screams he gave a few seconds ago. Homod got out of the present. Everyone heard, including the patrol. Obviously, it was necessary to think quickly and clearly. What to say? The head of the base began to invent something, even tried to hug the patrolman, pretending to be glad to see him. But the senior patrol was not going to move away from the topic and asked directly, "Did you really send a punch to the presentation?" The head of the base began to pump. "What other predator?" "I did not send it anywhere. I don't know anything." But his lie was obvious from afar. The only reasonable decision that he thought was to escape. So he quickly muttered something about urgent affairs and rushed the head in the other direction. Tongue is my greatest enemy. It was necessary to remain silent. When he chewing himself, he ran further. But as soon as he looked back, and then again forward, directly in front of him saw the face of the older patrol. It was very interesting to watch him. So fast. And at all without a smile. Even the head of the base was confused. How did he find himself in front of me? "I have heard clearly how you spoke about the present. Why did I go there? I will not get a normal answer. I will not be distant. It is clear that something had to be invented, so he decided to answer the evidence. I still cannot go into details, but when the senior patrol heard that there was some scary and frightening type with her, he immediately asked, "Who is it?" The head of the base realized that the situation is becoming threatening. He knew well that the patrolman is indifferent to a minute. And if he also asked her relationship with the number 100, then it would be a real mess. So he decided to say only one thing. "You still don't know who it is. It makes no sense to tell." But in response, he heard, "It does not change anything. Just give an answer." And when he tried to wave, "This information will not bring you anything good." Zrenya. It only warmed up the curiosity of the senior patrol. Saliva has already dried up from such tension. He quickly made the look that he remembered something important, put the patrolman on his shoulder and said, "I am looking for a teacher. Wait here. I'll be right now." The word teacher, I run, just sounded, as if the wind was blown away. It disappeared so quickly that it should be pierced. Obviously, the senior patrol immediately suspected that he was hiding something, but he still could not understand who this mysterious, strong type in which was discussed. Meanwhile, the same strong type stood in front of the majestic mountain of the Yellow Coast. He did not suspect that here, in this place, they decided to build a secret training camp. The Iron Blood Battalion could not pay attention to these wasteland, but the territory still belonged to their jurisdiction. Do they really not know what is happening here? It's unlikely. If there is a backing between them and the administrative fortress, then the situation may be similar to other demonic fractions. The most important thing now is to determine how far the clan of the heavenly demons stretched out its tentacles. After thinking, he decided that their affairs did not relate to him. The main thing is to find a brother and focus on the tasks of the academy. He put on a mask and moved forward. But as soon as he took a few steps, as under the mask he felt a sharp smell of blood. Now it was most important to determine where it came from. The smell was so strong that he left no doubt. He walked directly from the training camp. Without hesitation, he rushed there. In just a few seconds, he already stood before entering this place. Having concentrated all his energy in his right hand, he was preparing to use the following technique. He put his hand straight to the rock. A loud vibration came from which the mountain shuddered. There was a passage in the rock. Now it could easily go inside. And of course, there was a guard immediately. They even began to make fun of him. "Are you dumb?" But they did not know that this deadlock had just killed several dozen the same as they were. While the first guard was nervously waving his hands, trying to understand whether someone was really here, two other behind him were already dead. It came to him that something was wrong, only when he heard the deaf sound of the bodies falling to the ground. But it was late. His own blood flew in different directions. And in a moment he joined his comrades, lying nearby. The number 100 moved further, but soon a new surprise was waiting for him. A hidden weapon. She was thrown by 3 enemies who blocked his way, but they were no more than regular victims. No. Even to call them the victims would be too much. They were just another scum, which he wiped his feet. Although not even it would be an exaggeration. They are no more than dog shit. The smell of blood did not weaken. It only became stronger. Number 100 was well aware of what dangers he could expect, and decided to move faster. At some point he stopped and began to sniff. Yes, he stood in the right place. What else to understand here is when a mountain of corpses is right in front of him. Pain and experiences permeated his body. He prayed that there was no one important person among them. Within a few minutes, he carefully viewed all the bodies, laying them one by one. Glory to the heavens. There was no Terion here, but he still apologized to the dead for not having time. It only fire in his chest. Fury is boiling. They do not even deserve to be called people. He moved on, confident in the only one. No one will come alive. His path was painted in red, the blood of those who stood on his road. Next, 2 of the following targets. They thought they had come to pass the change, or maybe just joke. But looking into red eyes under the mask of the number 100, even the biggest fool would realize that this is not the time for jokes. They only had to ask, "Who are you?" A few seconds have passed, and they were already dead. He then came across several people. Exhausted. Their bodies were like the dried shadows of themselves. Number 100 removed his mask, calmly told them not to be afraid, and assured that they could talk. But, looking at them, he clearly understood. Signs of violence, torture, and cruel experimental training. These people here are only costly material. Then the number 100 asked them, "Did you see a young man named John?" But one of them reacted too strangely to the name. He began to scratch his skin, ask for a mercy, repeating that he did a mistake. Watching such a reaction was unusual and anxious, but there was no explanation. To reassure him, the number 100 pressed several points on his body. After that, the guy wound, fell to the ground, and the number 100 put his head carefully. But the question remains, what the hell is it? Just what was it? It is necessary to be alert. These scum knows more than they seem, and they are already moving here. Number 100 squeezed the weapon, ready for battle. Soon they will pay for the committed. They made so many people suffer, and the pay is close. How is he going to thank them? There is no need to guess here. The answer is obvious. Today he just wanted to pick up the student of their academy. More precisely, his academy. In the way he is a senior student. But this time they crossed all borders. All possible limits that could only be imagined. He could swear. These freaks in front of him would not survive in the morning. They only have to pray, although it is unlikely to help. They are persecuted in the human likeness. And this death is no one than 100. He moved through the crowd, killing everyone who stood in his way. And indeed, how can you regret the scum that deserved your punishment? They tried to resist, attacked behind. One even swung the sword, and the blow almost reached the target. But at the same moment as the blade touched his shoulder, the attacker's head flew to the side. The expected finale. He walked forward without stopping, rubbing everything in his way. He flew through the enemies as if he were thunder in the clear sky. And then the scum understood. They lost. The invasion has already begun. And before him stood the head of these scums. He immediately began to question. Who were they? How many of them, and how did they find out about this place? But the man who stood in front of him did not know how to confess. He was alone. Just one person. Bottles flew into the air. They crashed right near the number 100, pouring some green liquid. The liquid instantly turned into a thick poisonous steam. Number 100 heard how their backs began to hoarse and breathe their fighters. And then the same one who threw bottles came out of the shadow, squeezing 4 more of the same. Surprisingly. After all, his allies also hit. What does he count on? Obviously, he thought that the main enemy was already doomed because he breathed the poison. But he did not expect the victim to rush right at him now. It seemed that it was impossible to move here. However, he could not even imagine that he who was imperative to poisons. Number 100 returned the gift back. He stuffed his poison into his mouth himself. The striker shouted, desperately tried to turn his head. But there was no way out. Other fighters simply watched. They understood perfectly what the mess fell into. But when in seconds, the skin of this poisonous baron began to get out of the flaps, they were covered with true horror. Number 100 slowly turned his head in their direction. Why stop? If you can continue the bloody massacre. This is what he suggested to them. They did not deny. They had already pulled out their weapons. They took the challenge. But suddenly one of those who stood behind exclaimed, "Use devilish children!" Children in masks jumped out of each dark corner. But they were not just children. There were weapons in their hands, and they did not manage themselves. The main character appeared a terrible dilemma. It seemed madness. It was not ill. What to choose? What to do with these children? He knew they were not guilty because they do not control their actions. But the next moment the chains flew in his direction. They clasped his hands, his feet, completely tied. They even used children. Then the scum that gave the orders shouted loudly, "Attach all together!" At the moment when the children were holding it, The rest of the murderers rushed forward, ready for a devastating blow. The stone began to crack. Deep cracks cracked. The loud roar filled the space. Pieces of stone flew in different directions. The air trembled, smelled by Gara. And then a powerful explosion came. The fragments flew, and from the thick club of smoke came out Number 100. Such hospitable acceptance was clearly not liked, but he had to lift his head, as he saw that for his sake, everyone who was in the arsenal had collected. The bastard in the mask looked at him, not believing his own eyes. It was something impossible. There were tens, hundreds of fighters, and they are all dead now. It was most difficult to realize that only one had destroyed them. And children, they just sleep. The number 100 could not allow them to happen. And then this scum spoke, addressing him. Who are you, the hell? But the number 100 was not going to explain for a long time. Everything is simple. First, you are disgusting, and such as you have become too much. And secondly, he added, squeezing his fist, you touched the one who had no right to even touch. The killer in the mask felt a cold sweat run on his back. The feeling of danger has become unbearable. He roared the only word, to activate. It was a signal, order to launch a mechanism. Their hands quickly introduced the team, and in the next moment the earth began to disappear from under their feet. Number 100 did not have time to navigate. The surface under it shuddered, as if alive. How he was wrong, thinking that this scum in the mask did not prepare anything. This place in itself was a trap, a training camp, imbued with hundreds of deadly mechanisms. From here he would not be able to get out even the head of the dark group. Number 100 was now standing at the edge of death. One wrong movement and it is doomed. But at the last moment he gathered all his power, pushed it, and jumped up. Even through the mask, a surprise on the face of his enemy was visible. The blades, spears, dozens of deadly traps flew into it, but none reached the hole. Number 100 moved so quickly that he jumped straight on the blades, as if they were stairs. All these traps, all the deadly mechanisms that flew into it, eventually simply crashed into the ground without harming it. The scum in the mask was wide open when he saw the number 100 uses his weapon for counterattack. In a panic, he gave a new order, to connect archers. The hail of the arrows fell asleep around, but even through it he continued to move forward, like a shadow. "Stop it! Don't let go!" shouted the bastard, but it seems too late. They should not pour it so much, and now they would pay for it. But he did not immediately become a chief abomination. Instead, he put him on the ground with force, forcing him to literally fall into the fifth point. Let it be a little scared. "Who are you, the hell? And what do you need here?" escaped from the frightened lips of that, but number 100, and was in no hurry to answer. He asked his questions until he reached the main. "Who did you touch?" And then Musang came closer, looked straight into his eyes, and named the name. "I'm here for Chun," a voice came, and he did not even have to repeat this name again, loudly, clearly, so that he was remembered forever. At this time, the Pope tried to tell the young mistress all without tears, but nothing happened, though she tried to reassure her. She was so happy from her return that she did not stay and immediately rushed into the arms. Roomsta was confused. It seemed that the papas were trying to strangle it. In order to get out of this situation, she decided to scream. But even more strange was her question, from which it seemed that she was hiding something. First of all, Gomad asked about the presentation. And without waiting for the answer, she began to tell me enthusiastically how she became closer to the number 100. She shared the fact that it was most important for her, but it was visible on the expression of the papas. She wanted to hear quite another. The conversation switched to a new topic, and Roomsta asked how things were in the district. It was then that the Pope decided to tell her about a serious problem. A young master arrived at them. It was the eldest brother of one. The papak saw everything through. Not to say, but it was obvious that he was only here for the sake of meeting her. However, Roomsta was worried about others, that the papas did not accidentally talk where she went. And here she noticed him. He stood quite near, as if he was waiting for him when he would talk about him. And so, she saw him right at the gate, without hesitation, came closer. His face shone with joy when he met her gaze. "For what reason are you here, older brother?" she asked. To which he just smiled. "I rushed to see you, sister." At first, she thought it was a joke, and even made him a compliment. They say he was wonderful. But he seriously answered, "This is not a joke at all." Meanwhile, the papas have understood something important. She did not even feel the presence of a young mistress. This meant only one thing. His skill increased. They used to be on the same level, but now, progress was obvious. And as soon as he opened his mouth to ask where she returned, A young mistress looked at the popes with an explosive look. Well, of course. She understood everything. However, her brother was more interested in another. How did she not be afraid to go to such a dangerous place? Roomsta, without hesitation, answered that he did not consider her a little girl. He just sighed and said that at least he consulted with him or with the revered god of the sword. It was interested in her even more. Why did he suddenly talk about the patriarch? The brother explained that the recently revered god of the sword visited them, and he really wanted to meet her at least once, but she did not even let him agree and interrupted sharply. Enough! She did not want to listen to the patriarch, so she immediately warned. If he wanted to talk about this topic, then it is better to go. Her gaze became truly predatory, as if in a tiger, and the voice was heard sharply, unquested. I do not want to listen to it, and a point. She did not want the older brother to interfere with her relationship with the patriarch. After her sharp explosion, he finally understood everything and apologized. In order to change the topic, he decided to ask about another, the mysterious martial arts master who went with her to the presentation. I wanted to hear more about him. Since number 100 did not want to reveal her personality, she also could not tell anything, so she simply explained that she had nothing to do with it. But the young mistress was already openly devastating. He even suggested that she describes an extremely suspicious and cunning man, but apparently he said it at this point. Meanwhile, the number 100 continued its business. He was only interested in one thing. Where's the John now? The gum on his knees, stamped, barely issued this name. Is he really pretending that he does not know who it is? Also, in a trembling voice, he assures that he does not understand who he was talking about. But fear gave him to his head. He was even scared to imagine that all this slaughterhouse happened only after one person. However, it was even more frightening that the number 100 did not believe in his lie. And he always had one treatment for such cases. As soon as this scum saw as the number 100 began to knead his fingers, he changed his face instantly and exclaimed, I know who he is! But in the next second, the blow to the chest made him a pain, not deadly, but forced to feel every bone in the body. John, he is the 23rd student of the village academy. I know him perfectly. He broke into a cry. But now the number 100 looked at him with an unconcealed rage. So, you know, if you understood it before, he would not even touch him with his finger. And after these words, his fist with a terrible force crashed into the face of the abomination. The blow was so powerful that the mask flew to the side. The blood flew around, mingling with the one that has long flooded the earth. He lay on his back, moaning, still not understanding. Why is the John? Why through him, a simple student of a rural academy, an absolute master hits him? But it was never to think. Suddenly he felt a thin, cold needle approaching his neck. It was the next level of pain that number 100 prepared for him. He decided to explain everything right away. Answer all his questions, once and for all. It was a pain that went beyond the usual. And among this pain, the pain was explained. These freaks, took away students of rural academies because they did not have families, connections, support. They considered them consumables, which can be disposed of as you please. They believed that no one would look for them. And even if they find, they will not be able to do anything. But it was here that they made a fatal mistake, because the number 100 finally opened the truth. He was the same senior student of the same village academy, and at that moment the scum remembered the words of Chon. The older student will never get you together. Now, choking with blood and snot, he understood. They were not just words, but the number 100 didn't kill him. Instead, he returned to the main question. Where is the Chon now? The scum was ready not just to tell, he would even show. Everything you want to save your life. Already on the road, he began to talk about Chon, his extraordinary talent, which even impressed his executioners. He was an almost third Orthol warrior of some deaf tree, but had the perfect body for battles and unreal potential. For him, as if specifically, they prepared a separate room. Right here, said the scum and began to open the door. But the door was a huge stone that slowly began to rise. Everything around the trembling, the cave died, and in the air hangs a thick, raw smell. And when the stone was rising higher, a familiar body began to appear in the darkness. Musang opened his eyes wide. It was a John. His eyes remained closed. Number 100 did not hold back emotions. He rushed forward, almost running. He grabbed his hands with his hands, but he didn't even move. He stood still as a marble statue. Musang, looking directly in his face, took off his mask. His voice was firm. This is me. You hear me? But the answer did not sound. A single word, no traction. Musang felt something wrong here, but the scum just smiled. Don't worry, he just sleeps. Only here. Even if he wakes up, you are sure that it will be the same John you knew? He added with a treacherous laughter. The air in the cave has suddenly changed. There was a strange, unclear energy that was not here before. And the worst part? This energy began to wake up, right in the body of Chan. Musang immediately grabbed his neck. What the hell is you taking it with it? He scolded, but he just smiled even wider. I woke up your student to make your reunion touching. But now everything has become clear. There will be no touching moment, because at the same moment, the John, who stood still, suddenly attacked, and Musang hit his back. It is difficult to understand how to act in this situation. But the number 100 did not hesitate for a second. He immediately grabbed his throat. But instead of words, John suddenly got his teeth in his hand. Meanwhile, Hamid could not believe in what he said and asked the young mistress. They just lasted a senseless dispute between a girl and a boy. Absolutely unimportant. Banal. She was passionately argued that he was very important to her, and demanded not to talk about him so disrespectful. The young lord began to understand. Her attention to the man is much deeper than just care. And finally he decided to ask, "What about me? Who do I have for you?" His voice sounded almost trembling, but it was no matter for her. She did not even suspect that she was in love with her for a long time. So she said calmly that it didn't matter now, and finishing the conversation firmly added, "Enough. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Now I need to meet with a revered ghostly mask and report about the situation." He followed her, but she stopped him instantly, calling it a secret mission. But he returned the conversation to the mysterious master again, and it began to annoy her openly. But here they were, cut off by a hoarse old voice, who rudely ordered both to silence. They responded quite logically. They fell silent. The ghost mask came to them. He heard about her return, but she never came to him. So he decided to act. The young mistress was allowed to stay if he wants to listen. Moreover, such was the will of the alliance. He did not order the ghostly mask to obey the young mistress, but asked his choice. At the same time, he warned, if he hears the truth, there will be no way back. But the young lord was not going to change his mind. On the contrary, now he wanted to know even more. The size of the plantations of the ingredients was so huge that they were striking. During the escape, they set fire to one of them, but no doubt there were many. She told them in detail and even showed the mushroom and flower collected there. Compared to the aphrodisiacs found earlier in the mysterious school, there was no doubt. One way or another, it was obvious. The administrative fortress used aphrodisiac to make huge profits. In addition, it is unknown, but they were exactly involved in the Great War between traditional and apostate tactics. This was found out when they fought with freaks from the Dark Blood group that pursued them during the escape. The girl only confirmed the words of the ghostly mask. The young lord listened to every word carefully without missing any detail. It was something new to him. He still believed that he should be left without a union of demons. And now the smuggling of aphrodisiacs. Could these two cases be related? It was too early to draw the final conclusions, but the option was to consider. And here the ghostly mask suddenly asked, "Why did you return alone?" At the same moment, a young mistress had increased interest. The ghost mask explained who it was. Hosk Musang, a senior student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy of Martial Arts. Reliable guy. The girl jumped in a hurry to explain to her grandfather that he does not like to reveal his personality. However, the ghostly mask was roaring for him. He explained to the young mistress, "As soon as you see him, you will understand everything right away." But the young lord only asked himself, what about this man is so special? Meanwhile, Musang looked at his hand, where there was a torn piece of gloves. He tried to talk to the Chan, but what could it be at all? He is clearly not in himself. The scum standing nearby was only entertained by this sight. Yang owned the ideal body of the warrior, and his psyche was so stable that the usual methods of brainwashing simply did not work on him. "But this is not a problem," continued the abomination. He explained that he had to introduce something special directly into the brain, according to a specially designed method. And now Zhang is not a person, but just a thing. In fact, a live zombie, deprived of the ability to think. The old scum said it with such pleasure that even because of the screen, his voice caused disgusting. Of course, Musang was angry at him. He wanted to kill him on the spot. But as soon as he took a step forward, John stood sharply between them, as if protecting his master. It was an extreme choice, a choice that cannot be prepared for, and the scum decided to pour even more oil into the fire. What is it? Is it a reunion with a student to cause you such strong emotions? Come on, rather reach your arms and take it into the arms, he said with a mockery. And John immediately rushed to Musang. John was incredibly fast, but Musang shattered just as skillfully. The rage grew inside, mixing with despair. And at the same moment in the head of Musang was a single thought. His younger brother. Memories from childhood came in their heads. When Musang put his knees and made it apologize for stealing and ate all the treats prepared specifically for the guest. But John just apologized, because it was the first time he saw such delicacies, and did not resist. Decided to try. Of course, his older brother forgave him. At that time, Musang thought it was his own mistake. He always solved the problems of his chona as it is suitable for his older brother. But just as it is suitable for brothers, he punished him for pranks. One shchile, today will only cost it. But the warning was serious. You will make the same way. The consequences will be much tougher. And here, the finger will now go, and everything will happen again. The same shout flew down the street, and then John understood his mistake. And now, he was again at the same moment. The older brother stood in front of him, his fingers tense, ready to hit. Dating all his attacks, Musang charged his finger to blow. He looked at Chun with the hope that he would remember. But instead, a sparkle flew that he could lose memory once and for all. Perhaps this pain will help him wake up. The scum was surprised to watch this scene, opening his mouth from shock. Even on the walls of the cave, the echo broke, and the chona literally threw it into the air. Such was the power of impact. Probably if he gave 2 such sparkles, it could have been killed. And now, with a huge bruise on his forehead, he heard the words of his older brother. What are you, the Parsrivka? And it was at this point that he seems to have begun to come. His voice sounded quietly but sincerely. Sorry me, older brother. He began to look around, confused, not understanding where he was. In the meantime, the scum was angry. He shouted at the Shan, ordered him to attack immediately. But it seems that he has not yet realized the main John, no longer his obedient puppet. And here, the cheeks of the chill were sharply blown away. He coughed, and blood began to flow from his mouth. A lot of blood, mixed with a strange liquid that glittered in the dark. The bastard roared, his voice trembled from panic. It's impossible. It's just impossible. But the most interesting is yet to come. Now the turn of Musang to punish this scum. Now his turn has come. The turn of this scum. Yes, you have understood everything right. Now he will get his shirt. But it is not just a sparkle. It's a blow, times in 100. No, even 200 stronger than the previous one. It is so powerful that the head of this garbage is literally flying into small pieces. Yang even instinctively raised his hand so that he would not see this sight. But he could not but be amazed. One blow, and his older brother destroyed the main in the whole training camp. Musang finally turned to Chon. He instantly got into the rack and clearly replied, But to his surprise, the older brother just smiled and offered him to go home. John waited for him to call him again, that there would be a punishment again. He stood with a bruise on his forehead, listening carefully, but then he couldn't stand. The tears themselves flowed on his face. And, without hiding them, he just hugged his older brother. Yanshso, local hotel. It was there that he went with Chan. He put his hand to his back, began to help and asked to endure, because even if it hurts, damaged organs and bones should be restored. I had to endure. There was no other choice. At first glance, it seemed that Chan grew significantly, but in fact, after horrific training on his body, there is no living space. In this state, he would have exhausted all his forces and died in a few years. A group of dark blood from the Advi fortress. Hosangs will never forgive them. After a while, the John opened his eyes, but could not fully realize what was happening. He was in front of him, and he did not even understand when he had time to faint. He just wanted to know him something important. Find out whether the Musang house attended Hosang. But it was in vain. The one explained everything by one. After that, Musang's hook asked if he assisted with the transportation of aphrodisiac, and he reminded him of the decisive moment when he tried to attack him, and now he was ready to strike again. After that, his face flashed a barely noticeable expression. He did not hit him on his forehead, but only gently ran his head on his head, calling a parsalo. Of course, Musang's hook understood that he had to go through. It was enough to look at the scars of Chan to understand how far it went. He was abducted, tortured, mocked as soon as they could. It was a true horror. Even remembering it, he could not contain his tears. It was only necessary to dive into memories. Seeing the tears of Chan, Musang hugged him and asked for forgiveness. Forgiveness for what was late, because he considered his duty to protect younger students. John could finally splash all the accumulated pain through tears. And in the arms of a senior student it was much easier to do. The house said goodbye, saying that it was time to go. But the young master asked her to wait, making it clear that he would follow her. However, the old man stopped him, saying that he had an important conversation. The young owner did not argue. And even if he tried, it would still change nothing. The answer would be unchanged. Paps stand with a staff in his hand, as if waiting for someone. But as soon as the room opens the door, a loud cry is heard. This crazy girl just explodes from anger. The papas only asked her not to scare her. She wanted to understand what had happened. But how else to respond when the older brother is constantly responding to the number 100, although he does not even know him? Now it became clear why this rebel was so angry. But that's not all. The homoad suddenly states that she had a problem. Her grand problem was that she did not congratulate the master teacher, and when she realized how much time she did not attend, turned sharply and gave the draft in his direction. The Pope only sighed, keeping the impression that she is, well, a very favorable girl. What a charity. Meanwhile, the young owner stayed with the old man. He wanted to ask why the guy's thoughts are going far away, and he did not notice the feelings of others. It seemed that the young master did not even understand what the old man was saying. But he, having lived a long life, saw a lot, and just asked to stop misunderstanding. After all, except for the Gomp, they have long known what he feels. He never hid this particularly. However, he admitted that many moments associated with the Great War between traditional and other sects seemed illogical. This means that someone intentionally started it. Now all pieces of puzzle have come into a single picture. Wow, how hard he changed the topic. Hearing these words, the old man assumed that the guy guessed why he was asked to stay. Yes, he is sure. What is the reason? The young owner could not say for sure, but apparently he guessed. The fact is that the alliance leader, the old master, believes that the war has not yet ended. Hearing this assumption, the old man just smiled mysteriously. He acknowledged that not for nothing a young master was called the first genius under heaven. After all, he immediately understood everything. Moreover, the old man stated that the scum did not stop their actions for a minute, and very soon the truth would open around the world. He had no doubt in this, but he was not talking about the fortress. Not everything is clear with them. They are either just on foot in someone else's game or real accomplices. However, he was convinced of one thing. On the scum from the Adavi fortress, everything does not end. He asked to look at the book he put on the table. It was a new secret book curse. It contained records of the Great War between traditional and apostate sects. The old man even added that this book was first discovered 25 years ago. And then the young master, with anxiety on his face, realized the worst thing. This book was found before the war began. Its content covered even specific aspects of future events. Everything is described in advance, so accurately that it can be considered a prophecy. But he wanted to know the old man something. If this book was in him, why could he not stop the war? The answer turned out to be simple. People would take it as a loaf of a crazy fantasy. Moreover, even they forgot about her with the alliance leader. The understanding came late, after the creation of the Union of Demons. At that time, the situation was out of control and developed too rapidly. It was no longer possible to stop it. And now, whatever it is, traditional sects do not expect that the scum will create a merger of killers. However, they quickly adapted and organized the Demon Destruction Order. In general, the situation has become worse. And then the young master spoke about another important topic, the murder of the invincible Bloody Emperor. The Supreme Master of the Union of Demons was killed not in battle, but alone, becoming a victim of a hidden attack. The balance of forces was completely broken, and the other three demonic kings began to be afraid of their own life. But their plan was not limited to war. They have many other designs aimed at creating chaos in the central region. One of them was expected to be associated with aphrodisiac. The old man monitored this trace, and it was because of this that he attracted Manhwa. However, he did not order her to act. She made the decision herself. Moreover, it is considered one of the strongest figures of Murima, known under the nickname the Goddess of the Sword, a master who is 100 of the best. But those who planned a great war are dangerous. It would be strange if the young master did not worry about her. That is why the old man decided to share this story with him. If they can destroy their plans, peace will come not only for Goma, but for the whole Murima. And he again reminded him of the words that the young master had heard earlier, that these scum seriously undertook his persecution. At this point, the old man called him without a trace. The ghostly god of murder. The training camp in the Huaoyun Mountains. Is he really completely destroyed? Yes, that's right. These people assumed that the one who penetrated the plantation of herbs learned about this place. However, they called this person without a trace. At the same time, someone wanted to find out who he was, this nameless warrior. In response, I only heard, "I think you heard news about who can disappear by destroying a whole group of pursuers." He then got his name, Nameless. For a woman, this seemed just a game of words. But the other noted that it was difficult to ignore this fact. If he is not the same without a trace, then a new, even stronger enemy appeared. However, their doubts quickly dispelled a sharp blow to the chair, and then the words were heard. Without difference, without a trace or unnamed, this scum has to be caught, and the problem will disappear. It is more important that it turned out to be much stronger than we expected. And without a doubt, he is somehow connected with the goddess of the sword. In addition, it is likely that it belongs to the Order of Destruction of Demons. One of the men asked the head of the courtyard with the question, "Isn't there too much risk of touching the goddess of the sword?" But he answered calmly, "Nobody will touch her. Instead, we will hit a different place." Immediately after these words, he clicked his fingers and ordered to enter. The one who came in caused a slight surprise. It was Sima Jin from the man's clan. After a while, the young owner was left alone in his room. He was overwhelmed by the third force, that there is no information about it, neither where it is, nor how it works in the central region. It was similar to the fight against an invisible enemy in an unseen darkness. He was burning inside. He wanted them to pay attention to him, and perhaps that is why he took the ink and began to write. The former Secondary Security Detachment commander has now accompanied the Senior Patrol Central Region, SALT. Wun called him to report the opening of the Alliance's headquarters in Gansu, and prepared an invitation. Because of this, he asked him to personally pass them on to all the Murim's forces in the district. And this meant both the apostate sects and the Battalion of Iron Blood. Dragon and Tiger Military Academy. One of the students stood right at the entrance, but suddenly he was surprised when he saw two familiar figures that walked the road. Seeing the older student, he was not much surprised, but his heart was filled with warmth when he noticed Chan. His eyes were immediately filled with tears. He rushed to him, hugging firmly without hiding joy. He seemed to be alive, but now it was a real miracle. Of course, his brother immediately covered his questions, so he had to reassure him. This was done by Musang, but as soon as he came to his senses, as he ran into the yard immediately, to sound the teacher and other students, everyone was endlessly happy. With shouts, "Hooray!" they ran to meet. Everyone who saw him could not hold back tears. They all worried about him, and that's what they said now. How much they worried, as they were waiting for his return. But suddenly a cough came in the crowd. He belonged not to a young man, it was his father. Raising his head, he saw Chan. He leaned in front of him in a bow and finally said, "I'm home." But his father, instead of warm words, just grunted, "Parchid," and then sharply asked, "What, the sky fell on you? Where did you get lasted and what did you do?" John, releasing his head, asked for forgiveness and explained that he just wanted to make money. But his father just looked at him and asked coldly, "Who asked you? Who said you have to go to make money?" His voice became even tougher. "Did you really think that I would be glad if you get into trouble for the sake of money for a sick father?" And finally he spoke the most painful words. "Did you want to make me a person who appreciates his own life more than his son's life?" "For what?" His father looked angrily at his son. "Why did you contact such dangerous people? And now you have damaged your whole body." As a result, the John received a good blow from his father. But it was not only anger, it hired a real parental experience. After the emotional explosion of the old hands, he trembled, and he finally openly expressed his alarm. How much he worried about his son. Where was he? What did you have to go through? Did he lose him forever? It is difficult to even imagine how painful it was to the father. From these words, a tear rolled again on the cheek. He was very sorry, and himself, but he just couldn't hold back his emotions. But perhaps he was most glad because Chan is safe, his father. He was finally invited to go inside. The road was not easy here, and first it was necessary to eat well. But at the same moment the father asked strictly, "Where did you go?" He only shook his head to the eat. This pair of pear was too much. And then an order that shocked everyone came. "Musang, lock it in a warehouse for 10 days. Others immediately began to intercede for Chan. "But he is wounded, he hurts so much." However, the father remained adamant. What is the meaning of discipline if no one is responsible for her violation? "There is punishment," he added cold. and he asked everyone to postpone the joy of reunification for later. Of course, Musanga's hook obeyed the teacher's order. Immediately afterwards, he put his hand on his shoulder and quietly said, "Go for me." Of course, John tried to say something about how injured he was, but the teacher's decision was final, and you would not do anything. Chan so much hoped that he would be able to rest after returning. Moreover, his belly grunted loudly. He was incredibly hungry. Suddenly, the door of the camera in which he was sitting opened. All the students stood on the doorstep, and they brought them a senior student, but John could not understand why they were here. Then the senior student began to distribute orders. One asked to bring food, the other to make sure that this panel could rest normally, and the third to bring a bed. Yong believed that he had to be sharpened, so it seemed quite strange to him. Moreover, the teacher ordered him to put it here, but did not say anything that the door should be closed or starved. Hearing this from a senior student, John didn't even know what he was feeling now. Later, the little one approached him and began to ask what happened to him all this time, because of what difficulties he had passed. Yong agreed to tell everything when his brothers returned, but only one condition. "Prepare a spare pair of underwear," he said with a mysterious smile. At this point, the hook Musang said that it would leave for a short time. For the little one, it sounded strange. John began to guess that Musang's hook wanted to meet a senior patrolman, but he immediately began to get confused in the words, "What kind of nonsense? I don't want to see her." Jong did not even know who this senior patrolman was. Musang Honors denied everything. "No, what are you about at all?" But even John already guessed that the senior student and the sword goddess were clearly connected. He came closer and began to ask, "Are you meeting? Or maybe already kissed?" The way to reassure two rabbits by John knew. Just gave both on his head. When the other students returned, they saw two bodies that were lying on the ground. "I wonder what happened to them." Meanwhile, Musang's hook began to justify himself even before himself. "I just go to see the older patrol. Just talk." But he said it at the moment when his heart was burning. He may even deceive himself. And as he tried to reassure himself, all the moments he experienced with Gomva appeared before his eyes, even the one when he gently hugged her for his waist. And of course, this thought made him smile. However, his smile quickly disappeared when an unpleasant picture appeared in front of him. He saw the goddess of the sword around the corner talking to some man. And then he began to look, justifying it by the fact that he is a senior student of the academy, which subordinates the Alliance Murima, and therefore his behavior is quite justified. He simply cares about the safety of the older patrolman. The young mistress talked to a young master of Vuna, who insisted that she had an important conversation with her. In the dialogue, she called him his older brother. Hearing these words, Musang's hook, who heard around the corner, began to guess who it was. At the same moment, Wun turned to his sister, and suddenly with red cheeks, he confessed to her, "You really like, and very much." Musang heard everything to the last word, even when Wun said, "I want to be with you for the rest of my life." Rumsta was confused. She began to deny, wave her hands, and say that it was too unexpected. Although apparently it was only a surprise for her. When Yuan asked, "Do you like it?" "Zrenya," she replied uncertainly, "you probably like." But her voice sounded as if she was not sure of her herself. But the point was that Musang heard every word. Half an hour ago, the senior patrol of the western region was at the headquarters of the province of Gansu. He remembered the words of the old man in front of the door, that he lacks feelings. He used to take everything for granted, forgetting about really important things. Realizing this, he decided to change, and the first thing he had to do was to declare his feelings. That is why he called her for a conversation. But I didn't even know where to start, so he just said it was an important conversation. As a real fan, he brought her a lollipop. Rumsta was immediately confused, not understanding what was happening and why. "Let me first apologize. Last time I bent with questions about the honorary god of the sword and the master who accompanies you. I used my concern as an excuse." That's how he explained his behavior and apologized. The older brother did not change, and honestly, she even liked it. What other adult would you bring a lollipop as a gift? She thought he was still seeing a little girl in her. But she heard a familiar phrase. "You will not do anything if you do not take. You will throw it again." And in the end, she took a lollipop. She began to suck him with pleasure. She reminded her of her childhood. The house noticed that he was looking at her carefully. Deciding not to torment herself with guesses, she asked directly, "Do you want?" But he did not answer as she expected. "No, nothing like that. I just remembered the past too." He began to recall the case when she secretly got into the room of the elder, arranged a real mess because she wanted to snap food in Agus. Hearing this story, Homanda could not stay. She laughed so much that she even grabbed her stomach. It was really funny, but after a short laughter, she remembered an important conversation. What did you want to say? As soon as the conversation approached this topic, Wun instantly read and began to calm himself into thoughts. He had already reached the moment when he said to himself, "Now I will tell her about it," looking at her sweet face. If he wants her to see him as he really is, he can no longer hide in words. Waiting will not change anything. And at that moment he confessed to her, "I like, truly, very hard." Hearing this, the Toothnia became lost. Vun, not giving her time for long reflections, he immediately asked, "Maybe I don't like you at all?" But she could not pick up the words, and after the pause she replied uncertainly, "Probably, you like..." Then he decided to move to the next, but he just wanted to speak as he felt something. He felt the presence of someone around the corner and without hesitation threw Kunova. However, when he walked over the horn, there was no one there. But one was absolutely sure that a few seconds, therefore, felt someone's energy here. He couldn't believe it. Did his feeling let down? It was strange for Gamkwa, she asked in surprise. "What did you just do?" He was in a hurry to justify. He was just a little transentered, nothing like that. The girl already recovered a little from the state of confusion, and when Wun decided to continue the conversation that if she likes, she said, "No." He was convinced that he had just heard another. But Rumsta continued to explain. She wanted to say that she liked only as an older brother, no more. "You are for me as a family member, but not as a man." She explained that she appreciates him just like the older sister of the Papas, her mother. What trusts him and can rely on him as if he is her blood older brother. But she never even thought of him in a romantic sense. Wun hoped that from that moment everything would change, that she could see in him not a brother, but a man. He asked her directly about it, but Rumsta was forced to tell the truth. "I like another," she said quietly. "The one I love, and for whom I am ready to give life." After that, she added, "I will look that there was no today." It was a bitter truth for him. He felt pain as if his whole life had flew into the debris at one point. Just like Musang's hook, he went into the woods to be distracted, to be broken, even if he gets rid of these feelings a little. But he was overwhelmed by the feelings he had never felt before. He remembered the words he had ever heard. The man told him that he would not be able to make her happy and did not have what to offer her. But this cry only released the pain. The indisputable truth sounded inside. A simple guy from the village academy could not get so close to her. His heart exploded with the outside world energy went crazy. The feeling came out of control. Only one words were heard in the head. "Probably like it," the tooth once said. But she said it not to him, but to another man. His emotions were raging, and the only way to express them is strength. He squeezed everything, bringing his body to exhaustion, not to think of pain. It seemed that everything was over. In any case, this happiness was lost, like a card house that was eventually scattered. Only a dream from which time to wake up. But in the middle of this vortex of emotions, a gentle female voice was suddenly behind his back. "What happened? Do you really want to turn this path into a wasteland?" It was she. She came to this place and saw him so, though he promised to come to her, and instead, he just crushed everything around. There was no hint on his face. She started walking in a circle and asking, "I heard? Did you manage to return the student safely?" Her face glowed with a smile, but his answer was cold as ice. "It's not about you." She looked at him and said quietly, "So? After all we have experienced together?" She asked if he knew what trouble she had fallen afterwards. Her father was ready to kill him, and then suddenly the older brother of Vuna appeared, who also staged a scene. She talked about his brother, what he was in his youth, with whom he was friends, and how he became a senior patrol central. But at some point he cut off her sharply. "Enough. If you want to talk to someone, find another person for that. I am not interested in your story at all." These words were a cold blow, but she had to hear them. It was rigid. Not to mention a word more, he broke out sharply, jumped up and disappeared into the air. Of course, she couldn't help but ask herself, what happened now? Meanwhile, somewhere elsewhere in the hand, covered with scars, reached for a bunch of grapes. He greeted the berries with greedy, tasting them. It was a real pleasure. A delicious snack that made it possible to relax and think about different things. And he thought that maybe his true purpose was to become the head of the base. Suddenly, right in front of him, Musang's hook appeared. His gaze was unfriendly, and the posture hinted at the attack. He almost went vineyard when the hook immediately began to criticize him, noting that such a person who does not notice what was happening around cannot hold a leadership position. The head of the base did not pay attention to criticism. He was more interested in the reason that the hook appeared. He threw 3 scrolls and explained that he had collected information. Reports from the Vadsk fortress, documents from the Dark Blood Group, foreseeable future enemies and suspicious places in the central region. All this had to be transferred to the old man in the ghostly mask. The head of the base, not immediately realizing the importance of this, raised the whistles from his knees. His view changed, because these documents were of great value. He could not understand why Musang's hook simply conveys them. The absurd thoughts flashed in his head whether he had picked up that deadly illness, once behaved so unusual. The hook, watching his reaction, stopped for a moment and asked if they needed to pick them back. The answer was immediately, and this opportunity was rejected. The atmosphere remained tense, because after that there was another remark about its dirty appearance, which could give the impression that it belongs to the lower class. However, these words did not matter. The main thing is that the documents were able to avoid punishment from the teacher for at least a month, which was already a victory. The hook was in no hurry and continued to stand, watching silently. The head of the base felt that he did not say the main, and asked if there was another reason for his visit. After a short thought, he began to speak hints, healing in words. In the end, it became clear that a high-ranking Alliance representative senior patrol central district arrived in the region. It could only mean one thing. The situation was complicated. Hiding the scrolls, he asked why interest in the infirmary arose. Obviously, they were close enough, once it was possible to talk about him in such a tone. In response, he said that they have played together since his childhood, though he admitted that he was not too lucky in his life. He remembered the story of his childhood, how he was ashamed but still managed to progress. However, he did not like to be unnecessary conversations, so he briefly noted that he was normal. Apparently, the hook Musang realized that he still had conscience. However, after this conversation, he went to the main thing. He wanted to find out if he had any special relationship with Gomva. It was obvious that he would not give so simple the investigation materials. And now, finally, there was a hidden motif. He did not hide anything and said they were just friends. From childhood, they played together within the Alliance, when there were 3, and there was nothing between them. But the next question from Hayek was a real blow. He wondered if they were connected in Malin, and this thought even scared him. He immediately began to justify that it was only rumors that have no confirmation. But in a moment, the Musang simply disappeared, leaving no trace. He seems to be unnecessary inadvertently. After this conversation, the hooks, Musang, just made sure that he guessed earlier. Walking through the yard, he came across a man who was not expected to meet. It was Assault, commander of the guard of the Senior Patrol Central Region. His visit had a specific purpose, to convey that Wun wanted a meeting. At the same time, Bilyuit fought with his own feelings that overwhelmed him without resting. The echo of her words constantly heard in her head. She already feels sympathy for another. The mention that her heart belongs to someone else cut it from within. But thoughts snatched his voice behind the door. He was asked about permission to enter. Before the entrance stood the hook Musang. Seeing him, the senior patrol immediately remembered who he was. Hyuk calmly named his name and introduced himself as a senior student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. In response, the senior patrol thanked him for agreeing to come and apologized for such a late call. He gave the guest to sit down, and he went to cook tea. Already pouring a drink, he heard how Hook briefly noted that there was no need. He calmly explained that being a man from the village, he was not used to enjoying the aroma of tea. It was not pleased for him, but only caused discomfort. Therefore, he suggested that I immediately go to the case, because the student of a small academy has always had enough work. Hearing this, the senior patrol stopped and postponed the kettle. Recognizing his mistake, he apologized for not visiting him, forgetting his new responsibilities and not having the proper manners. The Hook reacted calmly, assuring that he understood everything. At the same time, he studied the interlocutor carefully. His view was straight and open. There was no falsehood or hypocrisy, most likely. It was brought up in an atmosphere of nobility, although it did not lose its modesty. Finally, the senior patrol went to the main topic for which he initiated the meeting. However, his answer was unexpectedly vague. He simply noted that he wanted to look at Hyuk Musang. This explanation did not satisfy Hyoka, and he sought to find out the true cause. The senior patrol explained that this district is quite unusual. Usually ordinary people are warned by Morma, which is logically, especially in cities such as influential Shame, where the apostate sects have considerable power. But the local residents do not look wary. On the contrary, their faces emit peace and pleasure. Moreover, a large group that usually controls nearby areas does not even appear. Even the Iron Blood Battalion does not create any serious problems. Musang's hook only suggested that a new base of beggars could be the reason for this. The senior patrol had something to say about it. The base appeared suddenly, although nothing like this happened before. And there was a strange event. A patrolman, which was previously responsible for the northern region, suddenly translated west. The whole situation looked too unusual, and the most interesting thing, all these changes began precisely from the moment when Musang returned to the Academy of Martial Arts, Dragon and Tiger. After all of the said, the senior patrol asked if this is enough to explain his desire to meet. Musang in turn asked for permission to speak. He stated that he is only an ordinary student of the Academy, and all these events, nothing more than coincidence. From the moment of his appearance in the room, the look of the older patrol did not break away from him. However, Hayek doubted that he would be able to expose him at least. After the words of the senior patrol hook, Musang looked into his eyes carefully, analyzing every detail of his behavior. However, his interlocutor looked at him with the same unwavering look, waiting for answers. Hyuk slowly stood up, noting that everyone has the right to draw their own conclusions. Regardless of all, the meeting took place, and now his curiosity should be fully satisfied. Having declared employment, he decided to leave the premises, but he only had to rise as the patrol voice came. He uttered one name, Homanda, and asked directly, in what relationship? These words forced Hayek to stop and die on the spot. The answer was laconic and cold, no relationship. However, the patrol did not retreat, noting that he recently visited her. The hooks were not one of those who avoid direct conversations. He decided to stay and express everything directly into the patrol face. Without any hints, he made it clear that it is extra to worry. He will understand himself in his relationship, and does not need supervision from the senior patrol Western region. Pause came. For a few seconds they just looked into each other's eyes as if trying to understand the interlocutor's thoughts. The patrolman had something to say, but eventually his upbringing took the mountain. He apologized for being inappropriately asking a similar question. He allowed him to go and thanked him for finding time for this conversation. After the meeting, he had a clear impression of this guy. The ghostly mask was right. Before him was an ordinary person, but with a steadfast. Even faced with those who have power and high status, he did not lose his confidence. The senior patrol thought once again the words of Hawk Musang, who assured that he would understand his relationship. It was clear that this is not a situation where you could somehow influence the decision of another. At this point, Salt came into the room, asking if the conversation was successful. In response, the senior patrol only noted that Musang's hook is a truly worthy man. Meanwhile, Hyuk himself also plunged into reflections. He thought of rumors about the legendary dragon with a wise mentality that spread in Murima. However, they had a completely different meaning. This person has reached incredible. At a young age, he entered the 10 strongest. His appearance fascinated all, and the character resembled a model sage. On the other hand, he himself had nothing but his first rank of skill. As an orphan who did not get any chances, he just learned to live, relying on his own strength and heart full of care. All this forced him to feel a slight sand in the vast world. After all the reflection, he decided to no longer stop and move forward. But suddenly he heard someone saying, "Number 100, and stopped. Right in front of him stood a tomb, which was persistently asked to talk. He clenched his fist for a moment, feeling how difficult it is to control his emotions. Not wanting to continue this conversation, he only quit the phrase that if she needed to talk to someone, then let him find another person for that, and moved on. But she immediately grabbed him for her wrist without letting go. In her voice, there was an unwaveringness. This conversation concerned only 2 of them, and she would no longer allow him to avoid answers. She tried to understand what was happening to him. If there was some problem or something upset, it was necessary to say. How many more can others get lost in guesses? She at least has to know what is the matter. Her words made him stop. He asked if she did not think that the problem arose at the time they first met. She was afraid to suggest what he was going to. His voice sounded calm, but firmly. They are from different worlds. She was born in an influential central region, grew in a house where everything was, and could choose any position in the alliance at their own request. And he, only a simple master of the village academy of martial arts, who grew up without parents. She realized that he was still holding this opinion in his mind, and asked if the whole thing was. But for him it was far from a trifle. For her the world seemed simpler. But for him this difference was a painful reality that did not escape. It was this thought that made him remove her hand from her wrist. He directly called it a problem, then turned and went forward. The next day the place was full of a calm atmosphere, but the crowd suddenly paid attention to something unusual. The street moved a couple of horses, and on the goat sitting Kucher, a gloomy and spooky man. Inside the crew there were one of the most important women in the Iron Blood Battalion. She was heading for the Alliance opening ceremony for an official invitation. The protagonist this time continued to treat the guy and kisses the boy. To do this, he used his energy. Finally, the guy finished it. The patient thanked the senior student for the help. Although the treatment has come to an end, the master is still weak because of the poison, so he needs peace. At least 3 more days he will have to spend here. But the guy was not going to be upset because of this, because the older brothers and Taiko came to him every day. But his father has never come. This news is greatly upsetting him. Musang's hook tells how every night after returning the guy, when the night comes, the teacher goes for a walk. The teacher's path lies right here. He bypasses the building several times, periodically looks at it. Sometimes it can do so within 2 hours. Hearing this news, the guy gets a little easier because he realizes that his father does not care for it. Our hero gets up, and before he says that as soon as the guy is released he will be punished. He does not understand why so, because he is already punished. Musang's hook looks at him with a piercing look and says it was a punishment from the teacher, but from him. Considering all that the boy has done, the usual prison in the cell will not be enough to pay for it. Most of all, the guy was afraid that the punishment from our hero would be a shick. From that, he began to tremble. But it was not. The guy was just waiting for very harsh workouts. Initially, the young man did not understand what training was discussed and only raised his look. But after a second, he exhaled with relief because he was not afraid of workouts. He does not yet know that his older brother has prepared for him. After that, the main character goes away. But as soon as the hook, Musang, came out, he saw the man standing on the pillar. She recalled that the Alliance Moor has been opened from today. There will be even a battalion of iron blood and a lot of force in the group. But our hero has no desire to listen to it. He says that if he needs it, he will deal with it. Such brazen behavior is very annoying the girl, and it seems she wants to say something. Suddenly, they hear someone's cry. Someone calls a senior student. After a second, a frightened young man appears on the horizon, which quickly runs to them and says they have a serious problem. The guy tries to stabilize his breath in order to say what happened, because now no one can figure out a word. A few seconds, a frightened guy was able to remove himself that the Iron Blood Battalion arrived on a visit. Ginva's forehead comes out of the carriage and steps on their land. The master asks what reason the young lady visited here. The girl meanwhile rejoices, or thinks that our hero came out to meet her personally. The guy says that the Alliance Murim holds a opening ceremony elsewhere. The girl tells that she came specifically earlier to see our hero personally, but she was a little upset when she saw that he was not alone. The young lady appeals to him and asks that this girl stands next to him. The man said that if this stranger I want to know who she is, then he should first reveal his personality. Now Lady Chal recognized the girl. There is only one young martial artsman with such a large level of cultivation. She did not expect to see all the peacefully known goddess of the heavenly sword here. A second, the girl introduced herself and said she had arrived at the opening ceremony on behalf of her grandfather. Her grandparents are none other than the leader of the battalion with iron blood. The man has a question. What is the matter for such an important person to be a master of hawk? Lady goes closer, grabbed the guy by the hand and says she wanted to see him too much. Hearing this, the goddess of the heavenly sword was almost boiling with anger. Lady Chal continued to say that she couldn't sleep normally from his last meeting with our hero. She, like a puppy, looked at him and asked how he would be responsible for what he did. The man could no longer stand it and separated them. If someone saw the reaction of a man, she would definitely think that she is a mother of Musang's hook, not just a girlfriend. The man does not know how to answer it. She only remembers Master Hayok. The protagonist sharply denies that there is no relationship with a senior patrolman. Since our hero said it, Lady Chal stuck to him again. She hopes that they will now be able to build a closer relationship. But the Master Hook quickly removed from her and said that he was not needed in a closer relationship. The guy said he had no plans to contact any of these girls. The main character simply had no time for girls, because he had a lot of things. Suddenly, a bearded man with a harsh, wicked look stands in front of our hero. The Master Hook did not expect to see him here again. Is a man really sure that he is able to keep him? Soon, the older brother of Wun came to them. Earlier, he was attached to the entry of the Iron Blood Battalion in the outskirts of Yanzhou, but it was very difficult to find them. This guy was named that Hyunvun. He is a patrol of the central region. It is very unexpected for him to see the young lady Chol Jin in person. Lady Chol could not think that one knew her. The girl was very pleased to be at this ceremony, because she was organized by the 10th Young Master of Gossip. In addition, it has a strong and deep interest in the outskirts of Yanzhou. The one master proposes to go and discuss everything in the details. Then, Lady Chol goes with Master Vuna. They say goodbye to each other. The man escorted them with a harsh and suspicious look. After a second, Brother Won went away. Soon they came to the headquarters of the Alliance Murama in Gansu, a meeting room. Lady Chol was the first guest here. The guy asked what the girl wanted to talk about before the ceremony. She began with the fact that for her own pleasure, she needs to get the desired despite anything. But the master thinks that if someone wants to get something, it will be more logical to try for it. One only person can't get everything he wants. The young master tells that he was given a desire to preserve peace in the Central Plains. In fact, the girl expected to hear a little more simple. For example, the story of conquering a woman's heart, or something like that. The young master already could understand that her eyes see more than others. Then, she says everything straight. The girl wants Musanga's hook from the Dragon and Tiger Academy of Martial Arts, but it turned out that this man lies the heart of the goddess of the sword. This situation is not good for her, and even for a young master. They both can get what they want, but they need to quarrel with our hero and goddess. It seems that the master appealed to this idea. The guy could not realize that a man like a young lady has a feeling for a guy such as a master of hooks. Hearing such frankness from the boy, the girl fell into a stupor. The one master does not even advise her to try to do it, because the hook is not the person who can only be taken because she wants. He assumes responsibility for decisions with the Senior Patrol Western Region. Not sincere feelings do not bear any meaning to him. One is already the second person who has so easily denied her in a proposal. The girl gets up to the exit. So far, it will only be satisfied with the opportunity to look at the competence of the traditional alliance sects. Although the guy denied her very decisively and abruptly, but inside he compresses when he remembers his sister. Meanwhile, the girl was very angry. She was swore by Georgian for saying something to Musang's hook. At this time, many people gathered on the square, but no one understood what was happening here. Suddenly, the former head of a translucent gang Bani gang appeared in front of them, and told people a little departing with a beast, because it is dangerous here. After a second, our hero gives him a strong slap on his head for scaring people. The guy does not understand what he was hit because he believes that he turned to them politely. The senior student is still angry with him and says that he had to make his eyes better. Another guy begins to worry that it is too much, but our hero says not to worry. Hayok says that even if you allow the greatest development, will it be something more serious? Soon, the head of great power arrived, the Devil's Lord Iron Leg, Kwak Juna. The man could not even think that there would be so many people in the West. The grandfather could not believe that even peasants and gaps from the battle academy nearby came here. Suddenly his gaze clings to our hero. The grandfather does not understand why, but he sharply grabs his heart. The head simply cannot understand where he had such a sharp pain, even in a flat place. He shakes our hero with a trembling hand and asks who he is. Meanwhile, one of the students noticed that the head shows directly in their direction. Then the lake master is all to see what is happening. At this time, the grandfather seems to be beating in convulsions and asks to do nothing. The protagonist is turned and says not to pay attention to them, but it is better to pay attention to the protection of people. Meanwhile, the head of the Boundless Estate greeted the boy on the fact that he held the position of Senior Patrol Central. The boy thanked him in response. They were very kind with each other and were happy to see each other. They start talking about something every day, but a mustachioed man thinks that the guy did not even listen to him. After a while, the head of the Predatory Heart Gang and the head of the Gang of Bloody Awareness also arrived here. And after a while, a battalion of Iron Blood arrived here. When the young lady passed by people, everyone bowed and welcomed her. Soon, she sat down at the table and noted that there are many people from the traditional sect. The advisor noticed that one of these people stand out on a special one. My grandfather could not think that the 10th in the world a young master would appear here in person. But the question of why the physique did not participate in the Great War of traditional sects remains open. Soon the meeting begins. Before the man who congratulate everyone. His name is Chinfao. He was appointed by the head of this alliance headquarters. Before you start, he thank everyone for your presence. And after that, they can start the opening ceremony of the alliance headquarters. On this, the man finishes his speech. After that, he invites the Senior Patrol Central Region, which very much helped them in the basis of this headquarters. But for some reason, the senior patrolman cannot leave the place. He looks at a young lady who seems to tell him something with his look. After a second, the senior patrol is raised and kindly congratulated all present. It is a great honor for him to be here next to the heroes like them. Suddenly someone breaks his speech, from which all present shocked open their mouths. It was Yanja. Before the guy continues his speech, the man would very much like to voice his request. The man insists on treating his senior patrol sports because he has gone a great way to them. Therefore, the man asks him to drink at least one bowl and hopes he will not mind. The commander immediately begins to be angry and nervous for such arrogance, but the older patrols quickly stop him. The guy tries to be kind to the very end and accept the request. The man does not delay, and after a second pours him alcohol into a glass. They are still a little shocked by such a turn of events. They are shocked by the fact that Yanji poured alcohol with telekinesis and did not shed a single drop. And in a second, with the help of telekinesis, the man sent the cup directly to the senior patrol. Everyone was shocked by such skill, because it is the level of one of the hundreds of the best masters of martial arts. It seemed like it was not just a cup, but a real flying sword. The senior patrol does not respond to it, but only thanks him for being able to see his skill in person. Yanji was shocked by the fact that the guy caught such ease, which was flying at that speed. After a second, the senior patrol drank alcohol to the bottom and praised its pleasant sweet taste. Soon, he returns the cup to the man and says he has to do it now as kind. To do this, the man also uses telekinesis. A large drop of alcohol flies through the entire distance and moves directly to its cup. But it seems that observers do not surprise as much as what they saw before. At the first glance, there is nothing very cool here. But if you deepen, count what is now something trivial will not work. Even inside the smallest drop of alcohol, an incredible amount of force pulsates, but the shape remains stable. The person who filled the bowl is exactly the power. Yanji really felt some strange feeling of strong pressure on him. After a second, the liquid quietly enters the bowl to the man. But everything was not so easy. As soon as the liquid got into the bowl, the man felt incredibly strong. He could not hold the bowl in his hand, and she almost fell on the floor. The man makes a lot of effort to lift the bowl, but he still can't do it. Seeing this, the young lady applauds the older patrol for such a skill. The girl confesses that she deliberately told her subordinate to test the power of the 10th young master. She looks at him with her cunning look and asks if he can forgive her. The guy proudly says that she has nothing to forgive because she did nothing. After a second, the liquid in the cup becomes lighter and the man can lift it. On the contrary, the guy is grateful for them, because now he has tormented his throat and can continue his speech. Many are wondering why the Alliance has decided to establish their headquarters here. So the guy is about to answer it. In fact, this is done for the main purpose of their alliance, to ensure peace around the world. Yanji interprets him and says that there was still peace even without the Alliance's intervention. It may be for the Battalion of Iron Blood, but it is not. It is important for them that the contract between the Battalion of Iron Blood and the Boundless Estate is observed by both parties, so the place for the headquarters chose a neutral zone. You are the territory of the Alliance, so they can even watch it. But it is difficult for the girl to agree with this, because the province was under the influence of the Battalion of Iron Blood. Of course, the Alliance recognizes the existing influence of the Iron Battalion. The girl tries to find out if it is the official position of the Alliance or the personal opinion of a young master. The guy stands here as a senior patrol central region, which is why he is voiced by the Alliance's official position. Yanji could not stand it, and shouted loudly that the Alliance no longer puts the dignity of the battalion with Iron Blood. But it is because of respect for the battalion that the guy now gives them an explanation in person. A man asks, what will happen if the Iron Blood Battalion crosses the neutral zone? Is the war between the sects start again? The one master did not understand why it was about the war if they all gathered here to discuss peace and shame. If a large battalion goes against the will of the great emperor, he will strictly punish them even before they have time to do something. Given the promise of a grandfather, they cannot deny anything here. The girl realizes that the patrolman cannot be ignored in terms of abilities, or impact, or ingenuity. And then, after his speech, everyone was very pleased and applauded him. People fully trusted the 10th young master. Our hero, meanwhile, looked at the Wizard of Vuna and understood how different they were. The patrolman has already become a hero, worthy and influential. He will always shine brightly and stand in the center of the whole world, surrounded by praise. Musang's hook says that it is here that the tooth should be. He turns and goes away. As soon as the girl saw that the main character went without saying nothing, they decided to follow him. She quickly ran after our hero, but her grandfather stood on her way. The man breathed fresh air and asked if she wanted to talk to him. Grandpa did not want to interfere with it for a long time, but realized that it was necessary. He calmly asks, why not a girl to give up 100? When she heard about it, she immediately became evil and annoyed. Grandpa says they are too different in origin. The grandfather does not want to say that himself, but he thinks about their future. The young lady is not going to listen to this. She does not believe that it is important. If their relationship is learned about their relationship, then she is even ready to refuse belonging to a man. But if she does it, then her father will pursue our hero as an enemy. Number 100 is quite strong, so I will be able to protect myself. But then, what will happen to his family at the academy? Will he be able to protect them himself? Number 100 is not exactly able to prevent economic and political problems on your own. Did she think of how our hero would treat her then? The grandfather tries to reassure the girl to say that the world and life are really unfair, but the fate of those who are below. In this case, the girl does not understand what to do. She begins to cry bitterly and tremble. Her heart breaks only from the thought that she will live without a number 100. As if life without him there is no point. At the time when the protagonist disappeared for several years, the world seemed prison for her. But the heart continued the ward without stopping. The only feeling she felt is severe pain. In those days, she even wanted to die. But she just couldn't. Because suicide became a recognition that number 100 really died. And when they met again, the young lady finally thought she had overcome hell. Does she think that Musang repels her only because she hates and feels irritated? Grandpa is sure that the guy was also very painful of it. The girl blows out of place when she hears about it. She is shocked when I hear that there was a conversation between our hero and the patriarch. Grandpa became a little awkward when he realized that the puppy knew nothing about it. It was a month before the protagonist. The sword god came to him and asked who was 100. Is he all the time he spoke those painful words, he suffered himself? He did not tell her about it, because he did not want the girl to be injured from her father. Musang's hook was constantly defending the puppies, whatever it cost him. He defended her even in situations where he was much weaker than the enemy. She knew nothing about it. Now, her turn has to protect the guy, who has now become very strong. Soon, the girl runs to him in the room and sharply opens the door. Hyok clearly did not expect it, so he immediately became ashamed and began to shout that she could not just get into his room. But the closer the girl approached, the quieter the boy's voice became. The praise stretched out to his face her gentle girlish hands. With tears in her eyes, she said that she realized how difficult and painful the guy was all this time. Number 100 with very red cheeks tried to keep the control from shame. He could not understand what she was talking about, even so sharply. But after a moment she covered his lips and they merged in a gentle kiss. They merged in a gentle and long-awaited kiss they needed. A few seconds their kiss was interrupted. Musang instantly pushed her away. He still couldn't remember and understand what had just happened. The heart was pounding. But in a second the girl again rolled and began to beat the guy for being such a don. She is very angry that our hero did not immediately tell her when the patriarch came to him. Musang's hook fell into a stupor and could not understand where the girl knew about it. The puppies continued to cry. She had no idea how painful was the unhappy man. But the young man thinks that even if the girl knew about it, nothing would change because the patriarch is right. Now, I understand his experience and the potential threat that hangs above him. The guy wants to protect the academy that has become a family for him. He denies and says that it is not. She cannot even imagine how much pain he felt like an orphan and a student would be a rural academy. They really lived very different lives. The protagonist yells again and says it's not about it. A girl with tears in her eyes screams again and says to reject this, do not need pride and say everything. Musang's hook screams again that it is not at all. Then, there is silence between them for a few seconds. Soon the girl asks what the matter is, if not that. She begs him to tell him, because when he is silent she feels stupid every time. It turns out that our hero is very afraid that pupils can suffer through him. This thought constantly scares him. He has imagined many times the future in which they were together. In this future, the guy constantly tries to make her happy with any methods, even if he becomes an enemy around the world. But at the end, he suffers defeat, and the girl has to suffer because of it. Every time the young man remembers such a girl, I blamed herself. He is very scared, especially when he scrolls in his head with all possible scenarios. I do not understand why the boy is so desperate to make her happy. Because Lady herself is looking for her own happiness, and no one but her will be able to do it. And the happiness she has been looking for so long now stands in front of her. Her happiness is Musang's hook. Hyok said he was late because his lady has a bridegroom, Kyonvun. Hearing this, the puppy falls into a shock and does not understand what he took. It turns out that the young man thought all this time that the girl and Master of One were engaged. Because so he was told by the patriarch. Lady Hfa immediately denied this because Woon brother for her since childhood, as a family member, and did not go engagement and language. However, the guy does not want to ignore the words of the dear god of the sword 6, so as not to spoil their relationship with the puppy. This should not be worried, because the girl has long escaped from the family, and has joined the Order of Destruction of Demons for the same reason. Lady Hiva has not spent all her life in luxury like a princess. When her mother died after her birth, the patriarch voluntarily went to the battlefield and rarely appeared at home. She was so much awaited by those short visits with her father, who was training as a scraggy. The puppy considered it the manifestation of parental love. But other members of the genus, at fear of the patriarch, did not even approach the girl. Later, a conflict occurred, and the patriarch shed whole rivers of blood. It turned out that it was all for the sake of strengthening the position of the heir. The protagonist could not think about such a difficult story. That is why envy was born in the girl when she saw other students and a teacher care about Hyokok. Musang apologized because he didn't know anything about it. The girl seems to be merged. She gently took him by her hand. Lady appreciates anxiety about her fate, but the hook must respect her choice. They can come up with a solution to a problem together. Moreover, the girl raised much money and occupies a good position in the alliance. Thanks to this, the guy can expand the Battle Academy or even establish a new faction. The girl will believe in him. The protagonist still did not understand why the lady chooses such a difficult way, if she can easily become an empress and live a good life. Obviously, the girl did it only because she loved our hero most in the world. Leave him one. From these words, a blush appeared on your cheeks. Before that, the girl flew at him very quickly. But now she is about to do it gradually. If he does not like it, he can deviate. After a second, she reached back to his face again. But Musang put his palm on her forehead and stopped her. The young man said he wanted to do it now. The young man laid his palm on her cheek and lifted her head lightly. And in a second, he had already approached her and looked at her lips, who had been waiting for and loved. And so, there are only a few centimeters between their lips. But from where you do not take your grandfather who interrupted such a romantic moment. The young couple immediately pulled out. They could not understand where he came from here. If they have already made this choice, the grandfather will support them and will do everything to avoid the number 100 avoid injustice. They are grateful to their grandfather. The grandfather sat and waited for them to finish what they started, but they said sharply that they had already finished. The evening came. The senior patrol was still answering people's questions if they appeared. The female voice asked how best to go to the senior patrol. Maybe it is better to call him a young master. When the guy turned, he saw a young lady Chol there. He allowed the girl to call him as she is comfortable, and she chose a young master. In the boy's speech, she felt a willingness to compete even with the battalion of iron blood. Is a brave young man really looking at this option? The guy is not going to answer this question but says he will be responsible for his words. It hints to the older patrol that even very solid wood once breaks. But the young man assures that this will not happen. After a second, she makes him a compliment and says that the guy has very good words. Soon, the head says that the holiday has come to an end, and thank everyone again for your presence. This meant that it was time to return to homes. Lady Chol and Master said goodbye. The Master noticed the empty chair on which Lady Fa had to sit, and it greatly upset him. Now they can also return home. Lady Chol says they should look in the first town before you go. The girl wants to come to the Dragon and Tiger Academy. The forehead wants to bring to the end the conversation that has not been completed earlier. Soon the Blood Battalion has already arrived in the academy. Gouv criticized this place and did not understand why they came here. The man is surprised by the need to spend half an hour waiting. Even the alliance of Murim would not dare to make them wait so long. Soon, our hero enters the room. Musang's hook apologizes for a long expectation. Lady Hava really wanted to go with him, but he did not allow. He took half an hour to make the girl calm down. If the hooks have not gone out for so long, then most of all, much thought. It can be understood. But it was not. The guy says he has a lot of things, so he wants to finish faster. Lady Chol jokes that for a young man, their meeting is something every day. But he is not so bold to count a meeting with the Iron Blood Battalion something every day. It came to the news that the Boundless Estate decided to help the Dragon Might and Tiger to establish a chamber of commerce. Hyok does not understand where the girl is known. Choel only says she has a sharp hearing. The newly created commercial chamber is particularly vulnerable and not easy to manage. Moreover, in the territory under the influence of their battalion can be different. Her words sounded like a threat. The forehead was naked and said she only wanted to help the older master. She recalled the arrangement of the arrangement, and the young man got it from the sinus. When Gouve saw a golden label in this young man, he fell into a stupor. This item is a rank label, which the great emperor personally gives direct descendants and special subordinates who hold large positions. If I show my golden label, then none of them will dare even to touch the senior master. The object in his hands carries the authority of the Ginwa. Did she come back here just to tell Hawk about it? After a second, Lady Chol asks the senior master Hawk that he thinks about the alliance of Murim. Their academy is officially part of the alliance. This is his attitude to that. The tone of the girl becomes sweeter and cunning when she offers the boy to change his side. Is Lady Chol now inviting him to enter the Iron Blood Battalion? Lady Chol caresses that the boy and his family were not in need to the end, even doing nothing. He has no desire to change the party. because the belonging of the dragon and the tiger to the traditional alliance. The pride of the whole life of the teacher. Is his opinion not changed, even if Lady Cell gives him a group of great power and a gang of a bloody curse? Guy and Yanji could not believe in the words that the young lady had just said. Hyok says he does not need this fake kindness. He returns her a bloody label and tells them to go away. Younghee begins to intercede for the lady, but she tries to stop it quickly. Is our hero convinced that his strength is enough to protect people from the academy? A very heavy, tense atmosphere appeared in the room. Only from the view of Musang, Yanji fell to the floor and coughed. Gov could not understand how that could happen. This freak dared to threaten the dragon and the tiger directly under our hero, so it will pay for it. It turns out that the protagonist presses on Yanji with one only internal energy. The abomination should be borne in mind that houses would not be such a cul-de-sac as the senior patrol of the central region. The protagonist depresses Rakshas's sword without even touching him. Now they have assured the strength of Hyok. The rank of its development is so high that they are not able to reach it. Soon Lady Crow intervened, who asked our hero to stop. They ask to forgive Yanji, at least this time. After a second, the main character releases him. The man swallows the air greedily. The girl orders him to stand up, and he, in parallel, thanks to his lady. But in a second, she gave him a strong, hateful slap directly across the face. She has told him 1,000,000 times not to come up with an adventure, as they endanger her life. Yangi quickly apologized in the committed. She warns that the next time Yanja will not happen with one warning alone. Then, Lady Chol turned to the main character and said that he was completely unknown. He is the first to show a similar attitude towards the name of the Iron Blood Battalion. But the Master Hook says that he does not plan to consider the enemy of those who do not touch him first. Lady Chol would definitely not want to become an enemy of the eldest Master Hyok. It is more attracted to the idea of strengthening friendship, but the forehead still asks the guy to leave a bloody label to himself. I would not want it to cross the good past. Lady Chol sweetly acknowledges that it begins to nourish more curiosity with our hero. After that, they turn, say goodbye, and go away. She winks to the guy and says that if he is in the West, he will definitely have to come to the Iron Blood Battalion. In fact, this golden bloody label is a pass into the western part of Shame, where the Battalion of Iron Blood has a great influence. If you do everything as it should, you can get a lot of money. Suddenly, students who call our hero are bursting into the room. All students were very excited about the battalion's visit, and they had the most horrific thoughts in their heads. The senior student reassured them. While he is here, no one dares to touch the students. Lady Fa also burst into the room, who thought that this lady's forehead intended to climb them and touch them. She burns from rage and says that it was necessary to tear her all her hair right away, not to wait. And the girl feels this obscene smell left by Lady Chol. The smell seems very familiar. Then Lady Fa recalls that she had already felt this smell from our hero before. The guy does not know how to comment on it, so he just jumps out of the window and says he has urgent cases. But Lady Fa immediately runs after him. The students just look after them silently without realizing what happened. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Muram Alliance in Gansu, the office of the Senior Patrol Central Region. Given the fortress of the highest demonic dragon, together with the expansion of the influence of demonic fractions, the situation will be quite problematic. It seems that the central plane is coming. The epicenter of this storm will be a shame. Meanwhile, pupils are still chasing the main character. Meanwhile, some men fled through the forest pits in the middle of the night, and on the back of one of them was a girl. And behind them, the crowd, consisting of chunky men, quickly ran. It seems that it was a real pursuit. Such a pace. These freaks will definitely catch them. The man says he wins a little time for the deputy minister to escape with Lady Ha. The deputy does not like this idea very much. He does not want to throw his friend. He screams loudly, trying to reach the deputy. The enemies have almost caught up with them. They are well aware that there is simply no other option. The only option to stop the person is to deliver Lady Ha in Shenya. This is their main goal. Although it was a very complicated and painful decision, the deputy made it. It was honor to serve together. After a second, the brave man stopped running and was ready to take the fight from these demonic freaks. Tears have flowed on the cheeks of the deputy minister because he realized that he would never see his friend again. Lady Hutt looked very annoyed until the Hook explained to her that even the older patrol duties were in the first place. The girl was very angry because he did not even say that he would miss her and did not let her tear. The puppies were very upset because she thought she could spend at least a little time with our hero. But here she was summoned for personal details. He puts his hand on her shoulder, looks into her eyes and promises that he will not disappear so suddenly, so she may not worry. These words give Lady's puppy confidence. A warm smile appears on the face. The master watches this couple and how cute and kindly they say goodbye. This picture makes the wizard sad because of his unrequited love. Grandma saw perfectly how a young master was suffering. Then the woman called the young lady and said that they were already going to leave. Soon she sits on a horse, and the three goes on the road. Suddenly, other students who look at him appear behind our hero's back. They poked his fingers and tried to find out that Lady Fa was between him. On their faces they had a miserable smiles for 32 teeth. The hook does not want to answer, but they continue to interrogate the older student. The guy thinks that Hyok took and kissed her boldly as a real man. They continue to demand from the older student the story of how he confessed to the girl in love. Students even say that they can be in the role of Lady Hava, so that our hero shows them in practice how he has declared to her. Soon the nerves of the main character end. It seems that the things of recent days have not allowed our hero to do enough time to engage in their workouts. So now Hosk Musang is ready to spend a serious combat sparring with them. After a while, the workout was completed. The boy shook his hands from dirt. He went away 6 while the students lay on the ground beaten. Hyok orders them to bring the training ground and prepare to accept civil servants. When the main character came out to walk the street, passing one man felt a strong and sharp smell of blood. At the same time, the smell was quite fresh. For this effect, you need to kill a couple of people at least. The tattoo on the forearm of this man makes it clear that before the guy did not see these freaks here. Suddenly, this 3 stops near one of the food establishments. A man and a girl sits at the table. They found those who were looking for. The head reminds them that the girl needs them alive. Only a triple reward holds them from not killing this Lael. The deputy immediately realized that they were noticed. He asked if Lady Hay was able to run. The girl nodded uncertainly and nervously. The man took 2 sticks and said that she would run in the opposite side of them at his signal. Meanwhile, the enemies were gradually approaching them. And so, when they started getting their swords, the deputy shouted loudly and ordered Lady Ha to run away. Immediately after, the girl rushed to run so quickly that even the hat flew from her head. The deputy, in the meantime, to distract the enemies a little, to throw several small wooden swords, but they quickly repelled them. The enemies considered such a plan to escape very banal. After a moment, they rushed into the chase of the unhappy. Given the poor physical strength of Lady Ha, the enemies will quickly catch up with them. You need one who could stop these freaks. With every second, the abomination was getting closer to them. The deputy could not imagine that the freaks would catch up with them so quickly. And here 6, one of these scums, almost grabbed Lady Ha by her hair. But our hero came to the rescue, who struck his foot in his jaw. The deputy was shocked by such an unexpected appearance of such a strong person. From such an incredibly strong blow, the freak was lying on the ground without strength. The enemies could not understand where this mysterious stranger came from. But they don't care who it is. They are going to kill him too. The main character in one simple and light movement immobilizes one of the freaks. Another enemy flies on him from above who directs his sword. The main character easily stops the sharp sword with only 2 fingers. In a second, our hero is committed to the freak that was lying on the ground. He comes on his head with his foot. Because of this, he turns his face into porridge. The enemy does not understand how possible, because the stranger has not even moved. The protagonist wanted to find out who they were and why they pursue these 2. But the abomination is not going to tell him anything, because he thinks that he is not even part of military power. If the abomination is not going to answer, then the main character is about to knock out information from him. He struck Yoga in his stomach that the enemy flew a few meters. The body instantly engulfed unbearable pain, and after a second, the freak was lying on the ground. Lady Ha and the deputy could not believe their eyes. After that, the hook looked back to the 2 and asked how they felt. It turns out that our hero knows the deputy. Musang's hook seems and says he is a senior student of the Dragon and Tiger. He is glad to see the older brother of the teacher again. He is the oldest in the academy, so they must show him respect. He needs to rest quietly, because it seems that the deputy is very tired. He gave his students the task. It was necessary to buy for a girl and a deputy variable clothes, heat warm water for a bath, and bring them food. After that, the main character asks his acquaintance to check the outskirts. The man cannot refuse to his master, so he immediately searches. Our hero came to visit 2 guests sitting at the table opposite. The man asks if they heard something about Ha Tai-jun, a great master at the Hanan Academy. Grandpa says that he rarely left the peasant region of Gansa, but the glory of His Highness came even here. The deputy tells the sad news. Its Highness has died 15 days ago. The emperor had doubts because of Tsi Gungan's abuse, but could not expel him because the thief had already bowed to his side of his subordinate palace. His Highness has long collected evidence that would confirm Gungan's crimes. And so, the emperor has grown a private audience. After that, Ha died suddenly. Grandpa assumed that it could be ordered by murder. The commander also made such an assumption, but they did not have evidence of this. and the doctor diagnosed a heart attack. But suddenly, all the evidence collected by the Master Ha was disappeared. It seems that what happened is the Hungun. However, why can he pursue his brother and girl if there is no evidence? It turns out that this scum needs Lady Ha. The girl sitting in front of them is the same daughter of the great academician Ha. Even before his death, His Highness visited a very stupid anticipation that did not rest him. He told the young lady to study all the evidence and then sent to his mother. Even the Emperor wanted to listen to Lady Ha at a personal meeting. They gathered the group to deliver it to the Emperor, but they attacked them. The man has only 5 days left to deliver the girl to the right place, because they agreed to meet the commander by the end of the month. It would seem that the deputy has lost hope, but interferes with Musang and says that 5 days will be enough. The man does not believe in it, but Hook continues and says that if you drive a horse without stopping and rest, you can have time in 3 days. Such physical activity is simply impossible because Lady Ha has not yet learned the supreme ride, and her health is not very good. The shortest way lies through the infertility area, and there are many bandits there, and they will definitely not be able to get out. Musang's Hook says that they will take them in person to Shenya, and for a young lady they will prepare a cart. The deputy is shocked by such a proposal. My grandfather asks his older brother to trust Musang. He will definitely bring them to the hole, and everything will be well. The man is very awkward to accept their proposal, because he creates problems for them. If the enemies learn about it, then the combat academy can be affected. The guy says not to worry, because just next to the academy built a gang of Proshiok, and there is a headquarters of the senior western region, and the alliance headquarters. So they are protected. A man is shocked when I hear about these changes. What happened here until it was? Our hero. I repeat that no one will touch the combat academy so they can help them. The deputy says that when he escaped, he lost a lot of friends. During this time, he even had time to lose faith, and began to think that he would not be able to protect the young lady. And it was at this point that the protagonist appeared as a ray of sun. The man does not even know how he can thank them. The grandfather says that although they are not blood-connected, it is still a family, and he will help him so that it does not happen. He cannot close his eyes when his family members are in danger. Only the safety of the older brother gives him strength, so he asks to let go of experience. The deputy begins to cry. He is grateful to them for kindness. Suddenly someone knocks on the door. It was a Terry. The boy opens the door that warm bathwater and clean clothes are ready. Grandpa says they need to rest before you go. Meanwhile, the enemies have been news that the group leader was killed. It was a unit of bloody wolves. The leader in Jinma, he could not believe that the old man who defended the girl was so strong that he could kill the head. The man says that the adherent of martial arts intervened in this case. The leader asks where the stranger came from, who prevented them. It seems that the deputy is somehow related to the Dragon and Tiger Military Academy. Musang's Hook is a very strong master and has incredible force. After hearing this, the men immediately wanted to see him personally to give the lesson. But it was not all. There is one more problem. It was that the Battle Academy was located right next to the base of the gang, and the office of the senior patrol was located next to the neighborhood. Hearing about it, men opened their mouths. They changed the plan and decide not to go there, and only wait. The night came. The main character was going on the road. His friend came here personally, because our hero constantly offends him. Is he so much to do so that he came to him? These words seemed to be a little offended and touched the guy. A silky man coughed and made news that freaks from Bloody Wolves were going in the vicinity. They have a wolf tattoo on their hand. It is a bad gang that deals with trafficking in human beings and theft. Some of them are in the tavern and others are waiting in the mountain. When Hayek heard that they gathered on Mount Xiaoyao, he had an idea. A friend advises him to think well before doing something. The protagonist says that I just want to stroll under this good full moon. And in a second, he jumps lightly and cleverly out of the window. After a while, the Hook Musang came to some place among the forest. Suddenly, he notices people on horseback. It was the main manager of the dream. The man told that he was going to them to the Battle Academy on the Chamber of Commerce. The protagonist, in turn, replied that he was simply engaged in everyday affairs. He said wild dogs in the forest are too unhappy. There was blood on his boots. The dream saw it and became a little creepy. The man with them had a list of groups that were worthy to be presented at the Fight Academy. The boy unfolds the document to look at the list of these groups. It seems that the main character has come why a man sits with such a tense face. Most of the options are problems with reliability, or something worse. They are not going so easy to share good partners. The dream would like to present the best group, but it did not have enough influence. Hayek tells him not to apologize for it. Suddenly our hero drew attention to the group of feuders. But a man think that it will be difficult for the Chamber of Commerce to deal with this group. And all this was because their group is located near Sheni. The path there lies through a large number of bandits. but if you go through other roads, the distance will be too big. But the Master Hook does not see any problems and chooses this place. The protagonist says that they will decide how to be transported. Sleep is not sure of this, but I understand that he will not be able to assure him in another. The deputy, meanwhile, tells the older student that they are from Lady Ha quietly to tomorrow. They do not want the guy to risk his life. But the young man said they were going to the city not only for the sake of him. They recently founded a new commercial chamber, with which it was decided to cooperate, and it is just on the border of Sheni. The young man still needs to be there, and so he can also help people, so I want to spend them. The deputy is still very embarrassing from such a proposal. Then, he asks the boy to promise that in the event of danger, he will throw him and run away. Otherwise, he will not agree to go with him. The young man quickly agrees and promises. The students already had to tell about the trip, but our hero asks if they had questions about it. One of them asked that it was true that they could face a bloody wolf unit. It really was true. It is from these freaks that they will have to defend the deputy and Lady Ha. Musang sees that one of the students trembles and begins to be afraid that he scared him too much in his own words. But everything was quite the opposite. From such words they only recharged more. The protagonist was greatly surprised when he realized that the students were only glad to do so. It turns out that they were not scared at all because the older student went with them, and with them, they were not scared. The older student understands that in order to remind them, they must pass hell. It's time to go on the road. Grandpa and older brother say goodbye. The man wishes the teacher of the academy more health and thanks again. Soon the preparation for the trip was completed. You could go. Master Hayok invited the young lady to sit down to the carriage. The girl did not immediately sat down in the carriage, so the guy thought something was wrong. But after a few seconds, she went inside and sat down. Lady was very ashamed of herself because she was ashamed to even thank him. A moment, they went on the road. Horses are racing quickly on the road. Suddenly, their traces are attacked by bandits. They are going to trace where they go to steal the girl. One of the men whistles to give a signal to those who expect them, but they do not receive a signal. But even when the man whistled again, there was no answer. Everyone began to be nervous about it. The leader sends one of the men to check what happened there, and the others will go to the pursuit. After a second, they run in different directions. While the man runs, I think why there is no connection at such an important point and what could happen. Suddenly he sees one of his people behind a tree. The man lands and asks what he is busy at all and why he does not signal. Gosun does not respond, and when a man touches his back lightly, he falls for the dead. There was a hole in his head. The abomination could not think that he was dead. It was difficult to believe that such a strong master as Gosun was so easily taken and died. Then, the man begins to think that everyone else is dead in positions. Then he runs to check it, and when a man runs into the lawn, he sees there puddles of blood and dead bodies of his comrades. The man froze, looking at the dead bodies. He did not even have time to realize what had happened. The resistance was in vain. Everyone, even Richie, was killed. But there were no attackers among the bodies. The answer came instantly: sudden attack. The enemy acted perfectly, with exceptional talent. But who is it and why? He immediately went to look for at least a hook. Something had to stay. Suddenly, the arrow was enlightened behind the ear. He immediately understood. It is a trap. Without hesitation, he rushed. He barely had time to bounce. If it was delayed for a moment, the consequences would be terrible. But as soon as he found a better resistance under his feet, he was horrified. Where he stepped, the trap was hiding. The sinister mechanism immediately affected his leg. The man shouted from burning pain. It was a full nightmare. Did the enemies predict even his evasion and prepared another trap? Now it became clear. He is in a real trap. After falling to the ground, he felt the whole body pierced cold fear. Dozens of arrows flew before his eyes. Death was inevitable. The enemy was relentlessly approaching. The man questioned the detachment leader. More precisely, told him about the commander of the group who had not yet caught up with them. The leader of the detachment knew that in their warehouse only the old, a knot and a master from the village academy. He believed that they would cope with themselves. But at the same time he understood that they could not refuse, because the order came from the area of the Red Snake. Now the main thing is to understand how long these snots hope to rush without stopping. At this point, the Hook Musang rushed forward at a frantic speed. He felt 4 pursuers about 2 kilometers. According to Vina, 5 more left behind. So upside down, Yao moved only 1. He was even a little sorry for him. He placed 20 full traps there to get rid of them. But only 1 bastard was trapped. At this point, one of the students turned to the senior. It has been 4 hours, and they never appeared. Bastards from a unit of bloody wolves. Did they seem? He asked. But the senior shook his head and replied, They just wait for everyone to weaken vigilance. They, like me, are looking for the right moment for the attack. It is impossible to relax. The old man listened to the words of the older student. Previously, these detachments never acted. They were caught up and immediately rushed. There is something happening here. This is what Musang hoped. But suddenly he shouted sharply, ordering the younger to stop the horses. He felt that Lady Ha breathing was strange, and therefore gave the command to stop immediately. As the horse stopped, they immediately opened the carriage. Inside, on the floor, a girl lay. She was barely breathing. The old man ran out, lifted her in his arms and began to call, trying to bring it to his senses. Musang's hook touched her wrist, checking the pulse. It became clear immediately. Her body was too exhausted for such a journey. There was no choice. I had to change the route and urgently look for the nearest town with a doctor. Within seconds, they had already grouped the horses, rushing forward. But the old man has several questions. How did Musang in general realize that Lady Ha was faint? After all, because of the wind and the roar of the wheels, it was even difficult to talk. Soon the girl was taken to the doctor. He examined her and reported that she would need a rest day, after which she would completely recover. The doctor, of course, was sincerely thanked. Musang's hook addressed the owner, his older brother and teacher, asking him to relax, and he decided to alternate with his students at night. But he could not sleep quietly, knowing that his nephews were forced to keep guard. He wanted to change any of them. Musang's hook thanked him for his care, but explained that the students were real sorts who joined Maroom. If you help them in every little thing, it will only hurt. Moreover, if something, he is nearby. Therefore, Musang's hook asked the old man to go to bed without unnecessary anxiety. He finally agreed. The night was moon, starry, clear, but restless. They did not know when the enemies would attack, and therefore the senior student explained to others that it was necessary to be extremely careful and keep their ears alert. He has distributed responsibilities. Who will stand, who will protect? He decided to alternate at the entrance to the hospitable court. The students were worried about him, but he assured that they could not stand there together, because it is in that place that a clash with the enemy would probably happen. However, the boys insisted that he was not worth the risk. Those we accompany will not be able to slip inside without getting into my eyes, he said. If something happened, he promised to signal. The students, though worried, were still entrusted with the duty, asking him to be as careful as possible. No wonder they say that real friends are known in trouble. They said goodbye and agreed to meet in the morning. Going into the yard, Musang immediately spoke with the enemy. He knew they would be here, and they did not slow down. They immediately began to call him a crazy bastard, accusing him that he deliberately chased for hours, just to mock them. Swing in the nose and with a derision on his face, Musang's hook calmly answered them. And when the widow, which forgives, the enemy finally exploded from anger. This bastard designed to interrupt everyone except the knot. And even now, standing in front of them, he was already reaching for his weapon.